So welcome to the Cadd user group meeting. Thanks for everyone came in person. First thing, just a couple housekeeping items. If you guys are in person, make sure you sign in right outside the door. That's how you get your certificate and your CPD credits. So if you haven't done that, I'll leave it up for a little bit. Make sure you guys sign in. Online attendees, we don't only provide CPDs to the in-person attendees. But please, if you're online, make sure that you are muting your mics. And please use the chat to ask questions. We'll be watching it as we go through today. And once it's done, I will post the recording. I say somewhere because we'll get to the topic of communities in a couple minutes. But I'll put the link to wherever it ends up there on the agenda whenever I figure that out. So first thing, we got an hour of kind of Bentley updates, and then the rest of the days, or Bentley update, an hour of ODOT updates, and then the rest of the day is going to be a couple different presentations from Bentley. So with that, we'll kick it off with Rachel to go over a little bit of a BIM update for you guys.
Okay, everyone's probably tired of hearing me talk about BIM, but it's happening, so I'm going to keep you guys in the loop nonetheless. We are putting out a full BIM strategic plan, and I'm going to give you just a couple of screenshots of some of the things you might see in it. I dropped a roadmap in there just to kind of show where we've been and where we're going. I find it interesting that over time, there's been this really long lag of, we kind of started looking at electronic. We knew we were going to eventually go, more full digital, but it's 10, 15 years later that we're finally really diving into the technology. And that's because the technology was kind of hindering this process. So now that technology is on board, people are pushing for BIM. We're going to start moving a lot faster. In our strategic plan, we have split each of our initiatives into 3 phases. We've identified assessment, alignment, and advancement phases. And so this is where you'll be able to see, what kind of assessment work are we doing for each initiative. So it's a lot of like stakeholder engagements, surveys, and you'll see throughout the strategic plan that we do have a lot of stakeholder engagement opportunities because we're not going to be doing this alone. And then alignment is where we are in a lot of our initiatives right now because we've already done a lot of assessment work. And then advancement will be our future goals. Our big picture goals for the strategic plan are focused on design to construction processes. So this strategic plan is just looking at the next 2 years. And so it's really how do we get the model from design to construction and how do we set up digital delivery for design to construction. The big picture includes the asset management and further, the whole life cycle. But the next 2 years is really just focused on going from design to construction. Industry engagement at all levels will be employed. And so this is where, we're given the opportunity to consultants, contractors, stakeholders, industry vendors such as Bentley, Trimble, anyone that wants involved in this to get involved. So we're going to try to set up sandboxes, pilot projects, to have stakeholder engagements, and really make sure everyone is involved in making these decisions as we move them forward. I'm showing you this just because we've used the same infographic for the last couple of years. We just keep updating it a little bit. So we've broke out a little more of the processes that we're going to go through with our model iterations. And we're just kind of showing that the design to construction is going to happen now, and they're going to happen in conjunction with each other. And then that BIM asset lifecycle is kind of further down the road and will be after we figure out most of the design and construction processes. So we're hoping to have this posted by the beginning of August. We were trying to align this with the ADCMS grant application. We need to have this posted online and provide a link to put into the application. That application is due at the end of July. So even if we're still in kind of a draft mode, we're going to post something, but we're hoping to have it completed by August and make sure it's the final copy that's posted. But you will be able to see it yourselves. I put the website link here in case you guys don't have it. Basically, the content in the BIM strategic plan for us is we're going to show the national strategic roadmap and ODOT's alignment to it. Our initiatives and tactical tasks, both short-term and long-term, are going to be in there. We're doing some change management activities around risk management and then progress monitoring. That's where we'll be reporting out our progress. So I looked at meme. Are you ready for it? I'm not a Swiftie, but apparently this must be one of her songs because every meme had Taylor Swift in it. So the reason I put this up here is because for the last few years, we've had a lot of consultants that want to get involved and help us do model level of development. Guess what? Now's your time. So we have a little bit of budget money, and we are going to be putting out something on the September programmatic, as long as I can get everything in on time, to do a model level of development contract with a consultant to help us with that. So that's really why I wanted to speak today, was to give you just a quick highlight that this BIM strategic plan is coming out. We are moving forward. We are applying for the ADCMS grant, which will help accelerate these tasks that we want to do. But if we don't get the grant, we're still going to do them. It's just going to be in a longer time frame. That might be it for me. Yep, that's it for me. So as always, if anyone needs me, I'm up on the 3rd floor, or you can have these guys call me to come down. I actually have a grant to write, so that's where I'm going to be today. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Rachel. So now I just have several updates to let everyone know about. So first thing is that we do have a new hire that started a couple weeks ago. Josh Durbin, sitting over there for those of you that are in person. So he's a recent graduate from the University of Akron, and he was previously an intern at ODOT District 4. So we're happy to have him on the team. So you guys probably start seeing emails from him if you guys are submitting support requests as he gets up to speed. So welcome to the team. And then I also wanted to note from our ProjectWise section, Arthur, who's been an important part of our team here, is moving on from ODOT, so we wish him the best. But anyone who's had help at ProjectWise probably has seen his name come across. So I think his last day is Thursday, right? So right off the gate, I wanted to address the Bentley Communities update, which if anyone has been, they're probably equally as frustrated with it. So they did switch their communities platform over to ServiceNow. And just to put it bluntly, the transition has not gone smoothly. We've been working with Bentley a lot on this to try to fix our page up. The table content still isn't where it was before the switch, but they did add some stuff in the past couple of weeks. But in order for you to see our knowledge bases, which are what they're now calling the wiki page, you do need to be signed in. Or when you click on that knowledge base icon, it's going to just take you to like a main page with no filters, so you don't see any of our wiki pages. So wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. If you are trying to go there, you do have to sign in to your Bentley account. And to put it frankly, right now, we are considering moving to a different platform. I mean, it's been a couple months. It's not going smoothly. So more information will come out on that. We do like having the wiki page with all the content there. It's a nice landing page to find things. But right now, it doesn't look like those knowledge bases is going to be what we want to end with. So we'll see. I'm sure anyone who's been there probably agrees with me, unfortunately. So there's your update on that. So some other updates. Another question we get a lot is when we move into 2023. So if you guys remember the initial 2023 release, we said we were skipping because of a minor issue, but an annoying issue of in ProjectWise, it would always check out the DTY file when you opened up any other files. So we hold it off on that. They have released kind of a minor release of the 2023, which did fix that problem. So we are testing it. We'll most likely move to this version. Testing is going a little slow. If you guys have seen any emails or auto replies from me, you'll know that currently on maternity leave right now. So it's kind of slowing everything down. So I'm not working that many hours. But I know I want to get there because there's a lot of good updates that came out in 2023, especially on some of the drainage items. And I know all the consultants, a lot of you guys are eager to get to that release as well. So as I've always said, we've never actually dictated the version that you guys have to use. So nothing's stopping you from moving forward, but the caveat is it is a schema change from 10.12. So, you got to make sure that everyone involved in the projects that you might move to 2023 is on 2023, so you don't run into those compatibility issues. But currently, ODOT internally, we are still on 10.12. So there's kind of your update on that. Now, our workspace, I was hoping to have that pushed out, but our update list is actually getting pretty long. So there's a lot of updates that we've made to our workspace across DGen libs, cell libraries, some of the custom apps. So that I looked the other day and I was like, oh, this is getting too long. So I look for that to be pushed out in the next month or so when I actually am working, because we need to get that out. There's too many updates in there. So a ProjectWise update on more versioning. Internally, we are about to move to the 2023 Explorer for ProjectWise. So this is the client side. We are looking later on, maybe in the year, to update the server side as well to 2023, or what's the new name for it? The cloud, something.
Looking at 2023 or ProjectWise Cloud.
ProjectWise Cloud or 2023, whatever that name ends up being. So that shouldn't affect people unless you're on a really old version of Explorer, but we will communicate that as we get there. But more of just information for you guys, let you guys know we're moving internally to that probably in the next couple of weeks, right? So some quick updates just on software for you guys. This one should hopefully make a lot of people happy. I feel like we've been talking about sample plans for a while now. We get questioned periodically, when are they going to be updated? So we have recently made a lot of progress on updating these sample plans. And so we're currently targeting January to have majority, if not all, of these updated. There's probably always going to be a little bit of more work to be done there, but we actually have made progress. So I know we kept always saying working on it. This is me telling you we actually did work on it. So that should hopefully make a lot of people happy. So look for that. Other thing I wanted to update you guys on, because it was brought up internally, it was asked if I had let the externals know about it, and I don't think I really have. We have presented on the project submission process to externals in the past, I think a couple of user group meetings ago, about digital signatures and those requirements. So I'm not going to rehash all of those, but I did want to give you guys an update on some changes that are happening. So the project submission process is an internal process. It's how the districts submit projects to central office, so that it can eventually be posted. So we did update it for digital signatures a couple of years ago. And that's when we, kind of showed everyone how we're going to do that. But what happened was, in order to make any submission, that's your initial submission, any pre-addendums or any addendums, it requires you to have valid digital signatures. So if you made a change and you just submit a pre-addendum, you also had to, get those digital signatures recertified, or if you reprinted it, signed again. So that led to a lot of complaining about the tight turnaround time to get your pre-addendums and addendums submitted. So more of an internal process in that timeline. So after hearing all the feedback, several conversations internally through contracts, construction, several offices. We did decide that we can update the process a little bit to help that. So what we ended up doing was removing that requirement to have the plan set digitally signed. This is only during the pre-addendum and the addendum phases to help that short turnaround time of getting those submitted and not needing to wait on those digital signatures. So we basically removed those, but you still need it on that initial file. So instead of this, what we said is, okay, after those phases are done, then get those signatures and submit them. That way you're not getting them multiple times. You wait till that phase is over, go get those signatures, and hopefully that alleviates some of the strain with that process. So just kind of wanted to briefly go over some of those changes. Obviously, this is more of an internal process, but I've heard from externals that they'd like to see that document, which we're working on getting exposed to externals so they can just see how that process is laid out. But basically, we went from 3 phases to 5 phases. We added as advertised and the as conformed phase. So once that pre-addendum phase is over, you have to make an as advertised submission with those digital signatures. Same thing goes for after the addendum, you have an as conformed submission. So this is a lot going on, but this kind of summarizes where all the submissions go. So in that folder structure for our project, we have a 600 contracts folder. In there, we have a folder for each phase, and that's where the submissions are made. And so you kind of notice in red is the new stuff. So we added this 2.1 as advertised folder and the 3.1 as conformed folder. Now, if I remember right, in the current version of ProjectWise Explorer, these all sorted in the right order. So it went, 01, 02, 02.1. But in 2023, it decides to sort it differently, and it put the 02.1 above the 0.2. Haven't figured out why that change happened, but I wasn't happy to see it not in order. So if you see it's not in order, I'm aware, depending what version you're in. I don't really know how to fix it. I didn't notice it until after. So that's unfortunate, but there's a little nuance there. But mainly it's just saying, hey, you got to submit this plan set after the phase is over. So the caveat here is this submission should not have any plan set changes. You're as advertised and you're as conformed. No plan set changes other than getting those digital signatures. It should match the most recent submission that was made. So I know we got a mix of externals and internals, so I don't want to spend too much time on the internal process. There are some automations that's set up, so if you don't have any pre-addendums, it'll automatically submit that as advertised for them from the initial submission. So, but that might help externals out if you guys are fixing up a plan set to know, hey, we're in the addendum phase. We don't need to get the digital signature in order to get it submitted. I've always recommended that you go ahead and get submitted and just right then and there turn around and get those digital signatures so you're not waiting for it at the end of the phase. But this is a nice little graphic just to kind of summarize everything. So really what's important is to make sure that the as advertised and as conformed submissions happen in a timely manner. There's still a little bit of a time. We want to make sure we get that signed plan set before it's actually advertised. And then the as conformed, there's a little bit more time frame, from the as when it gets awarded. So both of them, just if you guys are ODOT users, you probably hopefully have already heard this, but make sure that you are getting those submissions in promptly. Another note, as I already mentioned it, please don't try to sneak in any changes in that as conformed submission. I do have ways to compare documents in an automated way. I will find it, so let's not go down that road. So with that, I wanted to have a little bit of a reminder that when we went to digital signatures, we implemented what's called a PDF package or a PDF portfolio, which is basically like a zip file for PDF. You can have multiple PDFs within there. That helps separating out some of those plan sheets so that if you change like right away, you don't have to re-sign the plan set for the roadway part. So that's why we separate them out. But we still need one overall plan set that combines all these separate PDFs together. So a plan set should only ever be one PDF. So if it is broken out into separate PDFs, say you have right away, say you have the signatures page for all the like city officials, Those are all separate PDFs, but they're still part of the plan set. So you want to make sure you're packaging those up into one single PDF package. And it goes to this, even if it's a multi-part job, still it's always one PDF that represents that plan set. Now for some changes. When we initially rolled it out, I was asked the question, if there aren't multiple PDFs, do we still need to make the PDF package? And I said back then, I went back and forth on this, and I thought it was just going to be across the board, easy for everyone to understand if I just said, no matter what, you always make a PDF package. I'm kind of walking back on that now. So if you don't have multiple PDFs, there's really no need to make that PDF package, right? So if you just have a small plan, there's no right of way, there's really no need to make that a PDF package. It's a little bit harder to view online and the bid documents in digital paper. So if there's not multiple, there's no need to do it. Now with that, in the initial release, we had said that special provisions get added by contracts. So after talking about contracts, it was decided that this really should be something that the district should be doing when they submit it. So we tweaked that language a little bit in L&D that now says special provisions shall be added to the plan set when making the submission. So you guys have the special provisions somewhere. It gets submitted in another folder somewhere. It doesn't really make sense to put it in that supplemental documents folder. So just add it as a PDF to that PDF package if you have them when you go to make your submission. So those are two L&D changes that are coming out here in the July update to L&D Volume 3. So just tweak the verbiage a little bit on those two things. So look for that in the next update. I should ask if there are any questions on that. Hopefully I'm not boring everyone. Just want to make sure you guys are aware. The other big important thing is the naming convention. This is where I think I get the most questions, especially from externals, on what should they name their plan sets. And so what the external is submitting, you might not know which submission it's for, right? If it might change. So that's why I in the L&D I gave it an initial name and not the actual filing name. But for the most part, they're all the same. It's basically the date that submission is happening, the PID and plan set, and then I add, the type of submission. Is it as filed? Is it as revised? As advertised? Or as conformed? So this is the naming convention. So it's important that districts, as you guys submit them, you're following this naming convention because that's how a lot of our automated processes know what's what. So it's very important. I get a daily email of everything that I couldn't find across all of our projects that have submissions saying, hey, this one doesn't have a submission, it's missing. And I almost always go there and it's always a naming problem. So please make sure you're following the naming convention. It does also affect those auto submissions. So if you don't have any pre-addendums, I can't auto submit as advertised if I don't know which PDF is the plan set. So it'll help you guys. It also help me. So I think I've beaten this one enough, but I can't stress enough the importance of naming the files correctly. And that's all laid out in the project submission procedure document. So I'll skip over the automated processes. You guys probably don't care so much about that, but there's several automated processes set up to internally open and close phases so submissions can't happen when you're not in phase. And like all the submissions I was talking about, send out emails for missing submissions, and there's verification going on. I can also check the digital signature if it's valid or not in an automated process. I wasn't too happy the last time I ran that. So I can also check page sizes, the contents, a lot of things in an automated fashion. So if you think you can get away with something, it's only short term. I'll eventually catch you. So just follow the rules and everything will go smoothly. The other thing I want to note, if you're in our ProjectWise, when you make those submissions, I did condense the workflow names down. So internally, when you make a submission, you're switching the workflow state from like in progress to submitted. They were separated out by the phases, and it was just a little overkill. So I just condensed them down to shorten the names up a little bit and not say like plan submitted in progress. So you'll see that change. The other note for internals, when you're submitting a pre-addendum or an addendum, you make that folder, don't copy it from somewhere else. If you copy it from somewhere else, then it won't have the right workflows set on that folder, so you won't see these states. Now, if you do end up doing that, I have an script that's going to fix it. But if you notice that, it's probably because you copied the folder in rather than just create it in place. All right, I did update all the videos, so if you guys wanted to see kind of an overview of each submission type, there's a YouTube playlist out there that'll go through all of those submissions. So if you guys are more interested in that kind of thing, they're out there. I also added a video that goes over the plan set components. So if you're wondering how inside that PDF package I mentioned, how things should be broken up, the right of way being a separate sheet or PDF, that video will go over that. So that hopefully will be helpful to anyone that has questions on that front of how do I put together my plan set, where do I break up my plans into separate PDFs and whatnot. That'll go over that. And I did update the submission document. So here's what I mentioned. Right now, this is sitting on our intranet, so externals can't get to it. I've had several requests for externals to be able to see this document. Explained, the reason why it's there is because it is an internal process. It's not like I'm intentionally trying to hide something from externals. So I'm working on where I should move it to expose it and still make sense for where it's at. But I'm working on that. So all of you guys that have asked to see this document, hopefully I can get it out there soon so that you guys can actually see it. But it really just goes over what the videos show that on this page in that playlist. So any questions on that before I move into the next topic? Yeah. So like your stage submissions, I don't have any documentation on that. You can use that like PID plan set underbar stage 1 if you want. I don't have anything in writing for how you guys want to handle those stage reviews. You don't have to follow this since it's just a review. You probably don't even have the whole plan set yet. So I don't know if it's better for me to have that guidance or leave it up to the districts on how they want to handle those submissions. Any questions in the chat at all, guys?
No.
No? Okay. So I told everyone that I would let the externals know that we did update. So here I am making sure that you guys know that we kind of removed that digital signature requirement and changed the process a little bit. But overall, still the same, digitally signed. So next, I wanted to go over something I've been working on that hopefully you guys will be really excited about. And it's with the sheet manager. So we've had several people ask for a little bit more functionality in controlling the loading time. So if you guys remember a couple of user groups, I added that load from Excel option to really bypass that loading. But the feedback was now they have to create an Excel file and they need to know the name of the models in order for that to work. And that's a little bit time consuming and difficult. And I agreed. So I've heard from you guys and I have updated the app to do this. I haven't pushed it out just yet. I'll explain why. But in this update, check my time. I got plenty of time. I've updated the loading to give you more options on filtering. So before, when you hit process workset directory, it would read through your whole workset and it would find your engineering folders, your sheets folders, and it would go through every single DGen that it found, opened it, processed in the background, looked for any of the sheets that it could find, and populated all the sheet information. So it was a little bit time consuming if you have a huge project. Smaller one, you wait a couple minutes and it was okay. So I opened up that filtering capability straight to you guys so you can further define. Now I've had a couple people testing it out and they've provided some feedback for a little bit more enhancements, which I haven't gotten to yet. So it's going to change slightly from what I'm about to show you guys, but overall you get the idea. You now have the ability to further control the query mode of where you want it to actually look for DGen files and what DGen files you actually want it to process through. I've also added another mode. It's called select specific folders files. That will let you individually select the specific folders or the specific DGN files you want processed. So if you only want like DGN files in one folder, you can go and just select that folder and it will only process that. And hopefully that will help alleviate some of this load time that is painful in these larger projects. So while I was at it, I also, before I get into that, so this is the screenshot of when you click that select specific files folders, what it looks like. Basically get a tree view and you can expand your work set and check on the things you want processed. So I'll go over that. I got a short video that kind of runs through it. The other thing I added was after it's loaded, I gave it a little bit more filtering options. So you can now, there's always been an engineering folder filter and a discipline folder filter, but now I've added a model name, file name, and relative path filter. And these do accept wildcards. So hopefully if you have a long list of things, you can now kind of limit that list down to help you find what you're looking for a little bit better. Now this is the really cool thing that I'm working on for a little bit. I added something called, I termed it actions. And so actions can be applied to certain properties as a way to populate its values. So I only have 2 actions set up right now, and that's for scales and the sheet titles, subtitles. And so, you know, if you have a scale bar, we have those scale 2, 3, 4 properties that need to be populated. And then for the sheet title, subtitle, it will actually find your station ranges if you cut your sheet from name boundaries. So if you have plan, profile, or cross section, it's going to go through and find all those station ranges and populate that kind of sheet border property for you. So that's what an action will do. I'm envisioning more actions coming later on, but if a property needs some kind of a little more logic of how to populate and we can go find that data somewhere, that's where an action would come in. So right now you can see screenshots of what it looks like. So maybe like before it just has the generic sheet title, sheet subtitle. You can see the action as a drop down. It found the station range, populated it. You hit set range, and it will populate those 2 properties for you. Same thing with scale. So I'm going to show that in the video. It'll be a little bit more. So that's how you can apply actions to like a single file. But if you wanted to apply actions to multiple files at once, there's a new mode now, bulk apply actions mode, which will let you kind of select the files or the sheets that you want, and you can hit apply, and it'll go through and apply those actions to all that you have selected. So I wanted to play this video to kind of go over that so you can see it firsthand. So I'm going to launch this sheet manager. And so I get these different load options now. I tried to zoom in for the people in person so you guys could see it. So I should be zooming in here. And so you'll see there's those 2 modes. And so by default, when you load this up, it's going to be defaulted to this. So the root subfolders must contain engineering. So that basically excludes all the other root folders in your work set, like the planning. I'm drawing a blank on other photos right now, but it'll exclude all those because typically you only put the DGN files inside the engineering folders. But you can further query that down if you have multiple engineering folders and maybe you're only dealing with one. You could come in here and you could type like 401 dash, and that would eliminate the 402, the 400. So as long as the root subfolder has the text that you have listed here, that is how it gets included. So then I further gave you the option. So I got a little ahead of myself here. So you see I type in 401 dash, and now that'll eliminate the other engineering folders. So a little bit of control there to help query out. Then the next one down is only include files within folders that have names containing, and I populated it with sheets. So if you know our work set, all the sheet dgen files should be in the sheets folder. So that further eliminates any of the base map folders inside the engineering folders from getting processed. So it definitely helps eliminate those dgens that we typically don't want processed. But you can come in here and you can change it as needed. Now the other thing that has come up is some externals are putting subfolders inside the sheets folder. which internally you'll know in our data source, we don't give that permission out. There is no subfolders allowed in the Sheets folder. So it wasn't really a problem internally, but externally, we don't have that kind of control. So if you guys are putting in those folders, a lot of times you're putting like a not used folder or old folder in there. And then when you're running this, it was picking up all those extra DGN files. So by default, now I have it, so it doesn't include any subfolders inside Sheets. But if you want to include the subfolders, there's that checkbox, and it'll say, okay, I'm going to include all those subfolders and look for DGNs inside there as well. And then lastly, I added another filter option for files. So you can check on that last checkbox, and you can put in, maybe I want only the files that contain GP in the name. So it's just the contains. You type in, I was envisioning typing in, the 2-character code. Now here's where I've had some requests for enhancements to allow multiple filters here, right? You may want 2 different file types, 3 different DGN file types in there. And so that's where one of the enhancements I haven't done yet would come in. So it might look a little different, but you can kind of see, you get the idea. I'm trying to give that control out to you guys on how you might want to filter it down. So that's the query mode. I exposed the filtering and gave it a couple more options from the previous. Now moving on into the actual selecting one, I want to show that real quick. Skip forward just a tad bit. So when I go to this mode, it's going to open up this other dialog, and initially it's not going to be populated with anything. So let the video catch up here. And so on the right side, there's a populate directories. All right, so here's where I gave you that root subfolder filter. So here's where, again, another area where it was asked for a little bit more functionality. Right now, it just has filtering out your root subfolders must contain whatever text you want. So engineering. No, there's 2 options here. You can select folders or you can select specific DGN files. If you leave it on select folders, it will run a little bit faster because it's not going to look for DGN files at this point. It's just going to populate all the folders. I will say if you're outside of ProjectWise, it doesn't make a difference. It loads like that. If you're inside ProjectWise, recursing the data source, it's just a little bit slower. So I also added some filters. So when you refresh and it populates all these data of these folders, it's going to tell you how many folders are underneath there, and you can keep expanding. And so you notice right now it's not showing me that drainage sheet because I have a filter applied. Path must include sheets. If I check that off and apply, there you see those other folders. But trying to condense that drop down or tree view list as much as possible to get rid of those folders you typically don't want. But I didn't want to get rid of the control for you guys to see that if you wanted to see it. So you just select what you want selected, and you close the dialog, and you notice right there it tells you how many you have selected. Now, where I think the real speed comes in is when you choose specific DGN files. So I'll hit refresh here, and here it told me all of the DGN files it found, and I can start expanding that tree view out and selecting the specific DGN files that I want. If you select a folder, it will down select everything underneath it. So this one's telling me, hey, there's no DGen files in that Sheets folder. If I look at roadway, I got 6 DGen files. So I can click that Sheets folder there. I selected those 6 DGen files. So now if I close this dialog, those would be the only 6 DGen files that would get processed. All right, so it says I have 6 of 30 DGen files selected. So hopefully this will dramatically speed up the load times that everyone's been having problems with, especially on those huge projects. So that's the new functionality in the filtering. So I'm going to go ahead and go back up to the query mode and just run this and show you the actions real quick. So I did pause the video and start it. It's not like, I wish it ran this fast, but it's just doing a lot of work. So you guys are used to this view, hopefully. You'll see there's those extra filters at the top. There is what you're used to, the engineering folder, discipline folder filters. But now, even if you hover over like the text, it's going to give you a little tooltip that says wildcards are accepted as an asterisk. There's a contains or an equals options for this filter. So here you see I hover over there, it says accept asterisks as wildcards to kind of help you remember. But those are just filters, so if you need just help filter that list down, nothing more than that. Just skip forward. So there's you see I'm doing a wildcard filter in a DP *2. So maybe if you want all like the DP 100 series, if you're using the series, you can do DP1 star, and that will filter out to only show you those DP files in that 100 series as an example. So moving on to, I think the coolest part is the actions. So the drop downs will get populated with everything it finds, and they will churn orange if thinks it found more than it should have, if thinks something is wrong. So you notice in the scale drop down, it populated 1 to 1 and 1 to 20. So what it's doing is it's reading the model drawing scale as well as the reference drawing scales. So for this file, it found that the sheet's at 1 to 1 and all the references are at 1 to 20. Now, if you have references at different scales, they're all going to populate here, and it's going to go orange, say, hey, I don't think this is right. You might want to take a look at this. I will default to that 1 to 20 because that's the way. If you're cutting your sheets from name boundaries, the sheet's going to be at 1 to 1. So the references should typically be the scale that you want. And now the important thing to note is when I hit that set scale, it populated those properties in this dialog, but until you hit update values, it does not go out and update the DGN file. That's how it's always worked, right? You update these values here. If you don't hit update values button, it does not persist over to the DGN file, right? So moving on to the subtitle and sheet title. So that's going to be another drop down that's going to get populated with everything that it finds. So hopefully it only finds one. I'll show you in a little bit for some files that found multiples. So this one is a plan. You see it says local name. All right, so I'm going to show this in a second here, but how do I actually get the display name of my alignment? Right now we're naming our alignments with the kind of almost cryptic CLP underbar S185. That's not what we want to show on the title sheet or the edge of the border. So what we ended up doing was we added an item type. And so right here it's showing you ODOT alignment properties it's the item type we added, and we already added it to all of our alignment feature definitions. And there are basically two properties you can fill out. There's the route type and number, and then there's a route local name. So those are two you can fill out. And then there's a Boolean, a true false value here. It says use local name. Right now it's set to true. So that last property is going to show me the local name. And that name property will switch depending on if you have use local name true or false. So if the use local name was false, then it would have used the SR185. So that name property is what all of our text favorites are going to be using, as well as what this application is going to pick up for that alignment name. Now, if this item type is missing, then it's just going to use the name of that feature. Not ideal, but I got to use something, right? So there's a little bit of a, I guess, new workflow there to get that display name added to your alignments. But that's beneficial for more than just this app, but for all like text favorites you might use in your labeling. So we have gone through our dgenlib and we've added the civil labels to use that as well. So that's all going to get released in the next push. So there you see I hit the update values and it updated those values for me. So this can be a huge time saver, I think. This will work for plan, profile, plan profile, cross sections. It's going to do all that kind of hard work. Like if you have 3 cross sections, it finds the lowest range and the highest range, and it makes that into the text that you see. So here I switched to the bulk action mode, and you can see there are some things in orange that's telling me, hey, I found something more than I thought I should find in here. And you might see those and it might be okay. Depends on how you cut those sheets. So basically, when it tries to combine all of the ranges that it finds, it's going to look at the alignment that range goes with. And it's going to start combining the ranges that are on the same alignment to get that start and end range. So those drop downs, you'll see it works for cross sections there, it populated that. So that tells me that DGen, that model, all the cross sections on that were all cut from the same alignment because there's only one in the drop down. Now you come over here and you look at this drop down that had the orange. I got a whole bunch going on. Now, if we look, those are my drainage profile runs. So each of those runs that I put on that sheet are technically from a different alignment, if you will, for that drainage run. So in this case, it's showing me orange, but I'm most likely not going to use it because those station ranges are for that network, which I'm probably not going to show. So it's going to go through everything. It's going to find all of it. So if you see orange, doesn't necessarily mean something's wrong. It just might not be relevant. But it is something you might want to look at if you see orange, because you could have messed up your plane profile sheet. Maybe it found it was on cut from two different alignments for some reason. It's got two different ranges that are showing up. Both of those ranges will show up in that drop down, and it will go orange to let you know. So a little bit of QC tried to built into this, but all you have to do in this bulk mode is you can fix those drop downs, select your sheets, and hit the apply button, and it will only apply to those. Now, I did want to show over here, and when you export to Excel, so right here I exported to Excel, you notice there are two additional columns now when you export to Excel, and it's going to show you all those found scales and found sheet ranges. So if you wanted to update maybe the drop downs from the Excel file, you can go through. It doesn't have the color coding, sorry. But you can go and update your Excel file to have the defaults that you want for those drop downs, and you can import it in. Now, when you import it, it's only going to import the default value for that action. It's not actually going to apply that action, right? Because there's a property on that Excel file for the sheet title, for the scales. So when you import, it's going to use the values for those properties. So just kind of note that's how it's working. If you update your default actions in your Excel file, when you import it in, you're still going to have to go to that bulk action mode and select your files and apply the actions. But I think this is going to be a huge time saver for filling out your sheet ranges. When I started working on this, I initially looked at what Bentley had did for their workflow, and their workflow only works if you have it set up before you cut your sheet. So we have to go into our name boundary seed files. We have to add that text favorites in the way we want it. You cut your sheet, it populates then and there, it makes it static text, but it doesn't work for item types. So if I were to set up Bentley's way of doing it, it wouldn't work for the rest of our properties. You wouldn't be able to see it, control it like we do for everything else. So I didn't want to go down that road. I think I submitted a ticket or an idea on it about making it work within item types. But because it drops it down to static text, I think it's kind of losing the power behind it. So it is not a bad workflow, but you have to have everything set up, and this way we can still update our current projects because it's just going to dynamically read those station values. So with that, I haven't released it just yet. A couple people have been testing it. There's been a little bit of inconsistency with populating the sheet ranges. So if you notice, of course it worked for me, right? And all of mine cross sections, profiles, I had all the different types. Everything was working, populated consistently. I hit refresh, I sent it out to some people to test, and the ranges weren't populating. So I've started narrowing down that, but as I mentioned, I'm not working that much right now. So I think I've narrowed it down to the area that might be causing the problem. So I was hoping to fix that before I release it. A show of hands, would you prefer I release it now, knowing that the sheet ranges might not get populated, but you get all the other functionality, or would you rather wait for it? So want it now. Want to wait. All right, that was by half and half. Okay, that did not help me.
JD, let me tell you from the team bridge, trying to populate the sheet manager takes about a half an hour. So
this would be a huge savings.
yes.
So if I push it out now, your station ranges might not get, it'll say failed to populate. It'll just tell you, it just won't work. So I really want to get the update out because there's a lot of updates in there, like those display names for the alignment, the item type that works for more than just this app. So I'm leaning towards pushing it out early, but I'm hoping I can just knock out a day and fix the problem. So that is a huge update. Hopefully you guys are excited over a lot of those updates. Trying to make it more usable. There's that item type. Just I'm not going to go over it again. But that's when I'm actually in the file, so you can see that the last property is grayed out as it's a calculated field. That just dynamically switches based on if you say true or false for the used local name. So that was added. The last thing I wanted to mention was, did you know that you can set the sheet manager up to really work for any workspace? It's all controlled through configuration variables. All of those item type properties are not hard coded in the application at all. So if you're another DOT listening, if you have another workspace, technically the sheet manager can be utilized. As long as you have item types on your sheets, you just kind of define through the config variables what it should be looking for, and it'll dynamically populate. So I took a screenshot of kind of all of the different config variables available. Now our help document for this does kind of outline that. I have helped a couple people set this up for specific situations, but does lend itself. I even let you change the loading image if you don't want the ODOT logo. There's a variable to say, hey, use this logo instead. So you can also tell it which properties the action should attach to. So even if you have different sheet title, subtitle, item type properties, the app can still attach to it. So I tried to make it dynamic so it can be applied elsewhere if needed. So with that, 5 minutes early. Any questions from anyone? Cool. Hopefully I didn't put you guys to sleep. Got some exciting stuff coming. With that, we're gonna switch the rest of the day over to Bentley. So thank you to Don Lee and Scott Urbis for coming in. We're gonna start out with Don Lee is gonna give you a Bentley what's new, kind of an update.
All right. You ready? I think we're going to get started. Scott's back, so very good. I know. I was counting the room. There's 21 sitting in the chair. There's 150 online thereabouts. How many of the 150 are paying attention? That's a different thing we got to check into. If Dan Ranke's logged in, he needs to put something in chat. That tells us he's paying attention. All right. Well, I want to start off by thanking ODOT and everybody for having us. So, for those that don't know me, my name's Don Lee. I lived here for 20 years thereabouts. So I consider Ohio pretty special. I try to be as involved as I can be, as much as you guys want me to be. And sometimes I probably purposefully try to stay away because I know I can get overwhelming with ideas and trying to do things. So I want to thank you guys for having us. We were talking about this, back in January or February, right? So we had discussed putting on an event, and we're trying to bring people back in. So in order to do that, we brought prizes. So anybody online, you ain't getting any prizes. I'm just telling you right now. So we brought prizes for anybody. We're going to do some stuff here at the end of the day, but let me get started and just kind of talk about what we got in front of us here. Make sure my clicker's working. All right, come on. All right. So I just wanted to give kind of a agenda of what we're going to be covering today and broke it out a little bit. So we're going to talk about what's new. Now, I know whenever we say this, and I actually purposefully chose not to do this, and we were talking about this earlier, I just kind of shuffled around kind of my sub-bullets here. I was going to show what's new for open roads. You can read the docs.bentley like everyone else does and read what's new. Get comfortable with it because every single time a release comes out anyhow, it's a great place to go. So I chose not to talk about that today. We're going to talk about the industry as far as the DOTs, where they're at, This is great for consultants to kind of know as far as state readiness and where people are at, especially if you're working outside of Ohio. JD's got that sheet tool you could be using in other states as an example. So let's see how they set with their readiness. AI, everybody keeps talking about it. I spend most of my time telling people that's not AI, that's just a macro. I spend most of my time saying that now. Everyone thinks any little action is AI. So we're going to talk about Bentley's perspective on it. We're going to talk about internally Bentley had a restructuring, and I'm a little biased because it's the team I'm on, but we're going to talk about what solution engineering is, which is really exciting, especially when we talk about the industry update, plans for digital delivery, things like that. How is Bentley aligned to ensure that we can help get everyone there? And then learning. So there's been some changes in learning. There's some things that we're doing, and just, in general, I think it's really good for CAD managers and others to kind of understand a process that we're finding to be very effective in transforming organizations. So there's no secret to this. We're just going to show you what it is. You're probably going to go, yeah, we're already doing that, and that's great. But if you're not, it might help improve your business. And we're going to talk about the new Bentley Learn that just came out. And then, of course, that'll be the end of my spiel. And later we'll then transition over to Scott covering plans production. That's always a fun one because there's just so many things we can do with it. And then so many things that people feel we can't. And so we'll see some things there. We'll pivot back over to myself covering some design review, and hopefully you guys are taking a look at that. And then Scott and I have this thing we call, I want to be clear, I don't think Scott's ever called it this. I've called this because Scott and I have known each other because of Ohio for 24, 25 years. Going to conferences, showing up here, complaining that they didn't do some update or some level, right? We were trying to chase down Bentley and get free drinks whenever we could at conferences, all the stuff that you do as you're in the industry, I guess. So I consider him, I guess my equal here in this, and I've kind of coined us shake and bake like Ricky Bobby. So we do this coffee corner a lot of times for tips and tricks. And I said, most people don't realize I don't prepare at all. We do this completely off the cuff live. We do when we do it. It's a little scary for people at Bentley because they're uncomfortable knowing that there's people that actually use the software that work at Bentley. Like, we can just freestyle. So we're going to try something today, and we're going to do Q&A, and we're going to challenge you guys with some things. So that one will be fun. We're going to give away prizes, and by the looks of it, almost everybody here is probably going to get a prize if you answer something. So it's looking pretty good for everybody here. So anybody online? There's hats, there's blankets, backpacks, there's water bottles. You're missing out, just saying. So enjoy your virtual prize. They could. Hey, maybe the afternoon, if you can come during lunch, do it. Let's bring those numbers up. All right, so that's our agenda. I've got a lot of slides. I'm going to go through this pretty dang fast, and hopefully I can get that clicker settled in the right place and it doesn't keep moving on me here. It's like this Superman table here. All right, so digital maturity, let's talk about this. If you guys have been keeping tabs, if we've met with you as an account, the agencies, we do this pretty regularly. We talk with them and we give them kind of a status, through kind of understanding their situation, where they're at. Just a few things to note. The industry is changing. We're all moving towards the ideas of BIM and digital delivery. You heard Rachel talk about that earlier. And just want to kind of keep you guys aware as to what's really going on. There's a lot with the agencies kind of coming together, creating joint committees on different things, just a lot of activity. Just want to make you aware of that. And so, a couple of things to keep your eyes out for, there's the pooled funds, things like that. And these agencies are doing their best to try to move towards this effort of getting to digital delivery and really just enhancing the way we do infrastructure. The next slide here I want to share with you is really just about the open roads adoption. So we'll talk about what this means in a few slides coming up, but for those of you that are consultants, I think this is always one where they're like, can I get a picture of that? If you're virtual, screen cap it. If you're here, I'll just give you the slides. What you're looking at here is essentially readiness. This means that the workspace is online by the DOT. Now, this doesn't mean that it actually can do a set of plans. It just means it's online. It means that they felt confident to put it online. So I want to forewarn you with that. You know, I worked in the industry as well. I know the surprise of like, oh, it's brand new, it's updated, it's supposed to do oh, nope, I can't even cut a title sheet or something. So just want to make you aware that this is the readiness. I think Ohio is in one of the best spots. I tend to tell our guys internally, go grab the Workspace for, you know, things like the utility standards and all that. So we're always looking to Ohio. I think they do good stuff. But if you're working in states adjacent, just realize, I think in the Midwest, we're in a pretty good spot. Now, the next slide I want to share with you has more to do with OpenBridge. So OpenBridge readiness, and this one's tricky because you got some agencies, right, like Ohio doesn't necessarily do bridge design, right, as much as the consultants do. So this is where it gets a bit challenging, right? But as Rachel and everybody, JD, have said, you know, there's no reason to stop. You know, that's a DGN file. So they accept DGN files. They have CAD standards, you know. If you need to use a tool within the Bentley family that'll solve the problem, go for it. So it's really, that should be a green, but, you know, technicalities, I guess, or formalities. But that's the readiness in the US as it stands today. Now, the next one, we're having a ramp up on iTwin Capture, formerly Context Capture. If you guys are into drones, flying, taking photos, we take the photographs and we take pixels and turn them into voxels, which create essentially three-dimensional pictures that we call reality meshes that we can transform into surfaces. I think I said that pretty succinctly. But we're seeing a good adoption of that. And this usually leads into something we'll talk about when we get into the AI. You'll see how we're starting to take something so, you know, so simple now and advancing with AI even further. And then the last thing I want to show you, this one's kind of sneaky in my opinion, and I had it hidden. Usually I hide this, but I decided to reveal it because it kind of shows like who's where and in utilization. And this is actually an interesting one. It shows the top performer. What does that really mean? It means the agency is actively using the software. Now, keep this in mind. You may be a consulting firm getting like 99% of the work and they're only doing 1% of it. So I don't know how much you want to read into this, right? If it were me, if I had my own consulting firm, I would look for one that's probably the lowest because it means that there's probably more consultant work, but one could argue it might mean they're actually not using it. They're still using V8i. So, you know, make sense of this however you feel comfortable. But just want to let you know that that's something that we've been measuring through all the activities. Now, why all of those? Well, we've been working towards this plan of getting to what we had a program called Green DOTs, and you saw that. It's how are they getting ready? How are they advancing open roads and open bridge and moving into a BIM-based design? Well, part of this is because you'll hear the term digital delivery. And when somebody asks, I've heard numerous descriptions of what it means. I've even heard some people say, you know, don't let them tell you what it means. So, you know, it's, I think we're still trying to discover what we mean by digital delivery. But the way I think of it is we've advanced to BIM. BIM's been around for a while. If you're using even Power Geopack in its infancy and you were putting geometry from open roads in it, you're already doing BIM. We've gotten a Connect edition and we've started to just let data coalesce within the DGN. Now it's truly bidirectionally associative. It is a BIM file. So how do I hand that BIM file off to somebody else? And what is it? How do we have kind of records of that, you know, understanding those transactions? So to me, digital delivery is really just BIM in motion, just the workflow of passing BIM around. And so that's how I consider it. So we have to think about, you know, this journey, and I think there'll be a better definition eventually, but we need to measure this and manage this and understand, you know, who's ready. So back to those maps, we're going to start coloring maps in now for this level of maturity. And so we're kind of changing the mapping, if you will, to start standardizing around, are they a green DOT for both open roads and open bridge? Because unless you don't have a single bridge in your whole state, you kind of need a BIM model of a bridge, right? You can't just ignore that. So from a Bentley perspective, we're saying if they have open roads and open bridge adoption, they've already met the first level. So they've at least aligned with setting BIM packages. And this is from Bentley's perspective. Somebody out there will say, well, what about Revit, Don? That's fine. They're doing BIM. I mean, I guess they have readiness. But as we look towards this, you're going to see agencies are already doing this now. Many of them are starting to develop a plan. You have to have an execution plan, right? We got to, just like we create roadway plans, we don't just go out and build the road, we build plans. So we have to build the plan. Then what we're going to do is start executing on it and constructing this idea of what digital delivery is. We're going to test it. And then finally, the end all goal, and some states are a little bit further along on this than others, is model as a legal document. You'll hear mauled, all sorts of, I don't like that term mauled. But this is where kind of the future is. We're trying to remove paper plans out of the conversation. And I say we, I mean the industry, not Bentley. Just to be clear, we're just along for the ride. So just keep this in mind. This is something we're working on. This is kind of our simple little example. And as one example, Arizona DOT is already in the process. I helped build out their digital delivery plan with an organization. And we've actually built what it would take to execute on it. And they're in the process now. So in about 2 years, they're hoping to be there. And their state's already working on transforming to model as a legal document at a political level. So that's the update as it relates to the industry. And I've got a lot of slides, so I'm going to have to go a little bit faster here for y'all. But the next thing I want to talk about is Bentley's AI kind of directions. So we are working on AI. We've been working on AI for many, many years, as a matter of fact. A lot of people don't know we've acquired companies more than 5 years ago. And I think even earlier that were AI companies. So we've been invested in it. Where we are today, everyone is working towards building that physical asset. And Bentley's approach was to create a digital twin, right? We're trying to get our ducks in a row. Essentially, it's kind of like taking what we knew of Cadd levels, when everybody had their own levels, everyone had their own standards, and we said that's not going to work. Got all have our same standards and get governance and get everybody in order. Then we evolved the BIM, said everybody got to get their BIM stuff in order. Well, Bentley's now moving to this idea of a digital twin. So all that data can coalesce in one space, both the components, the understanding of it from a variety of contexts, and then be able to ship through time chronologically. So if we can achieve the 3 C's, we've got a digital twin. And I like to think of it, just because I like throwing more letters at it here, another C is channels. So we've got channels of information. It's not just about a CAD file. It could be streaming photogrammetry and things like that that's coming in, schedules, other details. So you got to think, when we talk digital twin, this is critically important, it's about data. Data is the key here. Everything that we have ever been working towards is just data, simply put. And so why is that important? Well, this is where we can start doing linkages between digital twins and a variety of different capabilities. And we're doing it by channeling through all this data. And so if you can imagine, the digital twin is essentially a hub of information. So we started adapting it and adding just different analytical models over top of it and things of that nature. We're leveraging that data almost, I would say, we're beyond the 2.5D of GIS. We've gone even further. So here's some examples. These are all available today. This is nothing you couldn't do today, of how we're leveraging the digital twin and all that information from a variety of sources as it coalesces within that space, to be able to do capabilities such as this. So as you can see, we're going through in some cases and labeling things, showing the reality mesh through different sequenced events. In some cases, we're tapping into sensors and getting actual feedback. We're just pinning them to a 3D model. To be fair, that model doesn't actually have to be there. You just could pin sensors in space, I suppose, but it doesn't really mean much when you don't have anything to align to. Another example here, traffic. So we're looking at, traffic, and we can see, obviously green is good and red is bad. Even my mom can figure out how to read this map, and that's my measure of success. If mom knows what I'm doing, then I've done it right. So as we can see here, we're just taking data and now kind of joining it all together. And so if information is the key, where can we take that information and go further? So one of the first projects we've been working on for a while now, I'd say, I don't know, maybe 9 months. So that's a while at Bentley, is our design automation. So we're working on a project right now, and there are some accounts out there that are working with us on this effort. And we're focusing around the site industry at the moment because it's a little bit simpler than doing a massive highway. And so, for example, imagine I've got an area of interest, a site that I want to work on, and I want to kind of better understand that site and balance my earthwork based on some ideas that I have conceptually. What we're doing is leveraging technologies to now understand the cut and fills and give us just some suggestions around it. It is truly a co-pilot. AI is not intended from Bentley's perspective to replace anyone's role whatsoever at this time. I say at this time because I can only speak for today, right? I have no idea about 10 years from now. But, then users can come through and continue to do the same work that they would do, here in their site design. So it's about trying to help you do things faster. That's all. You're still going to pilot this. How do we take something like that and take it into one of the most touchy subjects, I would say, these days is drawing production. It's one that everybody's always challenged with. And I know Scott and I both take stabs at plans production all the time. I've got some scholars in the room, so the scholars know how to do some of the plans production. How do we take it even further with AI? Well, imagine if we had tools that allowed us to automatically annotate. And I know you're probably thinking, yes, we've already seen drawing model annotation. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the fact that the labels know they're going to be in the way of the other labels and move. So some of what we're doing here, just so y'all are aware, is taking this idea, and this project that you're looking at, we used Copilot. We gathered the specifications of the area that we're going to be doing this project on and some examples, and we told Copilot, this is the information, and it read everything. So then we could ask it questions, and it would tell us, yes, you got to have this much buffer, or you've got to have this thick of concrete, or this is the materials that you're required to have, in order to, if it were a building, to have it styled to meet the local requirements. And so we're taking information like that, and we're feeding it into a system that's allowing us to still do design, but also not question our designs as much. We can come back, and all that information, when we put it in AI, just to be clear, we can come back and challenge and check too. So we're not just throwing it into this big black box and saying, I don't know, the computer did it, right? I know that used to work with calculators. People would be like, I don't know, that was the answer. Well, how'd you get to it? I just typed it in and it gave it to me. I have no idea. That doesn't fly. Just want to be clear for anybody who's just getting out of getting out of school into the real world. We have to justify everything. So we're doing the same with AI here. Now, this is where I'm going into our reality management side of things. And I was talking about iTwin Capture. We have extended what we do with iTwin Capture. This is available today. Those first two things I just showed, those aren't available. That whole like automatically label, automatically balance looks really cool. Coming soon, just to be very clear. Dan knows I'm a big fan of telling people that, like, if it's not ready, I'm going to tell you it's not ready, because I don't want you walking out of here going, oh my gosh, I'm going to automatically label and I'm going to take Friday off and go play video games or something. I don't know. But those two things are not available yet, but this is, and this is our crack detection. So a lot of times you got to think about all the drone footage we have. We fly drones, capture all this information, we turn them into reality meshes. Well, think about the safety aspect, think about the schedule, think about shutting down an airport runway because you have to go survey cracks. It makes no sense. If you can fly a drone, or you can use technologies to rapidly capture that area, you can limit the time that they have those, the schedule, closed for, we can come back and do more work. And so here, what we're looking at is AI is essentially looking over the reality mesh, understanding the cracks themselves, and you can challenge it with different severity ratings and run reports and all sorts of stuff. But the idea is, I lived in Tampa, Florida before I moved to Ohio years ago in the 90s. I had to walk up and down Dale Mabry. So if you've ever been to Tampa, it goes from MacDill Air Force Base all the way north out through the annex, and it's a really long road, and it's all concrete slabs. And I had to go walk and count every single one and determine if they were cracked enough for one summer in Florida of all times. It was not fun. And then the surveyors probably know this firsthand of the safety aspect of cars. You put the cones or the vest, they're still going to try and run you over. So it's just, it is what it is. And I can't imagine with cell phones now. Oh my gosh. But this is a much faster method. Let's talk about another area, and I know ODOT was really excited. We were talking this morning about this. If you're not aware, and I'm talking even to the consultants here on this is really cool technology. It's called Blinksy. We acquired this company a little while ago. We're going to have hats as prizes as an example today. And it allows us to use cameras, some that are already on your cars, by the way. It's a little weird when I tell people that, to automatically detect the road and pick up all of these objects. And so this is a really cool system. So I'm just going to play the video because it does a better job than I do. All right, let's get in here, make sure this plays. There we go. All right. So what we're looking at is a product there called Paver, and it's going through, and this is the camera understanding the imagery, and it's using image detection to pick up things like the signs. Imagine doing a sign inventory automatically. I walked around the city of Columbus for DLC Corporation in early 2000s, and I had to go take pictures of signs, and I absolutely hated it. To think that I could just lazily say, yes, I want all of the imagery data of these streets, and can you give me an inventory, and that'll be done, is pretty fantastic. So this technology has a couple of options just to be aware. Users can actually use cameras and mount the cameras like on vehicles, you know, surveyors or the DOT could mount them and use cameras themselves, or there's essentially a subscription of sorts where you pay over certain mileposts. And all of the users' public data, their cameras on their cars as they're driving around, there's a couple of vendors, I'll just say that make the cameras for GM, Ford, and others. It's part of the terms and conditions, so I know it sounds scary, but that is anonymous. They grab it and they just give it to you. So it's a pretty cool technology, and I don't know how they pulled that off, but I still think that's pretty cool. I do encourage you guys to go to blinksy.com because we recently released a map of all the United States for the roads over 35 miles an hour. And we did a study on the reflectivity. So you can actually go see it on there, go sign up and check it out. It's pretty neat. So that is our Blinksy software. And yes, we got some pretty cool ball caps that we're going to cover there. But that's the end of the AI. So just so you guys are aware, that's what we either have out today or we have coming. And that's as it relates to transportation. Other people are like, well, that's it. I'm not going to show you plant because you're not doing plant stuff. We've got AI all over the place. So one example, just because I said plant, we can actually take old plans that are scanned in 2D and P&ID them automatically through AI and then give you kind of a confidence measure. So, you know, if there's drafting mistakes and things like that in it, and maybe it looks like one thing, but it's actually another, you can correct it. So there are things that we have within Bentley, but they're tools to aid you guys as users. Literally, that's why Microsoft calls it Copilot. It's meant to be, you know, at your side, not replace you. And Bentley kind of has that same belief as well. And it's worth noting everything that we've shown today when it comes to the data. It's your data. We don't want to know anything about it. It's yours. So as far as the way the AI runs, it's all sandboxed within your environment, your domain, the whole bit. So it's not scary like some people are thinking it is with other organizations. All right, I'm going to go through this piece faster because this feels like a shameless plug, but it's important to note that Bentley's transformed their organization. We recently went through kind of a major reorg. For those that don't know, we have a new CEO. So Nicholas Cummings has now taken the role of CEO since July. Greg Bentley is the last of the Bentleys that's now retired. He's on the board, but you know, this is truly a organization led by just a whole new bunch of leadership. And as such, they've kind of changed the way we do things. So we've added what's called a solution engineering team. Now, the purpose of this team, I used to work in services. You guys used to have to call and say, I want to pay to go do something. And then I show up and I would do whatever you needed done, right? Well, it only works so much. You're buying software, you're trying to train, you've got a project schedule. Now you're being asked to buy this guy who's going to show you how to use the software. That's still available, but we wanted to try to do a little bit more, I don't want to say pro bono, but it feels pro bono to kind of help you guys along. So our goal is to look at the way you guys do business and refine the workflows, find gaps, not only gaps in your organization's workflow, but gaps in our software. And so I enjoy this part because if I find something missing in the product, then I get to go tell somebody. What you might think, well, Couldn't you have done that the whole time? Yes, I could, but I don't have the teeth that I have now. I can actually just go give it to somebody up top, and now it comes down, which is really nice. So our team's built with expertise. So like myself, I've got 30 years in the industry, 30 something, I don't know. So everybody on our team has experience. We're focused on integrations. I'm not just an open roads guy. Our team is not just open roads. We're digital delivery. So like from concept all the way through to construction, operations, and maintenance, and every product and how they all work together. So it's fun. We look at different workflows and we try to craft them and design them and say, this is the best way to do something, until there's another better way, of course. And then we just generally look for areas to improve. So that's the team's purpose. We have lots of people on the team all over the world. So I'm not going to read all those titles off, but here's an example. This is something we worked on recently. So imagine you have a surveyor goes out, flies a drone, and you want to see it on a map because you might be a manager. You don't have all that technology. And while you're looking at that, you also want to see geotech and how that kind of interfaces with it, because these were all separate files before. So let's understand where the geotech is, and perhaps let's also look at how Bridge was working on their bridge and how this is all going to kind of converge and come together. And while we're at it, you know, once this thing goes to construction, of course, you end up with a bridge, right? So let's put the real bridge there instead. And so the idea is we're taking the idea of allowing data to coalesce and leveraging the chronology to be able to better understand this project, you know, from birth all the way through to demolition eventually. And while we're at it, let's sensor it. So then we can actually use it from a maintenancing standpoint. So that's essentially an example of what we're doing. Now, what you saw was just a model. Yes, I know I didn't show plan sheets or anything like that, but that's not to say that we don't have things like that. But our process is simple. We discover things, we qualify them. Does it make sense? We start to design those things. Then we'll show them with somebody. Like maybe I'll come back and show JD something and say, hey, we built this really neat process. And well, could you do this or that instead? Yeah, let's see if we can figure that out. And then we'll start implementing it. So this is where the first 4 are really what I do, and the last 2 are where somebody else does them. So at one point we define this as the template, rinse, wash, repeat. And so the idea is through this, we can be very effective as an industry, as a community, if we're all doing things roughly the same way. It just makes sense if we're all doing it the same way. The handoffs are so much easier. And so we cover the whole stack. So from a transportation perspective, you know, you can see all these products. ProjectWise is literally an afterthought for me most times. I mean, it's so woven and embedded in everything I do now. I just move on. And most of the time, the ProjectWise guys, I'll admit, get a little upset because I tend to almost oversell it, I guess, accidentally, which is kind of funny. But I'm like, it's really cool and it works great. Why do it on desktop? So an example of what we've been doing is for transportation, think about if we can take these ideas and templatize them and think about what it means to be digital delivery. So I took, you know, our road and bridge process, as you think of it, and just said, you know, we create stuff, we design some things, and we're going to have to hand them off. Like that's like very generically the process. What does it mean to create things? Well, we've got surveyors, they go grab things and they get information for us. And then design, I made that the smallest one. I know that's usually like most of the work, not to diminish us, but I think we know that work. And then the delivery, well, you got to go through Q&A and then you go through management of those deliverables. And that really would be a process. If we took that idea and broke it up, what are the capabilities or ideas of concern within those ranges? We start to define them, and then I align them with products. And I've actually made the joke, I repeatedly say it, our job is to actually have you use fewer products. That sounds horrible to say, but I'd rather you use one product 100% of the time than like 10 products like 2% of the time. And yes, I know it doesn't add up to 100%, because usually you're frustrated and you're using other products on top of that. But the idea here is we're trying to get you guys in good alignment with solutions that make sense. I've seen people use the wrong solution, like most commonly is Open Roads to say do a proposal. I go crazy over that because most of the time I'm like, you're just doing concepts. You would be better off in concept station. And we really need to have a discussion around why it makes sense to use one over the other. So we'll help define things like that. But I'm not saying you always one or the other. Every circumstance determines what to do there. But as we take those ideas, we start to put them together into even bigger pieces. So you'll notice it's small chunks that are starting to build up into the work that we do. And so starting to break these up into what we call workflows. And so if you can imagine, well, I've already got ProjectWise, but I don't have open roads. We know exactly where to come in and what parts to do and how much to do. And so it's making it easier for everybody to be able to be templatized and consistent. And so this is just an example of our kind of maturity plan around this process. Arizona DOT, I can comment on, this is exactly what we're implementing for them. It's like textbook. I believe it was HDR that helped write the original digital delivery plan. They then said, we want Bentley to come in and take a look at our plan and see what makes sense. And we came back and said, this is the order you should do things in, exactly in this order, and you'll get it done by this date. I think it was like 2 years and 2 weeks or something to be exact. But as we take those milestones, those workflows, we start to break them up into essentially steps to get there. And I want you to think about anything we ever do and ignore this whole, what software you're using. A lot of times we have to understand something, right? So survey, they go out and understand the existing condition. And then what happens? Comes in-house, people have to, they see the existing, they come up with a solution, they work on that solution, and then effectively when they're done, they hand it off. So it's kind of like broken up into kind of 3 parts. Well, I think of it just like that. So we assess the existing condition, but here's the thing. It's not just how you use your software, but it's how much you know about your software. So that's something we'll talk about. I always tell everybody, at Bentley, when you're leveraging our software, it's like we sold you the car, but do you have a license to drive it? And I've seen some people do some dangerous things, even in my Geopack days, so it's always there. There's always that one guy in the cube next to you that you're like, oh, they're working on my project. Well, help them get better. So that's the idea here. This plan, as we look at it, is just an example of what we do to kind of take people through, this digital delivery kind of goal. And so these are all colored in. In this particular example, they're usually all grayed out. And then what we'll do is we'll meet with an organization and say, hey, you need these things. So I kind of look at it as a drive-through menu. I'm taking your order. And then I just go, Dan's an ESM over here, a success manager. I'm like, hey, Dan, there's the menu. Go make the burgers and stuff and the fries. And Dan doesn't actually make the burgers. Dan's the manager that tells the fry guy to make the fries and the other guy to make the burger. He's got a sweet job. He just tells people what to do. But essentially, you're looking at a couple of templates here. And you can see for each product pathway, we're trying to see how that fits into digital delivery. We're very specific, surgically breaking it down into digestible chunks. And that way, when we sit with an account, we can look and see, oh, you're almost completely open roads ready or open bridge ready, but you need these couple of things you're still missing in order to close the gap. Some, they say, I don't know anything, I want it all. Well, then you just color everything in and say you need all of this. But this is essentially our I guess our blueprint, if you will. I hate to use that term to do that. So what's an example of that look like? I showed you only the model earlier, but I didn't really show you in an immersed environment. So here is an example where we start with Bentley Infrastructure Cloud. Now, when you're accessing your ProjectWise, if you're doing it straight through client, that's fine, but I'd encourage you to use the web. There's so much more. It's not just for designer drafters, it's for project managers as well. I think that's where a lot of people lose out on the advantages here, but we can use that to get out into our product. So in this case, I used it to jump through ProjectWise Explorer and get right into my CAD files. And I'm sure you guys are familiar with this. We've got a surveyed terrain, going to set it active. As soon as I do, because of the relationships of open roads, we can see that, that existing ground through our profile view. You guys are probably very familiar with the performance of open roads around just decorating and stylizing it and such. So, unlike Geopack, you used to always have to go to DNC and clear it if the geometry changed and reprint it. The great thing is we can stylize it now with our annotation groups. And as changes to geometry occur, they change. This is not anything unusual, but you'd be surprised a lot of users don't understand those capabilities. Border modeling, I think you guys as well. ODOT's one of the strongest states, Ohio is, as far as capabilities around this. But You know, the process of quarter modeling is pretty straightforward. These are all referenced. I'm using ProjectWise. All of this is interconnected through Bentley Infrastructure Cloud, and it really doesn't look like I'm doing anything more than my usual job. That's the idea, right? Keep it simple. And so while we're working on the quarter model, you guys know we can, you know, change our mind about things. You know, they told you all of a sudden it's Friday. They're like, no, I need to do divided roadway. So you can go in very quickly and swap that out, of course. So this is, again, nothing unlike, you know, or are doing today with open roads. And so the idea here is getting the users comfortable with the workflow. Started in the web. It was very, very small moment in the web. Jumped right into how I do business every day. And I'm just doing business. But the thing is, like for my CAD managers, BIM managers, the leadership, my client, I'm already starting to feed this and funnel it through this pathway of digital delivery. And I don't even know I'm doing it. That's the key here. Running reports, of course, you can see. So nothing unusual. Now I'm a bridge user. Now, ODOT, cover your eyes because I know you don't do this. But for the consultants in the room, I had to make a joke about that. Consultants in the room, they can attach those roadway files, right? The terrain and such. So same process. And as you can see here, we're zooming in. And this is the same information, but for OpenBridge users. Now, if for anybody who doesn't use OpenBridge, I want to just tell you it's very similar to Open Roads. It's still got a wizard. So when we go through quarter modeling, I don't know if you ever recognize the process is asking you questions and bang, you have a quarter model before you know it. OpenBridge is the same way. So they're going to throw a conceptual model in. Very clear. Anybody can do this. You don't have to be a bridge engineer to make a bridge. You just have to be a bridge engineer to make a bridge barely work, I guess is the joke, right? Something like that, barely work. And so in this instance, we're pulling up standards, decks, things like that. This is templates, if you will. It's just the bridge version of it. Establishing start and stop limits and answering just a few other details, as you can see. And we're going to produce a bridge. And it's for a first bridge, it's not going to look great, but it'll be an acceptable bridge because once we've just answered the series of two-dimensional questions, we get a bridge. And we can come through and then we can essentially start to better understand it. So see, clearly it didn't sit right, but that's all right. We can change a couple of things, change the skew, change the lengths, things of that nature, and start to, you know, refactor a little on this. Now, if you're a bridge engineer and you don't open OpenBridge and you're only using Leap, I want to tell you there's a massive time savings here. And this is an example of where our team comes in to talk about gaps. So in this instance, a massive gap is that bridge engineers don't want to use CAD. They just draw it up, they want to analyze, and they give it to a drafter, and the drafter drafts it. And then they change the analysis, and then they redraft it, and they tell them they redraw. It's a process, back and forth, back and forth. If we can get our users excited, for example, in this, and this is one of the major leaps forward, we can compress and close those gaps, compress the schedule, is that a lot of users don't realize the bridge model can actually just be read right into Leap. So what this user just did with OpenBridge, he may be just a drafter, answered a few series of general questions. He had no idea the real start and stops. He didn't even know the real skew angle, but he knew we need a bridge here because obviously road's got a big old gap there. There's no bridge. And just like that, they can load this bridge in. So now the bridge engineer can actually look at this and begin to do his analysis and refactor this bridge. Now, magic, get ready for it. There you go, more beams. I didn't want you to see all the boring analysis stuff. What we're looking at here is they did their analysis. They recognized they needed the beams weren't, spacing wasn't adequate. There wasn't enough beams for it for the load. Whatever the case may be. And at this point, they're going to save this out and sync it back into the model. So the drafter designer, maybe not a bridge engineer, just to be clear, even maybe it was me that made the bridge. I'll make it sound really bad. I did the bridge, which is funny because I actually started my career in bridges. But I did the bridge, didn't know what I was doing and said, here, bridge engineer, what do you think? And he's like, oh, this is awful. He analyzes it, said, this is what it really needs to look like, hands it back to me. We look at the changes. So it's not just going to magically change. You got to approve them. And then once we go through the approval process, you'll see there. Now it's redesigned the bridge. And so we're able to work better together, streamline the workflow, close a bunch of gaps up that we had that were real time wasters. That's part of what our team does. And so in the case of this story that I just showed, most of the open road stuff was very, just, yeah, nothing new there, Don. But the bridge side, hopefully you got something out of it. And from that, we can feed that back to ProjectWise and ultimately synchronize an iTwin from that. That 3D model that I made becomes an iTwin just like that. And then the design review team, which we'll talk about later today, can mark it up. And then we can look at things like the performance of our project, like not just looking at Deltec and seeing are we profitable, but let's look at where we are on activities related to it around the files themselves. So that's what the team effectively does here. So we work towards things like that. So that's solution engineering. Now I'm going to jump over to an update we have around learning. The first part is learning workflows. So essentially, this is a new kind of campaign, if you will, that we're starting to implement. And so just a couple of things on this agenda. Who's the team? What are these assessments you're talking about? Why do we want Bentley accreditations? How do we even go down this pathway, so to speak? So when you think about Bentley as a whole, we've got our product development guys, and they do research. They figure out this is how a tool, that we need to make a tool. Then it gets over to somebody like Scott, who builds the content. Hey, we've made a tool. We need to show people how to use it. So Scott actually comes through and builds content around it. So anything you've ever done for any Bentley Civil online training, this guy probably built it or had somebody on his team build it. So they create it. Then our team, we actually propose it. So we go back to that menu I talked about. I start talking to maybe, the guys at Structure Point and Steffi, and I find out he's like, hey, my surveyors are great, but we're having problems with the transportation group's drainage team. Not uncommon. Everybody's having challenges in that area. So we'll go look at it. We then come back and say, oh, they need to do these kind of courses. And if they do these, they'll be good. And if we look at you guys overall, we'll see that was really only the piece you were missing. So that's what our team does. And then eventually it goes to our team that delivers it. So I give those things to Dan. Dan gives them to somebody else and they get to do them. So what are assessments? So we have, I guess, historically just shown up and said, hey, we're Bentley. And you're like, hey, I heard about open roads. We need training. Okay. And we just train like everybody. Well, what if the guy already knows the course? Like I've had people in my trainings, I've trained thousands of people, and you can tell right away a guy's asking questions like no one in the room understands. I'm like, he doesn't even need to be here, and he's going to just confuse everybody. So it works both ways, right? We want to make sure that we compress for you guys because it's all overhead when you put guys in training. So we want to be mindful of that, but we also want to make sure that the people that don't know aren't getting overwhelmed by these high-level guys that are accidentally in the class. So our assessments are a way for us to just measure. And I encourage you guys, if you're trying to do this as an organization now, we can connect you and get you on this pathway. But we've got assessments which are 50-question quizzes, if you will. We call them assessment for HR reasons, I guess. But the maximum time limit is 60 minutes. And the average global time is 18 minutes. So globally, it takes 18 minutes to do one of these. What we've been trying to do is give people a window. So we'll give you a 1-week window. Like you say, hey, we want to do one of these. So Bentley, if you're working with us, we'll get with you and we'll issue links to do the assessments based on your organization. Oh, you're a road company or you're a road and bridge. Let's get you these. And we give you a kit. You email it out. We give a 1-week window. We cut it off. We wait another week just in case, because there's always somebody that doesn't believe in cutoffs. And then we'll generate a report. And that report will show you like where everybody was. Did they pass? Did they fail? Strengths, weakness type of thing. And so we feel it's more effective to be able to condense it down because some people, they have hundreds to train. Wouldn't it be nice to know you only have like 40 to train instead of hundreds? So we want to, propose that. And why accreditation? Well, I gave that example. You bought the car, but do you have a license to drive it? And so I use that analogy all the time. I'm like, you just want a brand new sports car. You were gifted an amazing sports car. And you got a friend who's like, can I drive it? He has no insurance, no driver's license. Would you let him drive it? Most people would say no. Why are we doing that with our projects? Why are we doing that as a company? Why are we putting people in the driver's seats and they don't have a license to drive? So the general idea is let's get some accreditation. And so essentially through that, yes. Mm-hmm.
We have guys try to get their credit, but so we were paywall off of it, and we could.
I would need to know, is it Premier Scholar? That's the only one you can't. Every other one is free. We'll hook you up. Don't worry about it. Problem solved. All right. So yes, if there's any word of paywalls, let us know. There's no paywalls on the accreditation, just to be clear. So, all right. So the whole program's goal is to really just help recognize the abilities. We've never, just like engineers have a PE, right? You have guys that are now piloting technology, creating data, and they're essentially going to pollute your data lake if they don't know what they're doing. And when we go to AI and understanding data, if it's not clean data, it's not going to be clean results. AI already hallucinates. Can you imagine what happens if you've got polluted data? So the process goes through a series of steps. Essentially, typically we say, hey, you should have some experience. You should probably do some training. You should probably do some assessments, and then you can get accredited. And we've got some accreditations. So I know I just ran through that fairly quickly, assessments, accreditations, but then if you looked at that, the assessments came up again. We're actually using assessments without any of the other stuff done, just as a prerequisite to figure out if you need training, just to be clear. Some people just get the badge automatically, and it's like, great. Why go through the hassle of all of taking these tests and doing all these trainings just to get the badge if you can just go right to success? So we do have a couple. So you'll see we have Open Bridge, Open Roads, as well as MicroStation as it relates to transportation. And it does go through Credly. So if you guys are using any other industry ones, Microsoft, Autodesk, Esri, everybody's really using Credly. So we're in alignment with that as well. And if you're on my LinkedIn, you're probably annoyed because half of my posts are like, got another thing. I just do it just to do it now. But let's talk about the training. This is actually interesting. I'm really kind of feel weird here. I feel like Scott should be talking about this piece, but this is his slide, so I'll do my best. So essentially, think about this as gamified learning. So as you go through and you achieve, right? Then you find out the guy next to you achieved as well. I know that doesn't fly with me. Like if Scott's like, hey, I just got this badge. I'm like, well, yeah, I got 2 badges. And then Scott will be like, all right, whatever. And then he'll be like, hey, did you see I got another badge? And then I'll look and he'll have like 3. Wait, he didn't even tell me about the 2. So now I got to get more. And what happens is we're just trying to challenge ourselves to get better. So the idea is gamified learning. Think about this assessment. If we take the assessment and we don't pass, we would go to our fundamental training. But if we do pass, let's just skip that, get you the basic accreditation and move on through the story. So we'll jump ahead. And then you can go through the other tiers. It is worth noting on the very end, the only paywall we currently have, if you want to call it a paywall, is the Premier Scholar program. So if you're not an E365 account, that's a program that's just exclusive to those accounts. We got Bruin in here. We've got, Matt in here. I'm trying to look like any other. No, Kyle. Oh yeah, Kyle. Where are you at? In the back. There you are. So we've got a couple of you guys that are Premier Scholars, and it's pretty fun. That's more of a proving ground than anything. But the idea here is we're trying to gamify the learning. Think about your audience. Think about your users. Think about yourself. What does it mean to have these? I do know that nowadays most employers are asking. They're looking for people with them. They just don't want to have to guess. They don't know. Gone are the days when I used to do job interviews and I had GeoPack criteria on my resume, and every single hire go, oh, criteria, cool. I heard about that. There's only one guy, he's in the back here, that actually asked me real questions around criteria. And I almost took the job because I was like, he actually respects the skill. But I didn't, but it was probably a good call. But at any rate, it means something because it's measurable now. In the past, you put anything on your resume. I can put stuff on my resume now. What does that really mean? The accreditations, though, I think are a really good way to say on the Bentley kind of stair steps, you're getting somewhere. Just a little background on this. If you talk about our roadmaps for learning, we've got a series of courses. We encourage you guys to take a look at them. When you do the assessment, you kind of skip that whole area. So you can see it's a really powerful way. If you use the assessment program, you could really jump ahead if you pass. If you don't, that's a lot of effort that your organization may have to invest in. And it's okay if they have to. It just means, you probably needed that training anyhow. But it's important to make sure, and you'll notice like things, the fundamentals like drawing essentials and all that, that's critically important. If you don't know the basics of MicroStation and yet you're piloting open roads, it gets a little scary. It's kind of like knowing that sports car. Oh, I can race it, but I don't know what that brake pedal does. Like that gets dangerous, right? So, it's important to understand those pathways. And so the skills are broken out. Just want to point out, we've got an open roads modeling one. We've got a couple of different accreditation badges for those. We've got an open bridge one as well. Same thing applies. Just want to be clear. And then if you're into the detailing, that's an optional pathway. And you'll notice it's a little bit more compressed for users. We do have a Premier Scholar for that. And so, of course, each of these accreditations are built around different ideas. Scott's built all of these. Now, when we think about this, this is a journey, and we're going to forever learn. I hate to tell you, we're going to forever learn. We're always learning. But it's a step process. This whole idea is to make it simpler for organizations and individuals on how to get there. So I encourage you guys to assess your team, then determine who needs trained. And then if you're in our E365 program, you can do what's called coaching, and our guys will come in and help further refine around your project. And ultimately, we've seen a lot of success with that. So since I've been gone, since I moved from Ohio, I moved to Austin. During the pandemic, I was coaching and doing all these things. I mean, I was coaching like every single darn day around the country, helping people on their projects. And many a times I was helping them, but I was helping them on basics. Like we weren't actually doing real work. It was frustrating. And I'd be like, you got to get the training. You got to get the training. You're wasting my time. You're wasting your company's time, your time. You're going to be late on the schedule. It's not looking good. And so we had to come up with a better way. We think this is a better way. So how do you get started? Well, contact Bentley. So I'm going to keep it that simple because there's nuances to it if you're an E365 or not, that type of thing. But please let us know. There are free offerings for everyone, so it's not like everything costs credits or anything like that. So just want to bring that to your attention. And I'm keeping my eye on the clock. We only got 5 minutes. I want to share one final detail here. Bentley Learn. So on Bentley Learn, we just updated it. So over the 4th of July, you probably saw all these warnings just weeks prior across the top of Bentley Learn. And if you hadn't, I'm sorry, because you lost your transcripts and all that, because it was telling you might want to download them. There's no way I'm going to download. What did I tell you? How many did I have? It was like 6,000. I had like 6,000 transcripts. Now, keep in mind, like over 30 years at Bentley, and it's been around for 20, I think. The system, I'm not going to download those. Honestly, who cares if I knew MicroStation XM? Like that day's gone. I'm not going to put that on my resume. But yeah, some of the people in the room are like, XM, what is he, like the radio? But just want to make you aware, there's a new Bentley Learn. And myself, Scott, and others, we were adamant to test this. I can't apologize enough for Communities. Had nothing to do with it. Really upset because I was the owner of the ODOT Communities page originally. I convinced this guy, like, this is the mechanism, this is the future. Integrate under the Bentley umbrella because you can go to all the DOTs in there. And we were working on it. There's Texas, there's Virginia, there's Ohio, there's others. We're trying to get it so consultants just go to one place and they're going to go, oh, I need to see Ohio today. I need to see Texas today. And years ago, somebody managed a whole bunch of bookmarks. It was nuts to have to go to all the bookmarks back in the day. What was that? Oh, I can't even get in. Don't worry about it. I still can't get in. So I think Scott might be able to. So anyhow, I didn't want anything to do, or I didn't want anything to happen to Learn like happened to Communities. And they continue to pursue it. Like the apology letter came out, all this stuff. I mean, I'm adamant. Like I've been telling people through the tippity top. And just jumping all the way to the top and saying, did you see what's going on? Because sometimes it gets hidden from leadership. So making sure that we're sounding the alarms and everybody knows about that one. And they're going to fix it. But Bentley Learn, we tested it. Fantastic. I can't say it enough. Amazing. Great system. It's replacing what you guys knew as Learn Server. Not that you care about the terminology, but it's called Bentley Learn. And it's essentially, if you type today, I know it says learning.bentley.com, but I tested both. So if you go to learn.bentley.com, it will auto redirect to learning.bentley.com. So if you saved a bookmark, it'll take you to it. What do you mean no? Go to learn.bentley.com. Do you know how to type in a domain name? Hang on. All right, type in learning, entertain me. Let's see if it's under maintenance because, oh, your internet's still searching. You got like, he's got a lot of tabs open. He's one of those guys. All right, so at any rate, try learn.bentley.com. If it doesn't work, that's fine. Go to learning.bentley.com. Now, here's an important thing to note. User access, if you've already been to it before to Learn Server, it's the same. It's just going to take you right into the new system. It may ask you questions. So it asked me questions about my profile. We just want to make sure that you're still you, living where you say you do and all that. And maybe you're no longer in transportation, you're in the oil and gas industry. We don't know. So we're going to ask you those details because they want to make sure when the page is curated, it's meant around what your wants and needs are. And so if you're a new user, you're going to go through a registration process. That's simple. But what are the real benefits here of this and how is it different? Well, I'm going to tell you right away, performance. Man, is it fast. Like I literally was trying to make it slow because we all know how to make Learn Server slow. You just go to it. But on this one, I kept searching for like all courses and like 3,400 courses came up. And then I couldn't believe how snappy and fast it was. So it's a completely brand new system. And I know it's a brand new system. It's a totally different vendor. The navigation's so much easier and better. It's cleaner looking. The organization of things are just so much more improved. Your accreditations are actually visible in there. And so, yeah, just search is really, really great too. And I want to just make you aware, this isn't it. So that's the important piece. So when you go to it, that's not it. It's the first phase. The whole purpose was just get the data in there, get you acclimated to it. That's it. That was phase one. Phase two is going to be add all the cool stuff. So there's like powerful AI functions and things that are built within it. Really a lot of cool capabilities. I will tell you my personal favorite. When you watch a video, how many times have we gone to Learn Server? You start watching that thing about terrain. All of a sudden you get a Teams post. So you got to answer something really quick. And then you're like, you want to get back to your video or whatever it is, and it's finished. Well, then you're like, all right, I want to play it again. When you go to play it again, it just starts at the beginning and plays. Well, the really cool thing, and it does differentiate it from the old Learn Server, is even if I paused it, even if I closed the Learn Server page, like shut down my browser and everything and rebooted my computer, and I come back, wherever I stopped the video, it remembers. That's a small detail for me that's like massive. Like I just want to be able to just stop a long video, go away for 3 days, come back and just pick up right where I left off. For me, that's worth it. So I know that's not, you might not care, but for me, that's probably the biggest piece. And with that, I was over by 3 minutes.
All right, guys, we're going to get started back up here. So I went online. Hopefully you guys can hear me. But we're going to move on to the next presentation. Scott Urbis. He's going to go over some plan preparation stuff.
All right. Looks like we still got some people out and about in the room, so I'll give it a minute or so for them to come back in before we get started. See, Don's back. That's good. He watered his coffee down. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone. Thanks for having me down. I haven't been down here to one of these meetings in quite a few years, so it's kind of nice to be back here in the room to present to everyone in Ohio. Again, my name is Scott Urbis. I work for Bentley Systems. I'm currently the manager of our civil content development team, and we're mainly responsible for creating a lot of the training material that the services team delivers from our civil services consulting team, as well as a lot of the learning content that you see on the Learn Server. I'm also the program manager for the Premier Scholar accreditation program I also host the monthly Open Roads Coffee Corners that we do. So if you ever attend those, you're usually hearing me broadcasting to you. So today I'm here to just go over and talk about some tools and tips for plans production. Um, this presentation is mainly for some experienced users, but we also have some things in here for some new users as well. So basically, we're just going to take a look how we have continued to advance Open Roads Designers' capabilities and different automation tools and techniques to provide efficient means to create and manage construction drawings for today's plans while moving towards tomorrow's digital model deliverables. So we're kind of in this space now where, we're still in this balancing act of, we still are creating plans, but we're also doing modeling as well, and hopefully moving to one day where we're not doing plans at all and just totally 3D model deliverables. But we're still in this area now where we're still doing modeling, and so we still have to deliver plans, right? So I want to focus a lot on just some different plan techniques, just some of our different plan tools that we have for plans production and whatnot. And it's going to be going through some of the actual tools, explaining how some of these things work, some enhancements that's been made over the years, over the last several releases. And we'll also talk about some sheet creation techniques and some common questions that we get and some answers to those questions as well. So the first topic I'm going to talk about here today is just element annotation and overrides, some of the most fundamental things that you will see when you're dealing with plans production and annotating elements. So the first example here is I have two alignments. I have a ramp alignment here, and it has a ramp feature definition. Now, when we have these different alignments, you can put different feature definitions on them. And when we go to do annotation, we can have different annotation groups assigned to the different alignments to have it display different stationing at different intervals and stuff. So here, we're just going to go through and just show the very basics of just annotating alignments. So we're going to go over and navigate to the drawing production tab here. And we'll use the element annotation tool. And again, this tool is generally used to annotate alignments, and the annotation is going to be driven by the feature definition and the annotation group that is defined inside of that feature definition. So I have two separate alignments here. One's a ramp, one's a temporary road. They have two totally different feature definitions. They also have two totally different types of annotations that may need to be displayed. So first, I'm just going to come over here and we're just going to annotate the alignment. Most of you that have used Open Roads should know how to do this already, right? So all that annotation that's being placed in that alignment is just coming directly from the feature definition and the annotation group that's assigned to that feature definition, right? Now on our temporary road over here, now that one may have a different type of annotation group that may need to be displayed on that particular alignment for maybe disciplinary reasons. Maybe a certain discipline needs that to be at a different station interval, or it just may need to be displayed a different way. So we could go over there and we can add that annotation to that temporary alignment, right? Now, there may be times where you need to override this annotation, right? Now, we can't really do that very easily since it's all burned into the feature definition, but we do have the option in the actual tool here where we can override the annotation. So I can remove the annotation there from both alignments. And let's take a look at and focus on the override over here, where we can override the annotation group that's assigned to the feature definition. So what I want to do here is I'm going to toggle on the override annotation group, and we're going to apply a different type of annotation. So I'm going to select this alignment 500 to 100 type of annotation group. We'll select that and we'll apply that now to the ramp because maybe another discipline needs it displayed that particular way. By simply just utilizing that override toggle in the tool there, we can easily override that annotation group without having to redefine a whole nother type of feature definition. I'm going to do that same process for the ramp here. So we'll go over to the ramp and we'll give that one an override, and we'll override that annotation as well. And now you can see I've displayed the stationing every 100 feet along there. So we're just overriding the default annotation. So it just gives us more flexibility with adding annotation and performing some overrides without having to go and define some other types of feature definitions. Now another use for this would be if you need to maybe add multiple types of annotation groups to one single alignment, right? So we have the ramp over here. We currently have that one set for every 500 feet, but what if we needed to do both types of annotation groups on there. So if we wanted to do annotation every 100 feet or stationing every 100 feet and stationing every 500 feet, well, we can once again go back to and utilize that override annotation group. Now we can apply both of those to that single alignment. And then, that could be used by other disciplines, and they can turn the levels on and off and whatnot to control what needs to be displayed on their sheets. So just want to start there with the very basics of just annotating elements and how the override functionality works in open roads. So next one I want to take a look at is move into the profile model annotation. So very similar to how the horizontal alignments work. I'm going to go here and we're going to open up a profile model view. And we're going to take a look at how the annotation can be performed inside of a profile model. So in the very early days of open roads, we didn't really have a lot of options to actually annotate inside of the profile model, but now we have the option to annotate the elements directly in the profile model. So we can annotate directly here, so we can get all your vertical curve information, all your PVIs, and all that good stuff that you would need for your profiles and your vertical alignments, right? So I'm just going to come in here and just annotate this this vertical in here. There's profile, right? Now all this text is dynamic and it's drawing scale aware. So if we do make changes to our drawing scale, that text will update. It is live inside of the profile model drawing here. It's also ruled and associated to the civil geometry. So if we make changes to our civil geometry, the labels will also go ahead and dynamically update. So we'll just change that vertical curve there, and you'll see that the labels update automatically in the file. And if we want to remove that geometry, we can simply go up to the tool here and say remove element annotations, and it will remove them from the file. So let's go over here and let's annotate all the profiles or all the verticals in this file. So you can see we have the option to do that as well. And that is, again, drawing scale aware. So when you do adjust the annotation scale, the labels will update as well. Now also, if you close the profile model view and you go back in at a later time, it will still hold all that annotation. It won't disappear. So it is actually written into the profile model view. So I just wanted to point that out there. If you want to remove it, again, you can just utilize that little toggle there to remove all elements. And also, let's take a look at the override option here. So we have two profiles here. It looks like we have the roadway profile and a ditch profile. It's drawn up above for whatever reason. And if we want to override that annotation labeling, that just like we did with the horizontal, we do have the toggle here that says annotation group override. And we can simply select a different annotation group to apply to that particular profile. So just like we do in horizontal, we could do the same thing in the vertical. Now let's talk about the 3D cut tool that's available. How many people have heard of this tool before or are using it today? Okay, so a few. So let's take a look at this. So a 3D cut tool, this gives us the ability to reference in the 3D model and perform a 3D cut or a 3D slice through the model so it can display into the profile model view. So here I'm utilizing the tool, just placing a rectangular window there, and it's cutting through the 3D model there. It's performing a slice or a cut through the model. It's displaying those graphics into the profile model view. And we have two options here. When we place this, it's going to initially place everything that it sees in the model. Now, sometimes you may need to turn some levels off. So if that's the case, then what you would want to do is utilize this refresh 3D cut with levels, because this is just a cached view here. It's kind of a temporary view. It just kind of sticks there. If you need to adjust some levels, then you'd want to come in here, turn the appropriate levels off. Maybe we don't need to see the bridge piers and the footings and the cap, or maybe even the abutment walls. Maybe we're just more concerned with the actual slice through the bridge deck there. So if you're going to utilize that process, turning off some levels to refresh the 3D cut, you need to select the refresh 3D cut with levels so that it takes into account those levels that you turned off. Okay, because this is just a cached view. It's not going to update every single time you open and close the drawing. So whenever you need to update this view for whatever reason, you need to use one of those refresh 3D cut tools there. So continuing on, civil labeler. I'm assuming most of you have heard of civil labeler before, but done quite a few presentations over the past several years, and it's quite quite interesting to see that a lot of people still aren't using civil labeler. So how many people here are using the civil labeler for their plans production? Okay, so some of you, so that's good. So let's just go over a brief overview what civil labeler is and just kind of some of the things that it can do. I'm assuming ODOT has a civil labeler DGN lib all set up for doing a lot of their standard labels. I don't have that particular one, but we'll just utilize the one that's delivered with the with our software. So civil labeler, this was first introduced way back in 2021, Open Roads release 1, which is the 10.10 version. And it was mainly set up to support complex labels from one or multiple targets. Of course, the labels can include many types of leaders and frames around the text, as you can see on my screen here, you know, doing station and offsets, doing intersecting stations, all that typical stuff that you would need for your plans. That's mainly what it was designed to do. The nice thing about it is all the labels are dynamic and associative. So if things move around, if things change, then the labels will recompute and the values will change. It's kind of the power of the whole thing. And it's a nice, simple interface as well. It's pretty easy to use, pretty simple to understand as long as your agency has it set up properly. Okay, so all the label types that you see inside of the dialog, those are stored and managed in a user customizable DGN library that we deliver with the software. We have a bunch of sample labels that we deliver out of the box, and I'm sure ODOT has theirs as well, so they probably have more than we have. But just so you understand, all the labels are stored in a separate DGN library that are part of the workspace. Okay, so if we just take a look at the layout of the actual dialog itself, the panel on the left side, this is the area where you have all the different labels that you can choose from. In this particular example, we have them broken up by cross-section, plan, and profile. And you can just click into each one of those folders to see the different labels that you can place for the various activities that you would be doing on your job. So the panel on the right side will show some of the settings for each label that you select from the left side. So you can see the element template that was used, the dimension style, some of the text styles and the leader locations and things like that, the rotational context as well. All that information can be seen on the right. And then over here, when you place the place button, that will allow you to place the particular label. There's also some settings down at the bottom here that control the association to the graphics as well. So let's just take a quick look, a brief demo of Civil Labeler. If you've never seen it before, so I'm going to come in here. I'm going to label the centerline alignment here. Just going to label the name of that. So I'm going to select my name with leader label. We're just going to place that onto the alignment there. That particular alignment is called centerline. Now, when I place that, that is ruled to the centerline. It knows the name of the alignment. It's pulling that name from the actual alignment. So if you go look at the properties of that alignment, you'll see that that alignment name is indeed called centerline. So it's populating that name directly from the feature definition name here. So if I change that feature definition name or change that alignment name there, you can see now it's called ramp 22. It's all ruled and associated to that information. So if I do make changes, if I move it around, it's going to go along for the ride. So makes it very flexible for when things change. Let's go take a look at some other things here. So let's go ahead and label the intersecting stations between these two alignments. So I got my ramp there and I got my side roads. Let's go take a look at labeling the intersecting stations there of those two alignments. So you can see it computes the intersecting station for both of those alignments. And again, all this stuff is ruled and associated together. So let's go do some station and offsets as well. So over here, I got a point. We're just going to label a station offset, some northing and easting information. Again, it's all that is being computed and ruled back to the particular civil element and object. Over here, we're going to go and select another type of label. This one's called station offset projected elevation. We'll go label this sign over here. It's going to give us some additional information. Give us the station, the offset, northing, easting, and elevation at that point, as well as the projected elevation back to the alignment or the center line here. So if I were to move that around, you would see that the information recomputes itself. Also, if we were to restation alignments for whatever reason, sometimes we have to do some restationing on our alignments as the project moves along or progresses. So I'm going to go ahead and change the stationing on my alignment here. And when you do that, you'll see all the labels automatically go through and recompute themselves and update based on that alignment change. Okay, so it's very important to remember when you're using civil labeler is very intelligent and tied back to the alignment information. It's not just static graphics. So continuing on here, we have next, we're going to talk a little bit about the cross-section navigator. How many folks have been using the cross-section navigator? Have you guys seen this tool? Okay, another one here. Very familiar tool if you've used some of our older civil products, particularly Geopack. It allows us for easier navigation of the cross-section drawing models in the active file. So let's take a look at how this works. All right, so here I'm inside of my cross-section file. I have some cross-section sheets and drawing models that have already been generated inside my file, and I want to be able to navigate through my drawing models, my cross-section drawing models, so that I can do some annotation or just do some review on it. Previously, we didn't have a really good way to do this other than going down to the view model or the groups down here, the view groups, and kind of clicking on the various cross-section stations and whatnot. But we added this a few years ago, the cross-section navigator. Just you click on it up here on the drawing production tab, you select your alignment. You need to have a 3D view open with some existing sections already created. Then once you do that, it loads up the drawing models into a separate view here, and you see this little tool that comes up, the cross-section navigator. It's going to look very similar to the old Geopack cross-section navigator tool that we had back in the old days. And you can just step through the cross-sections, moving forward and backwards. You can zoom in and out. The nice thing about it is when you do zoom in, it does hold that relative position. You can keep on scrolling through to keep that offset in the correct location. A fairly easy tool to use. It keeps the stationing list there. It also keeps track of the cross-section groups as well inside of the tool. So pretty handy tool for when you need to go through and review your drawing model cross-sections, or maybe if you're going through and adding some additional annotations using Civil Labeler as well. All right, let's continue on here. So our next topic I'm going to talk about is annotating crossing features and cross-sections. I'm sure many of you have to do this, where you have utilities and drainage structures that need to show up on your section. So here I'm inside of my file, have some cross sections created already, have some utilities on my project that cross through my road. You can see here I have some drainage pipes. I got a utility crossing there. And one thing we can do here to annotate these crossing features is to utilize the drawing model annotation tool and a annotation group that we have set up here to bulk label these crossing features. So I'm just going to go in here and select this crossing features annotation group. That will give us the ability to bulk annotate all of these elements on the cross section, so you don't have to go in there and label those by hand. Okay, so I'm just utilizing the drawing model annotation there and a drawing annotation group for crossing features. In addition to that, you could set up some other annotation groups as well to kind of do the grid and everything all in one shot. So here I'm just going to select a different annotation group called annotation group with grid, and that's going to go through and it's going to annotate everything: station, offsets, slopes, and it's also going to put the grid on there as well as annotate the those utilities on there. So that's how you can bulk annotate crossing features on your cross sections. And hopefully most of you already know how to do that today. All right, so let's move into the next part here. So let's talk a little bit about just the drawing production and sheet creation process overview. I'm sure some of you already know how to do this, but for those that aren't familiar, let's just go over some of the details and some of the tools that we have available. So when we talk about drawing production or drawing production tools in Open Roads, the majority of them are going to be in the Open Roads modeling workflow or in the Open Roads drawing production workflow on the ribbon, and they're going to be under the drawing production tab. Okay, now most of the civil tools are going to be found under this area of the ribbon here, where you have the civil labeler, the annotations, the cross-section navigator, and the name boundaries. Those are going to be the civil specific tools to Open Roads. And then of course, if you need to place just like generic text for whatever reason, then you could use the text and notes tools over here. Today, we're just going to mainly focus on the tools over here and just give everybody a basic understanding of named boundaries and things like that as we get in farther into the presentation today. So hopefully if you've already created sheets and you spend a lot of time creating sheets, you probably already know this. But for the people that are somewhat new or just haven't done it a lot, I just want to go through a few slides here just to kind of go through the process of what that looks like and just the various tools. So when we're creating sheets, specifically plan sheets and cross-section sheets, we have to create some things that are called name boundaries, right? So the first step in our process is we have to go to this named boundary tool. And in the named boundary tool, we have a bunch of different options here. We have civil plan by element, civil profile, civil cross-section by 2 points. So that'll be the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 icons on the toolbox here. The other 3 that you see over here are more for generic sheets, like if you're doing a title sheet, typicals, detail sheets, general notes maybe. These are more microstation specific tools, not really civil based, but we still have them available inside of OpenRoads, so we can use them, and I'll show you some examples of how to use those in a little bit. So it's always important to know how each one of these tools is designed to work and what its function is. So we'll go through some examples here. So when we talk about creating sheets, just the whole process, we either want to start with a 2D or a 3D design model, depending on what types of sheets you're creating. Generally, if you're doing 2D plans, you're going to start with some type of 2D container file, and you're going to create your name boundaries in there, and you're going to have all your reference files attached. But there may be times when you're doing activities such as cross-section sheets where you're going to have a 3D model referenced in as well, okay? So 3D is used for cross-sections, and the 3D view must be open to create cross-section sheets. If you're just doing plan sheets, we can certainly start in 2D and reference in 2D or 3D information. So it's kind of the basic process is always start with a 2D or 3D model, depending on if you're doing plan or cross-sections, right? So then the next step, of course, is to determine and place these name boundaries. Now, the name boundary itself, as the name implies, it's just a boundary or a clipping shape, if you will. It's just a boundary shape that gets created that provides the windows where the sheets will be cut. All right, so this is just telling you, okay, whatever's inside of this boundary, whatever is inside of this clipping shape, that's what's going to be clipped from the particular reference file and brought into my sheets. Okay, same thing goes with the cross sections. When you're doing it from a cross section context, the name boundary gets placed into the 3D model, and that gets sliced and placed on your sheet. Okay, so whatever shows up inside of that window, that's going to be displayed on your sheets. Okay, so very important to understand how the name boundaries work, because there's a lot of different settings, and they're basically the core for creating all of our different types of sheets. So now let's just talk a little bit about the drawing models and the sheet models and what happens after the fact. So after we place the drawing or the name boundaries, the next step in the process is we go to create the drawing models and the sheet models. So what happens is first a drawing model gets created, then a save view is created. And then once all that happens, then we have the sheets with the border and it's all referenced together and you get a nice pretty sheet, right? So when it creates the drawing model, you need to be aware that a save view is being created. And again, a save view is just a view definition, which includes the level display, the view attributes, and reference display for both the active model and references. Now, the drawing models are created and the saved views are created, and then that's referenced into the drawing model. And then from there, we can apply any type of annotation that we would need for our sheets. So a lot of the annotation that would be done would actually be done in the drawing model and would utilize drawing annotation groups for bulk annotation. So as you can see here, there's a picture of my drawing model cross-section. You can see there's some annotation that's been placed on there from one of the annotation groups, which was selected from or set up in the sheet seed file when the process completes. And then from here, after the drawing model is created and the annotation has been placed onto the particular drawing model, then the sheet is created and that drawing model is referenced into the sheet. Okay, so each sheet is referenced back to the drawing model, and the drawing model is referenced back to the original reference files that you attach to your drawing. Okay, so that's just the general process there. And of course, a lot of this is controlled and configured through something called a sheet seed. Right now, the sheet seed is typically going to be set up by your agency. So in our case, ODOT, most likely. If you're using our workspace, that would be our drawing sheet seeds from Bentley, but I'm sure most of you guys are probably using an ODOT sheet seed. And the sheet seed is just a library. It's a DGN library that allows the user to select a drawing seed to populate all these different settings that you see in the dialog box. It's also going to have the border file as well defined inside of that drawing seed. So if you take a look at this and what the end user would need to be worried about, the end user just needs to know what type of seed file to select from the pull down. This is coming from the workspace and the work set in our sheet seed library. So this is configured by ODOT. So you just need to select whatever sheet seed they tell you if you're creating a plan and profile, for example. If you need to modify some settings such as the detail scale or the name, you can just simply do that in this area of the dialog box here. And then some of these other defaults are coming from the actual seed file, the sheet seed file itself. So these can be adjusted as well depending on your project. They're going to have some default numbers in here, and a lot of times, every project is different. So there's always going to be some modification of these numbers required. Okay, so just important to know what each one of these fields do and what they mean and how they can help you create your sheets. But again, most of the default settings that you see inside of the place name boundary civil plan dialog box or in the dialog box here, all those settings are coming from this drawing seed file that's already been set up for you. Okay, then once you get through the initial screen, the initial dialog box, if you have the create drawing dialog checked on, that's going to bring you to the next dialog box in the sheet creation process, and you're going to have some more information that you need to review here. You're going to see up at the top of the dialog here, it's going to be telling you if it's a plan type of sheet that you're creating, a profile or a cross section. All that's going to be being pulled from the sheet seed. You shouldn't have to modify or do anything in that area. Same thing over here where it shows you the drawing seed and the type of drawing seed it is. You shouldn't ever have to modify or mess with any of that. The only areas you really need to be concerned about are the areas here in yellow and red here. And this is where you can adjust the scale. You can adjust the different annotation groups that get applied to the drawing model here in the middle section. Down in the lower portion, this is going to be some settings for the sheet model gets created. So this is where you can adjust the scale as well and different boundaries. So we have some other options there that the user has control over. And then down at the bottom, we have some options here to add the sheet index as well as open the model. So just kind of the general layout of the tool as you're going through the sheet creation process. And again, always pay attention to the scales. They should always match what was set up for that particular name boundary as well. So always pay attention to those scales, make sure they match when you're creating your sheets. So continuing on, once you create all those named boundaries, of course, we need to be able to have a place to manage those, and we do. So once you get those name boundaries created, you can have several of those along an alignment. If it's a plan and profile type of sheet, if it's a cross-section sheet, you're going to have a lot of those as well. So here we have the name boundary manager, and this just allows us to manage those name boundaries and those different name boundary groups. And all the groups are referenced in from whatever file is attached. We also have the ability to delete some of the groups or individual boundaries. We can create additional drawings if we need to. So all that functions through the little name dialog, name boundary manager dialog launcher here. It's just this little icon. You click on that and that'll give you access to the name boundary tools here, and you can see all the name boundaries that are stored and managed in your file. Okay, so let's continue on here, talking a little bit more about sheets. So sheet naming, okay, so let's get into sheet naming a little bit. So sheet naming, our drawing production options, we do have options now to separate the names of our views, of our drawing models, and our sheet models. Now this is going to support many workflows that our users need, including a sequential sheet numbering. So in older versions of Open Roads, prior to 2021, we only had the ability to actually name the section up here in the dialog. Since 2021, we now have the ability to name the view. We can also name the drawing model, and we can also name the sheet model. So this provides a lot of flexibility now for naming your sheets as well as naming your drawing models and your views. So those 3 areas of the create drawing dialog box, pay attention to those because you can do whatever you want now as far as naming. You're not just stuck with the one name over here. So let's take a quick look at this. Here I'm inside of my cross-section container file. I have some cross-sections already cut. Let's go take a look at those. Let's go create some here. Got name boundaries already placed. Let's go create some sections here. Now I'm at the create drawing dialog box here. So you can see here I can looking at the view names and the drawing models and the sheet model names. So do have the ability to come in here and change these if I need to. If I don't like the defaults that Bentley gives me or the software gives me, then I can come in here and name it something different. So my drawing model name, I can simply key anything in I want there. In this particular case, I'm just going to key in XS with the station. And then down here in the sheet model view, instead of using that big long name that it gave me, I just want to call this sheet underbar 001. And then we're going to click OK. That's going to go ahead and generate the sheets. When those sheets get created, and it creates those sheet models for us, or those drawing, or it creates those sheets, those sheet models for us. It's going to sequentially name those as well. So you can see here, here's my drawing models that have been created utilizing that XS prefix. And then down at the bottom, since we changed that sheet model name to sheet, then it's just going to increase the numbering there. Okay, so that's just a way you can leverage the functionality of the different drawing model names and the sheet model names with the view names. Sheet display management. Many times have people run into issues with levels and having to turn levels on and off after they've already cut some sheets. Guys running that problem? Right, you cut some sheets and then someone says, hey, you forgot to turn this level off. And then you go back into your sheets and you start saying turn levels off, and then it's not working for some reason, right? So the common problem that happens there is you may not have your sheet seed file utilizing the setting that's called sheet display or synchronized view settings from design model. Okay, so we have a special setting that needs to be set in your drawing seeds so that allows the levels and view options to be displayed in sheet models controlled from a container file. Is everybody using container files when they create their sheets? Everybody know what I'm talking about with a container file? It's just basically a blank file where you reference in all your project data, create your name boundaries, and you cut your sheets, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about the synchronized view setting here, or settings from design model, because this will allow you to update level display through the reference files, okay? So let's take a look. So I'm going to start here inside of my drawing seed file. So in order for any of this to work, you do have to have this set up inside of your drawing sheet seed. So I'm going to use an example of just a plan and profile sheet here that we have set up. And if you take a look at the attachment properties inside of the reference file tools here, and you go down to the synchronized view area, you'll see there's an option here, settings from design model, right? So you got to set that inside of your drawing seed first. If that's not set, then this isn't going to work. And when you do utilize this process for creating your sheets, again, you're going to want to create some type of container file. So let's go in here and just attach some reference files and pretend this is my container file for my project. So I'll attach my geometry and my corridor. Anything I may need to show up in my finished plan and profile sheets, we'll attach those here. Okay, so there's my sheets. You can see I got some survey information there displayed, as well as the corridor graphics, all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and cut some sheets now. We're going to cut some sheets. So let's lay out some name boundaries first. Go through the process there, laying out the name boundaries. Then we'll go through and we'll cut our sheets. And then we'll talk about making some changes to the levels and seeing how we can accomplish that and how this design settings from design file works. Okay, so here's my plan view. You can see here, I got some survey data, and it looks like I forgot to attach my bridge as well. And if we take a look at the synchronized view here, and it says settings from design model, so that's being pulled from that drawing seed that I selected and defined when I created these sheets. Okay, now I did forget to attach my bridge file here. So what we want to do here is I'm going to go and go over to my default view. I'm going to attach my bridge, and I'm also going to want to turn off some of my survey information. I want to make sure when I do all this that all that gets updated and reflected back into my plan sheets that I just cut. Okay. So let's go in here. Let's reference in the bridge. You can see there's some additional graphics there I may not want turned on. A lot of the bridge layout shows up as construction elements. I might want to turn those off. So let's go ahead and turn off some of those elements as well as the survey data. So let's turn off the survey data here. Let's go into the bridge and turn off some of the bridge elements that I don't want to see on my plan. So I'm just going to toggle those off, turn off those levels. And there's also some construction elements as well that I don't want to show up on my finished sheet. So I'm going to do that all here in my default model view. And then now when I go back to my plan view, all the changes have been inherited from the original design model. And all that works because I had that initial sheet seed file set up with that settings from design file. So if you ever run into that problem, take a look at your sheet seeds, take a look at that setting there, settings from design model, because that's going to help alleviate that issue. Okay, how many times do you ever have to how many times have you cut cross sections and then somewhere along the way someone said, hey, I need to add a couple additional sections, right? But you've already done all your sheets and your drawing models. Everybody know how to add additional sections without having to delete every single one? So let's talk about that. Maybe there's a case where you need to add a driveway section or a culvert or something like that. Just go through the process of just adding some new sections to existing sections, right? So here, I'm going to go into my name boundary tools here. We'll go and take a look at our corridor. We'll cut some sections, and then we'll add some sections to our existing sections. So I'm just going to create some regular old cross sections here. We'll do it every 100 feet. We'll change the names here for our sheets and our drawing models, just like I showed before. And we'll click OK. And it's just going to go through the process. And it's going to create all the sheets like it normally would, right? So take a look at your sheets, like, okay, everything's good. You know, you can go through, do whatever labeling you need to do with, you know, all different labeling tools that we have available. All right, but then maybe somewhere along the line, someone says, hey, you know what? We have a culvert crossing we need to add to the sheets, or maybe we have a driveway section that we need to add to the sheets. So how would we add another cross section to the sheets? Okay, so the way we would do this is, what we need to do here is we're going to go ahead first. We're going to delete the sheets themselves because they're just sheet models. We're going to keep the drawing models. And then now we're going to go create some additional name boundaries at the locations where we want to add additional cross sections. So in this case, I'm going to pretend I'm doing a culvert crossing. And the key thing here is when you do this, I'm going to be using the 2 points option. Okay, so that allows to place a skewed section along a culvert. Right, so I'm going to utilize the 2 points method. I'm also utilizing this drawing seed that I used to create the original cross sections, and you want to make sure you're adding it to the existing cross section group. So those are the three main things you want to make sure you're paying attention to: the method, the drawing seed, and make sure you're adding it to the existing group that already exists, right? And then you can adjust the other settings, the vertical exaggeration, top clearance, bottom clearance, whatnot. So let's just go through that process here. I'm just going to do a 2 point named boundary here, pretending we got a culvert crossing there, and we want that added to our cross sections. So we'll come up here, and for that drawing model name, what we'll do here is we'll give it a different name. We'll just call it custom so we know that it's different. And then as far as the sheet model goes, we're just going to toggle that off. We don't need it to create the sheet model just yet. We're just going to have it go and create the actual cross-section drawing model so it gets added to the list and so it can get sorted properly with the rest of the sections. Okay, so now what we've done there, we've added in this custom section there. You can see there's the station 38 plus 55.40. Right, if we go to the name boundary manager, you'll see it's been added to the list now, and it's in the correct order. So if you look at the order of the cross sections there, you can see it's been added to the list. And now if we want to go and create the actual sheets and get it added to the sheets properly in the proper location, then from the name boundary dialog here, we would just go and create cross sections from the sheets. And over here in the sheet model, we can once again adjust the name like I showed before. So I called that sheet underbar 001. So here's a new set of sheets. Okay, so all my drawing models are still intact. So any annotation that I did in my drawing models, all that's still good. It's not going to delete any of that. It's just going to reorder the sections and add that new section in. So when I process the sheet models, when I go and look at my sheet number 2 here, now you'll see that that culvert crossing, that additional section that I added is now plopped into the sheet here. So that's just a way that you can add additional cross sections to your existing sections that you already have. Just don't delete. You don't have to delete the drawing models. You just need to delete the sheet and just go to the name boundary manager and just recreate the sheets from there. Okay, so let me take a break here to take a sip of my coffee and we'll get into some common plan production questions. All right, so now let's finish this up with some common plan production questions that we get. I'm sure many of you have these same questions. So let's first talk about, this is one here that comes up a lot. How can I cut cross sections at specific locations, right? So one way you can do this is by utilizing the event point list. How many people are familiar with the event point list or have seen this tool before? Right, this tool actually came from En-ROADS. This is an old En-ROADS tool that we had back in the day. And this has been brought forward into OpenRoads. So this event point list, you will find it on the geometry tab under the OpenRoads modeling workflow. It's the one that's all the way over to the right here called the event point list. That just gives you the ability to store points along your alignment at station and offset locations, northing and easting, and it references it back to the alignment. You can utilize those event points in some of the drawing production tools. So what we're going to take a look at here is we're going to utilize the event point list to place some event points at catch basin locations and then cut some cross sections at those event locations utilizing this little toggle here in the name boundaries cross section tool. So if you've ever seen this little option here, it says include event points only. That'll give us the ability to cut cross sections only where you've created these event points and where you've created this event point list. Now, when you create these event points, they're stored in the actual geometry file. So if you need to identify different locations along your alignment, you need to do it inside of the geometry file. Okay, so let's take a quick look at this. So here I have a drainage network on the left side of my road. And what we're going to do here is we're going to create an event point list at the locations of each one of these catch basins so that when we go to cut our cross sections, we get a cross section exactly at each one of those catch basin locations. So we're going to activate the event point list. It's going to prompt you to select the alignment. You're going to get a dialog that looks something like this. You need to give the list a name. So I'm going to come in here and create a new list or add a new list. And this one's just going to be for drainage. So we're basically just going to be creating some drainage cross sections, if you will. So I'm just going to call it drainage structures. And then from here, we have some options up at the top of the dialog box to key in northing and easting. We can add by station and offset, horizontal cardinal points, vertical points. So I'm just going to select add by station. You can see the prompt on my cursor here. It's prompting me to key in a station, or I can graphically pick a station. Just going to move my cursor over here to this first catch basin, just kind of approximately key in the station there. Press enter to lock in that value. And then what we'll also do is we'll key in an offset for that particular event point. Okay, so we'll key in the station and offset, and it's going to create an event point there, and it's going to add it to our dialog box once we accept this. Okay, so when the dialog box comes back up, you'll see a new event point has been created. Tells you which method, tells you the station, the offset, northing and easting of that particular point, as well as a description. So that was just a manual entry there. So now we can also pick the particular drainage structure. So I'm just going to go and physically pick it on the screen. And then when I do that, it's automatically going to calculate the station and the offset, as well as the description for that particular catch basin, right? So now I've created another event point here for catch basin number 2. You can see it calculated the station and offset because I picked it. It's also giving the northing and easting. Let's go through and pick some more here. So we can pick the next catch basin number 3, pick number 4. How many you ever have along that particular drainage network? We'll just go along and pick those. and they'll get added to the list and recorded into the list there. So there's all our event points. We'll go back to that first and we'll give it a name since we didn't name it previously. Okay, so now we have all our drainage cross sections there, or our event points created. That's where we want to cut some cross sections from at those locations. Okay, so let's go back over into our cross section file here and take a look at the dialog and that option to include those event points so that we can create these drainage cross sections at those particular event point locations. Okay, so I'm back over here in my cross section view, and the first thing we need to do is we need to go and generate our name boundaries and get into our named boundary dialog box. So you can see there's our drainage structures, there's our geometry, our corridor, everything that we need for cross section purposes has been attached. And then we'll go over to our name boundary tool here, and we'll go over to the cross section mode. We'll select our drawing seed, set up our settings, and then notice down at the bottom portion of the dialog, after we set all this up, the event point list is available to us. Okay, so that's the same event point list that I created in that other file. And we also have this toggle to include event points only. So what we want to do here is we're only going to be creating cross sections at those drainage structure locations where I created those event points. So you can see here in the plan view, it's just graphically showing you where the cross sections are going to be located and extracted from. Okay, so we could come up here and we could rename this, the view here, just call it maybe drainage structures or drainage cross sections, whatever you want to call it. And then we go through and press OK, and it's going to go through and generate those cross sections just at those event point locations. Okay, so if you just need specific locations, like in this particular case, we're just doing drainage cross sections, then this would be the process that you may want to consider using. Just generate that event point list and then go ahead and generate your sections from there. Another good use for the event point list is to generate typical sections as well. If you have typical sections along your project, go in there and identify key locations along your alignment and create event points there. And then when you go to create your cross sections to put them on sheets, similar to how you do cross sections, you can you could utilize that event point list to generate your typical sections and put the typical sections on a sheet, similar to how you do cross sections. Okay, so here's another question that comes up quite a bit. How do I create title sheets or detail sheets? Okay, so this one is more of a old school, more microstation-y kind of workflow. It's not really civil based. We're just going to be utilizing some regular named boundary tools that are part of Open Roads, but as well as MicroStation. So if you need to create just like general sheets, title sheets, things like that, you're going to utilize these three tools on the name boundary dialog. So inside of the name boundary dialog, I mentioned the first 5 here are all civil specific to Open Roads, but then if you need to do other drawing activities for details, title sheets, any other kind of generic sheet that doesn't need to be linear along some type of alignment, then you would use these 3 tools over here: from drawing boundary, by 2 points, and by polygon. So let's take a look at how we can utilize the from drawing boundary tool to generate a title sheet like this, where we need to display a location map in here and do some annotation. Okay, so here I'm inside of my title sheet drawing here. This is just a 2D drawing. I'm going to go ahead and reference in my container file that I want to use to have things displayed for my location map. So I'm going to reference in my proposed project here. That just has my geometry and my terrain and some other items. I'm going to reference that in, set my live nesting to 1 so everything comes across properly. And we're going to click OK. Okay, so we're just setting the stage now, so you can see my entire project here. Now what we want to do is we need to create the location map named boundary. So for that location map that you saw on the title sheet, how we created that was we're just utilizing the place name boundary tool, but we're using the from name boundary option, and we have a sheet seed already set up that will go ahead and take care of the border and the boundary around that location area. So I'm going to set my scale to 1 inch equals 1,000. That's the scale that I'll end up using, but you can select any scale that you want, and whatever scale you select will automatically adjust the size of that title map boundary. Okay, so that title map drawing boundary there, that's all been set up in a sheet seed file delivered in the workspace. So I need to set it for 1 inch equals 1,000. So I'm going to do that here. So we'll go ahead and adjust that so that it encompasses the project area there. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and go through the process here. We'll click OK. And once I click OK, it's going to go ahead and clip that out, and it's going to reference it into my title sheet over here. So here's my sheet model, has my border, has the area drawn and clipped out into the location map there. Okay. So that's one way that you can create the location map there. Now, continuing on, another question that comes off of this as well is, how do I integrate Bing Maps? A lot of times you need to show the road map or something, or an aerial behind the location map, depending on what agency you're working for. There is a way to integrate the Bing map into the title sheet or into the background here. So that's what this next example is going to show. If you need to get your road names and just the road map and you want to utilize it from Bing Maps, we can do that here. The key to making this work, of course, is just going up to your reference tools here in your raster manager. And under the raster manager, we have the ability to attach Bing Maps. So when we do that, we can go into the Bing Maps and pay attention to the Bing Map layers over here. We can toggle it on to show the road or the aerial with the aerial and the road. So we have a bunch of options there. I just want to see the roads and the route names and road names and things like that. So I'm going to reference that in. Again, it's coming directly from Bing Maps. So I have that set up. And then now when I go back to my my sheet model here, that should display and come through the reference files there. Okay. So it would look something like that. If you need to display the road names and all the different roads on there utilizing the Bing Maps. Take this even further. If you need to detail this up and do some annotation on it, we could always utilize the civil labeler to do that. So let's go into the drawing model here. Okay, so I'm back in the drawing model, and this is where we'd want to perform a lot of the annotations necessary to finish off the location map or the title map here. So I'm going to utilize civil labeler, place my begin project labels, end project labels, road names, things like that. So I'll just go into the civil labeler, utilize some of the pre-configured labels that we deliver with the software out of the box. So I'll utilize the begin project, place the begin project label there. We'll do one for the end project because we have an end project label as well. So we'll go ahead and select that one. It makes it real easy to create these types of sheets. So I'll place the end project there, somewhere at the end of the project. And then, of course, we could go in and label all the alignment names or the road names or whatnot with some of the other labels in here. So you can come down into the plan labels, select name with leader, and go ahead and start labeling the additional roadways there to kind of finish it off and keep everything smart. Because the idea here is everything we're talking about here, all these sheets that we're creating, everything I'm showing you, everything is ruled together. Everything is what I call a smart sheet in this particular case. All the labels are dynamic and updatable. That's essentially what we want to be doing these days. We shouldn't be drawing just static graphics anymore for plan sheets. Everything should be tied back to the model and the geometry. Okay, so continuing on, some other questions that come up quite a bit is, how can I add a detail sheet to sheets that are already created? Have any of you run across this before? Created some sheets and you need to put some details on those sheets, right? Pretty common occurrence. So it's basically going to be the same steps, as creating name boundaries for regular drawings. The only difference is there's a setting here and then the create drawing dialog box where you have the option to pick sheets. Now, a lot of people overlook this because they'll go and create sheets and they always select a new. But if you already have some existing sheets, you'll see if you dig into the drop down here that you can add additional drawings or additional details to other sheets as long as they exist. Okay, so let's show that. Okay, here I already have a plan view here that I've created. So there's my plan name boundary. I already have a plan sheet that's been generated. And I want to be able to add maybe a ramp detail or some standard drawing. I want to be able to add to this sheet, right? So this sheet's an existing sheet, so we can add anything to it very easily just by simply drawing it in the file or referencing into the file. And then what we could do is we could come over to the name boundary tools, place another named boundary around that particular graphic, that particular element. So I'm just going to utilize the 2 points method here. This is my curb ramp detail, and I want to add that to that particular sheet. So I'll give it a name, and I'll come in here, I'll pick my 2 points, set the boundary around that ramp detail. It'll bring up the create drawing dialog box. And now at this point, what we can do is we'll pay attention to the sheet model down here, the lower portion of the screen, as well as the scales. Make sure you adjust the appropriate scale for the particular detail that you want to put on the sheet. So I'm just going to adjust that to 1 inch equals 10. And then here's the key right here, the middle portion of the dialog where it says sheets. If you select that, it'll give the option to place it on a different sheet. So we want to place it on the one that's called plan with detail sheet. And we'll go ahead and click OK. And then it's going to go ahead and place that in the middle of the sheet. Now at this point, what you could do is move it around. It's just a reference file at this point, so you can do whatever you want with it as far as cleaning up the sheet itself. So you can just simply grab it, move it around, do whatever you want, turn levels on and off, whatever you may need to do to make it look pretty. Okay, so continuing on, here's another question. It comes up quite a bit. How can I add multiple driveway profiles to the same sheet, or how can I add multiple profiles to the same sheet? Anybody know how to do this? Have you guys seen this before? I just learned this the other day. I didn't even know this. So Don probably knows this, but I do not. So what we have here is we have an alignment, and there's just some driveways here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and add a bunch of these to a sheet that is only configured to handle 2 profile views. Okay. Have you seen this before, Don?
I do. I do know.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I got some drives here, and I got some generic driveway profiles created. They're not really anything special. There's kind of drawn at a constant elevation just to kind of show this. It's just 3 separate drive profiles, and we're just going to put all these on a sheet. All right. So we'll start with the first one. We'll create a named boundary for that particular driveway. So inside of our name boundary dialog box, we're going to be using a drawing seed here. It's called profile for profile. So that drawing seed is important because it really only allows us to place 2 profiles on a sheet. And we want to be able to place 3 or more in this particular case. So we'll do the first one, just going through our regular process. We'll adjust the length and the height and whatnot to accommodate that particular drive profile. So we'll put the name boundary in our profile model view there. And we'll come over here to the create drawing dialog box, and we'll click OK. So it goes and creates the sheet and puts the profile on the sheet. Okay, so let's click OK there. And okay, pretty regular process there, right? Just goes and places it on the sheet. This particular sheet, again, it was only set up to do a profile on the top and a profile on the bottom. But I want to show you how you can do more than what is set up in the actual sheet seed. Okay, so let's go back to the other drive profile. So driveway profile number 2. We'll create another named boundary there. Again, make some adjustments to the length and the height and whatnot. So let's adjust the length. We'll key in 210 for that. Adjust the height to 20. We'll place that named boundary in the profile model view. And then we'll left click to accept that. Bring up the create drawing dialog box. Now, here's again where we want to pay attention to the sheets option here. So we want to add this to that other sheet we've already created. So we're going to add it to the existing drive profile sheet. So always important to pay attention to that sheets drop down there. Also notice there's another slot here. We can add that profile to the other slot on the sheet. So this is where you can pick that second slot that was at the bottom of the sheet to add it into the profile sheet there. So I'm going to select that one. And then when we do that and we click OK, it's going to go ahead and add it to the bottom slot in our profile views here. Okay, so we have our plan and profile sheet. So here's our top named boundary drawing area. Here's our bottom named drawing area, or our bottom slot. Now we don't have any other areas on our sheet set up to do additional profiles, but that's okay because we can go through, and once again, we can go through and select our other drive profile here. We can select and utilize that same drawing seed, set our lengths and our heights just like we did with the other drives. Process is going to be pretty much the same. Right, so we'll just make some adjustments there. It'll go through and bring up the create drawing dialog box, and there will be one key area that we need to pay attention to. So we want it to go onto that sheet once again, but then notice in the drawing area, the drawing boundary area, there is no slot available, but that's okay because we can just say, hey, create a new one. And what it does is it's going to go ahead and reference it in and place it on the sheet. It's going to put it right in the middle of the sheet. And then now at this point, we could just simply utilize our reference file tools and move these views around as needed. Okay, so if you have additional drive profiles, you need to stick them, all of them on one particular sheet. Just keep utilizing the same process over and over and over again until you get your sheet filled up, and then simply use the reference file tools to move things around and clean it up as you need to. Because again, at the end of the day, all this stuff is just reference files, and things can be easily adjusted and moved around. All right. All right, so finishing up here, I got a couple other things to cover. I'm sure this is probably something that comes up quite a bit because I'm pretty sure ODOT still does this. You guys still project pipe profiles on your profiles, the roadway sheets. You guys still do that? No, back in the old days you did. It was always kind of a pain, right? So, and even in the early days of open roads, it wasn't always easy because we didn't have this option. So we do have the option to project a profile run or a drainage network onto your roadway profile. So if you need to show your drainage structures on your actual roadway profile, we can do that as long as you have a previously created pipe network created in our drainage and utilities. Then we can make that happen here. So we have this project run option, but you do need to create a utility run from the links first to make this happen. Okay, so let's take a look at the process here. So I'm just going to run through the example. We have a drainage network again, once again on the left side of the road, and from that drainage network, we need to go into our drainage and utilities workflow. And we have to first generate a profile run. So we need to create a profile along that pipe network. So we're going to come over to our profile runs tool here, and we're going to utilize the utility run from links. And what we want to do here is we want to select our various drainage structures and our pipes so that we can create a profile run along that particular set of catch basins and pipe network. So I'm just going to give it a name first. So I'm going to go from CB1 to CB4. So CB1 starts down here. CB4 is up here to the north. And we want to set the feature definition for this particular profile run so that it displays properly and gets displayed properly in the profile model view. So I'm just going to select util profile run for my feature definition that controls the display. So notice at the prompt here, it's going to ask us to select my first link. So I'm just going to go through here and select my pipes that I want it to profile along. And then once I do that, I can reset to finish. And it's going to go ahead and generate a profile run along those pipes, and it's going to store that inside of my drainage file here. So when I go back and review this information utilizing the Explorer, we'll go to the Explorer, go down to the Drainage and Utilities tab here to verify that the profile run has been created. So you can see there the profile run's been created between those catch basins along those pipes. Well, now that's been created, now we have the option to either view that particular profile run along that particular pipe network, or we can project that profile run over to our center line alignment. So that's what we want to do here. We want to project that profile run, that profile along those pipes, project it over to our alignment here, which is our center line of our road. So we want to make sure we select Project Run. And then once we do that, when we access our profile model view along our roadway alignment, you will now see that the pipe network and the catch basins have now been projected over to the roadway vertical there, or the roadway profile. Now at this point, if you need to create a drainage profile sheet, we can simply do that by utilizing the name boundary tools once again. So we'll go into the name boundary tool for creating the civil profile. And we will place our named boundary for our roadway profile with those pipes projected over. And once again, same process that we've been showing all along. Place the name boundary, create the drawings. All right, so it's going to go ahead and create that profile sheet for you, and you can see the projected pipe network has been displayed on there. All right, so we have another one here. So how can I display multiple surfaces in the profile view? How many folks have to do this? A lot of times you have to display proposed and existing or multiple proposed surfaces inside of a profile view. So we have two main tools to do this. We have the quick profile from surface and profile from surface tool and the create 3D cuts. We'll take a look at both of these. Okay, so here I have a profile model. I have it's two catch basins and a pipe. I got my proposed terrain that's being displayed here between those two catch basins. Now, we also want to be able to display the existing ground as well. Now, currently the proposed terrain is set active, so you can only have one terrain active at a time. So whenever you have an active terrain, that will be what is displayed in the profile model view. Now, if we were to change the active terrain to existing, then you'll see the existing profile is now displayed, or existing terrains displayed on there, and the proposed goes away. Well, how do we display both at the same time? Well, first we'd want to set one of those two active, right? And then if we need to display another surface or multiple surfaces on there, whether they're proposed or additional existing surfaces, we can just utilize the quick profile from surface tool or the profile from surface tool. So we'll go up and we'll just access the quick profile from surface tool. That'll allow us to select any corridor or any surface. It does not have to be a terrain. It can be a corridor as well. So I just want to point that out. So I'm just going to go ahead and select my existing ground now. So our reference element is that pipe there, and then our reference surface is the existing terrain. And then now that's going to display the existing surface on there, and we also have the proposed as well. So if you have some other proposed corridors or things like that that you need to display on here, you'd utilize that same workflow and that same tool. Okay, now if you need to get rid of this for whatever reason, just simply select it, use the delete tool, and then it will disappear and go away. Okay, so the next option that we'd have for displaying multiple surfaces on the in the profile view here, of course, is we could utilize the 3D cut tool that I talked about previously that slices through the 3D model. So I'm just going to set this for the corners method. So I'm going to place 2 points. What's inside of my profile window here. And then once I place those 2 points, it's going to go ahead, look at the 3D model, slice through the 3D model, and display that information in a profile context here. So you can see there's the existing ground, there is the proposed ground, and it's even showing you some of the pipe information there that it extracted from the 3D model view there. Okay, so just another way where you can display more information in your profile model view. And finally, last couple things here is just station ranges on your sheets. Everybody aware that you can put station ranges on your sheets now? This came out in 2022 R1, so I think it was the 1011 version. Do have the ability to add the station ranges onto the actual sheets. So here's an example here where it would place the station ranges on the sheets for cross sections or for plan and profiles. And then continuing on here, some other new functionality with civil labeler as far as cross section by 2 points. We did add the ability to label cross sections between 2 points. So you can pick 2 points on a cross section, and you can get the slope as well as the length as well, similar to how we have the temporary dimensions in the dynamic section. So works kind of similar to that. You can set that up as a text favorite or whatnot, or in a civil label, and you can get this type of information displayed onto your sections. All right, so that kind of concludes the presentation portion or the demonstration of all the plants production tools. And I just wanted to point out some additional learning resources. As Don mentioned earlier, we do have a new learning system. And so access the new learning system, just learning.bentley.com. And then as far as the drawing production goes, we do have a lot of drawing production courses available. So those are under the drawing production learning path on the new Learn server. So just go to learning.bentley.com. You'll see and search for drawing production. You should get this whole learning plan that comes up with a whole bunch of courses on annotating drawings, creating general sheets, plan and profile sheets, cross-section sheets, printing, drawings and designs, and civil labelers. So if you're looking for more detailed information, step-by-step kind of documentation and videos, feel free to visit the new Learn server and access those courses. So with that, that's all I have. So thanks everybody. Hopefully, did I run a little long?
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, cool. I'm good on time. All right. So thanks.
Scott. So we're gonna break for lunch now. Just shift the schedule, so we'll just break from 12 to 1 for lunch. So we'll start back up around 1 o'clock for everyone online.
All right, guys. So in our agenda, I was thinking about it as I was listening today, and I thought, like, if you know me, I don't like to just be like completely planned out on everything. So sometimes I like to just kind of riff. And I thought about this, and I'm like, all right, seeing show of hands, people are recognizing certain aspects of open roads. From what we showed earlier today, and seeing some of the comments in chat, I thought, well, we're going to show design review, but I want you to know like how that fits in the whole thing. So there's always this discussion about what's ProjectWise Connect, 365, Infrastructure Cloud. You've got ProjectWise Drive, you've got Explorer. I mean, the list goes on. If you really kept up with the times, there's like 5 Bentley Navigators, multitudes of BIM formats. So I thought about it. I'm like, let's just get you guys up to snuff. And so I'm going to go through slide deck. We'll look at some things. And then I'm actually just going to jump into a real project and just kind of go through design review. So we'll do both, time permitting. All right. So I just want you to understand kind of our vision of digital delivery again, and how Bentley Infrastructure Cloud, this is the word we're going to use now, Bentley Infrastructure Cloud. If you hear ProjectWise, it's inside of Bentley Infrastructure Cloud. If you hear about iTwin, it's inside of Infrastructure Cloud. So just get used to hearing that word. That's the new word, the new phrase. So just want to throw that out there. All right, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It's pretty obvious. I think we all know this, but traditionally, as we did our file handoffs and such, it's basically a sawtooth, and we're trying to streamline. That's the whole purpose to this, right? Think about it like a car. The difference between, some of the just average, internal combustion engines, as they're shifting gears and all, you can still feel those moments, right? But look at where the EVs have gotten us now. When you step on the gas, it just goes, right? So there's zero stutter or anything. So it's a smoother experience. Now, you may love or hate EVs. I'm not going to get on that, but the idea is, it's about that, that feel. So think about how our projects go through this feel. And so we're trying to streamline this and make it a data-centric world. Again, I mentioned some products. It's actually a good list of them. I just want to be clear. So if you look at this, it's a war zone of solutions. I think the important piece to understand is our history here. So we had connect.bentley.com. If you guys ever looked at the internet when Bentley first kicked off this idea of being able to go to Connect, there was a connect.bentley.com, and it had some capabilities. Now, there's some edge cases with it as far as its user interface was concerned in the overall experience. But a lot of the tools there provided value. And that was kind of our 1.0, if you will. People really liked it. Then we went to ProjectWise 365, and you were confused. Why is there 2 now? There's 2. They're almost the same. There were differences. There was advancements in that user experience, and some people didn't like it, and that's fine. But you'll notice we refactored the interface and made it much more streamlined with a left sidebar. That was probably one of the most obvious things there. And then as far as the licensing mechanism to it, it was very attractive because some companies didn't want to pay for other people to be on it if they were outside of their organization. So there was a process behind that that we had considered. There was construction.bentley, if you kept up with that, as we were onboarding in the synchro world and acquired them too. There was capabilities and technologies to us that seemed to make sense, and they were just limited to that environment. And there was some overlap, but really it wasn't all the way there. And so now what we've done, as you can see, is we've kind of, said a lot of that functionality, we like it, but we need it all together. And so this idea of, if you think of each of those as 3 different websites, we've created this kind of environment now that houses all 3 of these ideas. Of course, the interface is common. It's not just connect. So that's kind of an edge case. So we've kind of brought everything to a common interface. And so through this, we've added more capabilities within it. And this is our way of kind of fencing it all in. So at the end of the day, when you guys leave, or you're going to hear right now, all you need to know is infrastructurecloud.bentley.com. You don't need to know any of the other ones. That's old. So, unless you really like, I like classic cars, nothing wrong with that, but I don't know about classic websites. So let's stick with infrastructurecloud.bentley.com unless you're just really into old websites, which would be weird. So, I don't know. I'm into old websites too, probably. But, when we think about it, it's kind of purpose built around this idea of this ecosystem and the way our life cycles operate. And so you think about the projects we work on, but then how those are maintained and understood, right? So we've broken this up into that concept of the loop. So some of you guys call it the infinity symbol, but it's the loop. And so it goes through this life cycle, this process. And so its intention is really to kind of harmonize all of that information that we had into one experience. Now, the project delivery, simply put, we're taking the design and the build workflows, design and build, and we're putting them under our project delivery umbrella. So your synchros and your open roads and all of that type of stuff is all gonna be bundled over there, because design build is pretty commonplace these days. It used to be a big deal, but I think just about everybody's had their hands in it in some capacity now. And it's about the single source of truth of data, right? So you need to make sure, that's always a challenge in collaborative environments when we work together. And I know Matt and I used to work together. I was at MS Consultants. You were at CH Tomb Hill, right, Matt? Yeah. I learned everything from this guy, even how not to type in a domain name in the web browser, I guess, or a website name. But at any rate, when we would work together, we were in 2 different companies and we had to collaborate, and we were using ProjectWise, but sometimes there were other stakeholders that didn't. And it creates challenges, right? Like, you've got data, and I remember one project, I won't name the company nor the project, but I'm sure their company is online, and the project is one of the biggest here right in Columbus, right downtown. But one of the projects, they put every drainage structure right where we were putting a pier. I couldn't even believe it. And it was because files were getting sent through email, and they just did it, and for weeks. And then when this, it's time to submit and we got to get all the files back together, we were looking, why isn't it in ProjectWise? Where are they? Oh, well, we work offline. And so you can imagine. So the point is, we're trying to create an environment now more than ever where we can have trusted data in one experience. So what you're going to see is in digital delivery, you can't do that disparate, broken, disconnected methodology. It's just not going to check a box. So everyone has to be on that common shared environment. And so we're really just taking everything you guys already do today. We're just building on it, just like I showed earlier in the previous videos. And so we combine the ProjectWise and Synchro as far as brands are concerned, if you want to think of our solutions that we have out there. And then we're using connections to synchronize this data, ultimately to coordinate and manage that information. And again, it goes back to the experience of collaborating. And again, like I said, I met Matt, we were working together on a project, and well, I wasn't, but I think we were both administrating it and everybody else was. And then this is where we get into the validation. So we'll take a look at some design review coming up. But understanding you got to get everybody inside of this system. Otherwise, what's the point to any of these other things? There's no reason to QC check it with design review if not all the information's there. I mean, I guess you could, and you'd say all the information's missing. Like, Adam, where's my bridge? It's missing. Not that you do bridges anymore. I know you were going to say that. So, and then, you know, just general governance of maintaining the standard. So the whole idea was to essentially unify this, as you can imagine. So like I said before, and you've got your project delivery, our infrastructure, cloud.bentley.com. Now we do have mechanisms to interface with this idea, right? So the .com is a web portal. You go to the web and everything you need is right there. But for designers, for people that actually have to do, you know, the deeper dive into the data and build these design files, you're going to need, you know, mechanisms to communicate to that. So ProjectWise is still going to be around, not going away. I mean, that's how you talk to it. The other one, though, is ProjectWise Drive, because not every product out there is integrated. You may be running, I don't know, just for the sake of an example, maybe you're running, I don't know, Estimator or MDX or something, right? Something that's not integrated into ProjectWise directly. You can save those files within ProjectWise Drive, which is actually like a OneDrive back to ProjectWise. So that's a way to continue that collaboration. It may not be deeply integrated, but it's a way just to keep checking in and out the files and working in a non-integrated kind of capacity for those products that aren't certified with it. And then because we're talking project delivery and we're talking about you know, both ProjectWise and Synchro, you got to have an offline mechanism too. If we're doing a design build, I can't make that guy, you know, all the way up in Youngstown, out in who knows where, maybe he doesn't have an internet connection of any kind. I can't have him, you know, taking documents and all this stuff and then later just putting them in. We need a mechanism to check in, check out, and be able to record it so we know he's taken files and he's gone offline, so to speak, because he's off the internet. And so with Synchro Field, we give you a mechanism essentially to do that. So if you're out there with your tablet, you can better understand the project, take photos, review the model, things of that nature, and in offline capacity, and still have that tether. We've just got a kind of a timed event. So when they come back, it checks it back in of sorts. And then, of course, scheduling. So Synchro 4D, for those that don't know that product, it allows us to do the actual construction scheduling. And so all that information feeds into what we call iTwin Platform. And for anybody that wants to know what iTwin actually means, I actually had to ask once, and I always love it when I ask our other Bentley guys. And you'll ask and like, okay, one guy tells you, oh, that sounds good. And you ask another guy, he tells you something different. You're like, come on, do we not know what these mean? So an iTwin is an infrastructure digital twin. We just shorten the name. So digital twin, industry term. Bentley's focus is on infrastructure. You can have digital twins for just about anything, but just be aware that our focus here at Bentley is on infrastructure. For now, maybe we'll get into other things later, who knows? But the whole idea is this is a database, right? So it's data-centric, data-rich. It's as good as what you put into it. You put bad data in, you're going to have a lot of bad data. So you definitely need governance. You need oversight. You need to check it, you know, all that type of stuff. So just be aware of that. And so we're using iTwin as this mechanism to be able to allow that to perform for us. Now, ProjectWise overall, we have ProjectWise Cloud, and you guys just know files. I have a file. Here's a file. It's just a mechanism of us to be able to help us as individuals do our job, understand what our job is, be effective in what we do, and yet still feed to this greater good of an infrastructure digital twin. So it's a little back-end magicry, if you, I guess, or of sorts, but just be aware that it's there. You know, it's all the IT guys, all the tech guys that have figured that side out, so you don't have to worry about it. You just do your job. You're using these tools, and you're feeding to the greater good here. Now, the infrastructure digital twin, as I mentioned, it's just a representation. Its intention is to be a representation of the real world. And chronology is the key. So keep that in mind. It's not just what you're proposing. It's stuff that already exists, things of that nature. It could even be concepts that you were proposing that never actually went. It could be a PowerPoint about your project that you're going after. So when you think about it, don't think it has to be a CAD model. That's the thing I think people get hung up on. I got to see it as a thing. It could just be an idea. We do take this physical asset and we create an equivalent to it. And so it's basically, data rich, and it covers a variety of different things. So it's just about the real world object. So moving on here, the purpose, how are we doing this? How do we bridge this gap of the way we do things, today and in the past, and take it into the future? And so there are a few things we need to understand here, because everybody always says, well, Bentley's all about the models. Well, I want to be clear. Our modeling technology does supersede our competitor. Where we do tend to fall apart is in our plans production, just to be honest. That's where our competitor is better. They're better at the plans production part. But I think as we start to understand name boundaries and our tools, I think we'll start to see it's actually there. There's only a few areas we have to refine to make the experience better. But for now, because every time I meet one of you guys, somebody's always like, well, I just got to create plans. I get that. I know I had to create plans too. Thank God I didn't have to hand draft those plans. Fun fact, I actually was in the era of hand drafting. I just made sure I was really bad at it when computers were out, and they were like, you know what, just go to the computer again. You're better at that. So that's how I got to avoid that. So there's a lady in Clearwater, Florida, that's probably right now, thinking about that and realizing that it was a trick. But at any rate, the purpose here is we want to take a system that you're currently using and align it with a new system. So it's almost like, I feel like Fast and Furious movies always seem to pop in my head. My dog loves them. So something about the cars moving on the screen, he'll watch the TV for like the whole thing, like a whole series. But you ever watch those movies and the car races up to the train and they're, going to jump from the car or the train or vice versa, right? Well, that makes sense if you're going to transfer and you're in movement. That's the one that makes sense. What doesn't make sense is just jumping off the train and hoping at one point a car will show up or another train for me to land on. That's a horrible way to do a transition. So in this instance, you're timing two things coming together, jumping over to the one, and eventually that one thing will slow down and go away. So my point is, we do files today. We do plan sheets today. Let's just imagine we're on the train of files and we're doing that. And now models are coming right up next to us. We're going to ride together for a while until we can get everything from one over to the other. And then that one's going to slow down and we're going to take off in models in the future. It will happen. It's just not going to happen as fast as everybody likes to think it will. But understand we're carrying this experience all the way through, and it's intentional. We are not orphaning file-based workflows at this time, and not for a while. So if you look here, this is just a simple chart, and I think everybody can read. But I just wanted to mention it's a parallel experience, and rather use an analogy than read that. And so, eventually the model will be the deliverable, and we're basically building sim cities. These are, well, actually, they're not even going to be sim. They're going to be real cities, digital cities that represent the real world, and every little aspect that changes, whether it be a sensor. I'm working on a project right now with a municipal planning commission where the entire metropolitan area, everything from the traffic lights and the designs of the roads to even the autonomous vehicles. There's a couple testing facilities we're doing with a couple of manufacturers. That entire thing is going to be a living database that all the different systems of the city are going to feed into and read even, which is really way out there when you think about it. But it's going to be our future. It's going to be both a great database of information for everybody to harvest from, and it's also going to be a visual one to be able to communicate better. So we're integrating the two. That's the intention. And we got to make it easier to work with. That's key. I mean, every system you use today, think about your phone. It's an iPhone is simple on the outside, complex on the inside. Try and get somebody to use a rotary phone and make a phone call. It's going to be laughable if you're, under 40. And then, the integrity of the data, again, everything you guys do, and I say this because I'm notorious for this. How many of us have been close to the deadline? It's not working. We know we got to just do this one little thing. It'll be okay. I'll just draw that cross section. It'll be all right. I'll just get it later. And we never do. I'm going to tell you, you never do. You never go back and get it until later it bites you. And then you're like, oh, darn it. Data integrity is key, because if you guys don't put good data into the system, you're poisoning the well. So it's very important, and it may not be for you. It might be for the generation after you. That's something to consider. Like the people after you eventually are going to look at this data. Back when raster to vector was a key, I used a raster editor, and every time there was a lake, I drew a little guy swimming in there. I thought it was funny. It was a little tiny speck if you zoom really far in. I bet if that goes to a digital twin now, AI is gonna find it and be like, there's a guy in the lake. You know, I don't know how it'll interpret, but it might mess up the system now that I think about it. So we've got to be responsible with data and make sure we're putting in good data. And it's about the analysis and the reuse. So if it's bad data, think about how that's being reused, understood. And as AI starts to look at it and make calls, judgments about things, what that could mean. It could go beyond hallucination. So let's take a look at Connect here. And just an example here. When we talk about digital twins, I think people get really freaked out. Like, what is that? That's, you guys talk about this all the time, Bentley. I don't even know where to begin. Guys, it's so simple. We're going to do one live today just because it's that simple. So it's like 5 mouse clicks. And as long as you have access rights to do it, it's easy. And I would encourage you, no matter where your project is, no matter if it's 2D or not, just make one. For every project, just make one. What's the harm in making it and never using it? But then I bet you, a year from now, you're going to need a few of them and go, I wonder what this area would look like. Now you already have them and you just draw them all in together and you can get some, you can surprise yourself with it. So I would say start planning now to make them. We'll take a look at that, but essentially it's a publishing capability. And so it automatically synchronizes looking at a CAD file and just making it an iModel and many iModels on top of each other chronologically as things change. So it's onioning, if you will. And so that capability gives us that time capability to swipe back and forth and look at changes. No plugins. There's nothing. You don't need anything other than just, ProjectWise, essentially. You're using ProjectWise. You've got a website. You say, hey, go look at this. Schedule it every 4 hours. You're done. That's it. And after that, you never look at it again. What's the commercial? The roaster, set it and forget it. You set it and forget it, basically, for anybody that stays up late at night in the 80s, apparently. But it supports many formats, so we're brand inclusive, and I want to be clear about that. A lot of people think this is dedicated just to like Bentley. We really don't care. The concept of a digital twin is way bigger than just a DGN file. It's Revit files. It's, AutoCAD files. It's anybody that wants to come to the table. We really don't care. We offer this data. We make the SDK and everything available for people to understand and build so they can feed into it. I mean, Microsoft is invested in it. Some of the buildings that we've worked with on them are digital twins. When they've had new buildings made, it's a Bentley digital twin so that they can look in the walls and see all the stuff they want to see, right? But ultimately, there's some good governance over the system, and it really manages itself. So we'll take a look at that coming up. But the process, create one, it's pretty simple. We'll do the video, but I'm going to do one live too. You give it a name. Maybe you want to add a cool looking picture. It's an option. And then you want to go on the ProjectWise and find a file. Now there's a couple methods. We're using a save search, but we're going to define it. And then we're going to give that connection a particular name. I usually use the same name myself. And we say how often and what we want it to include, and that's it. That's it. I literally said, here's a file every so many hours, include the sheet models too, done. And so we never have to look at it again as far as a setup. It'll always check your files every time there's a change, every 4 hours or whatever interval you set, and it'll make that model. And so think about what that means for markups. And so as things are changing, as users are making changes to the markups, which some of y'all are probably using Bluebeam, I usually make a joke about PDF. It's a perfectly dark file. It's a file that has no recognition or understanding of where it came from. If anything changes, it's just a picture. It's a Polaroid. But the difference here is that when our data changes, it communicates back. When you mark up the PDF even, or you mark up the DGN file, Those types of things can be recorded and saved within this one environment where you can gather insights from it. We can understand differences between the model. You know, obviously green's new, red's removed, blue is maybe a delta, some type of object was slightly adjusted. We use standard mechanisms to kind of inform the user in that environment. So don't be afraid of these iTwins, and you don't even have to do those fancy tricks we just did. Just make one. That's the easiest. If you can make one, I should almost make it. We're going to make a badge, I think, Scott. I made an iModel today. I mean, we should make one because for Premier Scholar, I quiz people all the time. Bruin, Matt, you probably know, we're like, have you ever created an iModel before? And I mean, we've gone through Premier Scholar with a couple of hundred users now, and they're all like, no. And you know how long it's been around? Like what, 15 years, something like that? It's been around a while, guys. Yeah, I think it's 20 actually. So now this is a cool capability, and I want to point out this is actually something that's been communicated a lot lately. It is coming out. I want to be very clear, and I was hesitant to even show this, but I want to show you why, because a lot of people have doubts. You're just showing models. We are moving to this idea of integrating the sheets directly with the model. So a PDF is great. It's just a picture, though. When I pick on the manhole in the PDF, it doesn't take me to the manhole in the model. If I want to understand, like, is the PDF right? Sometimes you got to go flip through a set and go look at other pages, right? And you're looking to go, oh yeah, oh no, the profile looks wrong with what they're showing in the plan. They're not matching up right, or something's not right, or that number is different. It was a user placed a note or a value. So the integrated sheets concept is where we're marrying both. We're marrying the 2D and the 3D together. And so the idea behind this is that as you guys move to a digital twin, as you're moving into this infrastructure cloud umbrella, you're siloing all your information. We're able to make connections across all that data in ways that you probably didn't even think you could do. So this idea of moving through a plan set and it moves the model too, kind of cool. So if we take a look here, I've got a sheet and I'm zooming in on this particular sheet here. It's not one of the best looking sheets, by the way, you might note. And I come over to one of my drainage structures. We can pick on it and even go to the model at the same time. And so we can look at the details and the properties of the model. How many times have we said, something doesn't look right, I got to look at the cross-section view or the profile view also. Now you got like 3 pages out and you're trying to figure out if that's right. We can essentially enable you the ability to look at it in a variety of different contexts and really delve into it and decide, is that correct? It's probably too much information for some, but you know, if you're probably under 40, this is probably exactly what you want. And I say this jokingly because I've worked with some of you guys that are younger, and you'll have like 3 screens out with like 5 YouTube channels playing videos. You're still working on it, and I don't know how they do it. I really don't. I definitely am old now. But the idea is, when I saw that many panels, I thought it was a lot. But the point is, we are integrating these things together. And the sooner you guys move to an iTwin and you leverage Bentley Infrastructure Cloud, you'll get there. And this is kind of at the precipice, right? If like we start talking markups and things, now we can truly mark up both the 2D and the 3D. And it's all within one environment. And we can look at the performance of the project, who's holding up the project. Like, is it drainage? Is it bridge? We can gather deeper insights around it than we can with just like third-party extra add-on products. This comes up a lot, and I thought this was important to note. I actually was in Connecticut for this, and there's this idea of taking as-built and all this stuff out to GIS. I just think it's silly. I mean, conceptually, when you talk data, we're moving it from one database to another database. It doesn't make any sense. It's already in a database. We can overlay the GIS data with an iTwin. And a lot of people don't realize that. They always ask, like, I want to put iTwin in GIS. Well, sure, if Esri wants to do it, let them make that possible. They haven't. But we've made it possible to overlay GIS with our stuff. And I think that complements both sides, because you've got GIS grade and survey grade. They're, you know, a little bit different. I think there's a convergence over time that's coming. I'm looking at Joel here, but because he's probably got some thoughts on it. But it's I think we're in a situation now where, for now, it's still going to be kind of separate. Just understand you've got to have access to those systems, of course. If you don't have ArcGIS, you're not going to get ArcGIS, right? So you're going to have access to that. But we are supporting all that information. And if you guys have looked, and we may have talked about capabilities in Open Roads previously, I don't know if you've presented on this, but the integration of now a lot of the GIS tools that we have within our products, where you can actually draw upon Esri data direct into the DGN. So we can actually featureize stuff and bring it in from systems. So we are trying our best to dovetail with GIS as much as possible. All right. So let's just take another quick look here. So I've got my iModel here. And in this particular one, we'll go ahead and open it up. And keep in mind these tiles of iModels. I'll show you something coming up. I personally like to break them up by discipline before we get to this consensus model. Let the teams review them individually. But what we're looking at here is an ability to add some layers. So through our tool set, we can actually add, some GIS features here. So of course, I need to know that address. And so if you've got access to this information, we can go ahead and do it and add this in. And then what you'll see, and apologies for the language, but somebody out there probably speaks Dutch or German. What we can do is essentially add those details in. And so just like that, we're adding another layer. And there you go. It's in your environment. And it's whether it's 2D or 3D. Keep that in mind. So we can take that information and drape it over what we have. All right. I feel like the video should speed up right about now. There we go. Okay. And so you can see in this particular instance, they've got that information added. And so we're going to read all the information as made available, right? We're just making a connection. And the great thing about what we just did there, that's a link. That's not a copy. So as the data over there changes and improves, it complements our data as our data improves. So we're not trying to copy stuff, in that particular instance. All right, prove my point. I'm going to skip ahead. All right, the next thing we're doing, and this came up recently, and this is another AI capability, but I'll be honest, it feels more like a bit of a parlor trick. It's not something that I would really tell you is like, ooh, AI. I feel like in our era now, or where we're at in the world, I feel like this is just kind of obvious, is that we're using AI, and through the photos taken, say in the example of either just field photos taken or drone photos as you're doing context capture or iTwin capture modeler, as it's now known, and we're storing this within the environment, we can actually leverage the AI through media indexing, as it's known, to just pick things up. It'll actually understand words like signage in the photos, things like that. So it's just doing, recognition. And so in this instance, we'll look at those, we'll look at objects and text, and we understand the geographic location of those things, and we'll help you overlay those within the iModel. And so let's go ahead and play through this one just to share. And so in this instance, got some photos out there, right? And we can cycle through them and see and understand where their position is on the little mini map. We can see details about that metadata from those photos. And then in many cases, we can also pick up some of the words and things that are related to it. So just another way to take, and I say this from personal experience, I think we've all been there, right? You go out there with the cameras, you take photos. What do? You come in the office, dump them into a folder, and then somebody's got to fish through all those. And if you're really savvy, you're like, oh, did you know you can use the preview mode of Windows Explorer and you can like click through it. Like you think you're really smart. And that was the smartest thing we had. Well, now with the indexing, it makes it a little bit easier. So just something that I think is one of those overlooked capabilities that exist today. That's not new. It exists, and it's been out for a little bit, and that I think you guys should try to consider, even if you're not going to go full tilt into the world of infrastructure cloud. The next item here is about just deliverables management. I'm going to go through this one a little bit faster. I feel like this is important, but I also think, what's the point if you don't have your deliverables in there to begin with? Like if you don't have anything in there yet, like I just want you to know there's a mechanism to be able to understand, track, and see the progress of your transmittals and things like that. So we actually give you a capability to create these packages and track them. And so I could send something to JD. JD could say, yeah, I really like that. And he approves it. It's not lost in some email of like, well, did he read it? I don't know. I don't know if he read it or if he liked it yet. He's on vacation. Like, I'll know right away. The minute he does and he says he likes it, I get a notification back in the system. So it's a really nice way of being able to share. The next item is just some of the key capabilities within our construction modeling, right? So as we've added the synchro functionalities into the Bentley Infrastructure Cloud world, we're going to see as we can do things, you know, calculating quantities and such. We can compare the design. That's just the advantage of an iTwin. We can see the befores and afters. And I just think it's a much more convenient system because it's all under one umbrella. All right, so let's take a look here. So we'll take a look. We've got our iModel. Let's go ahead and kick this open. And I love it. See this, Scott? Look familiar? It's only the project Scott and I did for the conference, what, 3 years ago? Everybody likes using it now. And so in our data here, you can see here's our bridge. And so in the iModel environment, I mean, it just affords you these capabilities. So what we can see here is that we've got a series of tools made available. And honestly, it's a really thin set of tools. So if you're a new user, this is all browser-based. And so you can go through and you can run different capabilities on here. So in this instance, what you're seeing is they're just going through and using some of the tools to analyze the bridge in this particular case. And so I believe he's checking clearances. I really can't read the screen there on that one, but he's checking some clearances across there. But the tool set allows you to kind of interact with the model is all. And you'll see that our experience here is such that these are built around personas. So if you're a designer or a reviewer, we're going to give you that side of it. If you're a contractor, construction guy, right, we're going to give you that side of it. So it's tools for purpose. We're not just, you know, a MicroStation. Let's think about MicroStation as experts in this stuff. And I don't know, this is a fun fact. There's actually 64,000 commands in MicroStation. If you were to use, I only know this number because one time somebody sent a spreadsheet of every command. Some are not documented and not intended to be shared, but there are over 64,000. And I only remember that number because it reminds me of the amount of RAM I used to put in my computer one point in time. And so there's 64,000 commands. That's too much for anybody. Like a person that does traffic doesn't need all those commands. A person that does bridge doesn't need all those commands. They need a certain set of commands. And so that's what we're doing here essentially in this environment. So we're sharing commands for purpose for the given role. And so in this particular case, they've gone through, as we can see, as I've been yammering here, they're selecting particular aspects of this project, and then they can essentially generate quantities related to it because it's a modeled object, and all of that information was done in Open Roads and Open Bridge. Fun fact, the bridge could have been done in another outside product as well, as long as it's in the digital twin environment and it recognizes itself as a solid object or a mesh, it's going to calculate it. So if it's a Civil 3D or a Revit, the same thing can be true. And so we take a look here and we can see just, availability of even more tools. And so it's all built around this idea of allowing these reviewers and these downstream individuals to not necessarily need an installation of Open Roads or Open Bridge. And I say this from my own experience, but I ask you guys, think about your managers, think about their managers. Do you want them opening your file to check something? None of us do. We know they're going to bump it and break it, and that's fine. They're not getting paid to modify DGN files. So what Bentley's trying to do here is create a mechanism where the appropriate tool is there for the person. It's worth noting these files, essentially these models, are read-only. These are the result of your DGNs. So think about the ingredients you're working with, the cake you're baking, and they're looking at it, but just behind the glass window outside the store. They're not allowed to eat it yet. So they're pointing at it and making comments about it, but there you go. So one thing to note, a lot of this, because it's an iModel, we can gather all this information from iModel. That's one of the benefits of this system. But moving on, coordination, I mentioned scheduling. Because Synchro has been drug into this environment through the web, you're going to see that we can drive scheduling. We can actually do animations through the timeline as well. And it does work with things like Primavera and Microsoft Project. So you can actually work your schedules into it. Does anybody here use Synchro at all? Any capacity? I'm curious in the room. Anyone? No one? Wow. Not even just to kind of forecast what the construction would be like in some capacity. I mean, I just designed stuff back when I did it. I remember we would always think about how they might build it. And I've learned quickly I was always wrong. Talk to a contractor and they'll be like, how much is that abutment versus that one? They're exactly the same size and everything. And I always love it because it's totally a trick question. And I was like, I don't know, they're the same price. Nope. What do you mean? Well, to get the material over to this one, I got to drive all the way around and they go in this long drawn out thing to be able to mobilize and get all the stuff there. And so I always thought that was, I never considered things like that, just to be quite honest. I just sit in the computer and design stuff. Somebody else has to move it around. And so what we're looking at there is just some capabilities where we can use Synchro and do some scheduling. So not a lot, I'm asking the audience because not a lot of people are using it in our line of work. But if you're doing big design builds, we're seeing the design side. They are actually starting to do that more and more so they can kind of work with the contractors a bit because they know they're not as computer savvy. So sometimes they're helping kind of pilot that story. Next thing I want to share, this is just about the mobile aspect. Because we're not really Synchro users, I just want to run through this a little bit faster, but we give access through a tablet or phone to that data as well. And so because that data is being captured and it's being taken offline, essentially, we're letting them use, the GPS on their phone or something like that to kind of maneuver through it. But what's really important here is that we still understand that geoposition of the data tied in with their phone. We do provide tools to work within it. They can create saved views and look at them. Pennsylvania DOT, Scott McMasters, if you've worked with them. I'm looking at JD here for those that are maybe on Teams. Scott actually set up a whole bunch of saved views for the contractors. So they knew specifically what to look at. Like they want to look at the geometry. There was a saved view of just geometry. Like they basically laid it out for them on a silver platter. And I thought that was a genius approach to really trying to bridge the two, to bring the two together. There are forms and workflows for this, and of course the issue resolution that we'll share, but just to kind of show it very quickly, and I'm going to jump ahead in the video a little bit for time. This still looks at the models and things of that nature. Obviously, if you have a live connection, you can get this live, but you can also take it offline. And so that's something that a lot of people come back and say, well, I can't because I can't, I'm going to be offline. It is possible to do that. The tool was built to do that. And so as they're kind of taking measurements and things, they're just using the tablet to do that and check against what's out there in the real world. They can look at different aspects just like you would if you were sitting on the web browser. So it's really just the web browser brought to a tablet environment and enabling an ability to take that data offline. All that information that you would see on the web is also being seen here on the tablet. Of course, what do you think? They take photos out there. Photos can come back and begin to continue the media indexing and work together. And we're building a better kind of, data-centric environment here. So just a couple examples here. I'm going to jump ahead because I know it feels like it's replaying here on me. Sorry, y'all. Nope, no, it did. All right. Sorry. I clicked too fast. That's all right. One thing I want to point out, this came up and this has come up, and I've worked with a couple of accounts that are probably, I know Jacobs is in the room, so working with Jacobs on something, performance comes up a lot. Not a lot of users know this, and I only mention it because I think it's pretty cool when things like this happen and they get overlooked, like guys put a lot of time in. We've improved the experience. So if you're in 365 or if you're in Connect, that's as fast and as good as it's going to get. When we brought things over to Infrastructure Cloud, we refactored the way we stream data. And so it's basically 10x plus. I think the internal was 12, but 10. 10's good enough, right? Just to say 10. And so this ability to stream, we've created this new, as you can see, it's IMFT format or concept for how we stream data. And so just to quickly kind of give you a glimpse, we're loading up the iTwin between the new and the old, and you can kind of get a sense of how long it used to take versus how long it takes now. And you might think, well, why does it take so long? It's loading real information, like all the intricacies and everything you guys put into the design is why it's taking so long. It's got to render all that through the viewer, and it's got to, you know, be able to get you access to all that database information for the properties and such. And so I'm not going to play it again, but just faster. Good to know. So as you guys go into the review, you're going to see a faster experience, hopefully, in Infrastructure Cloud. 365, you're not. So if somebody says, why would you, we're going to stay on 365. All right, well, you're going to stay on that, but it is slower. I just want to let you know. And that starts to add up really quick, you know. Now, this is a new capability, and if you're not making iModels, which the audience here in the room for everybody on Teams did not really raise their hands, this might not mean much to you. But I want you to think of it in a way that ODOT has always thought of it. So, you know, if you go all the way back to our file naming in Ohio DOT, and I know this very well because I remember the day that I asked for the BK file, and they didn't want to make a BK file. And then I, in my usual crass fashion, said, you can't have it your way, which was a BK joke, but I was throwing it back on one of my now good friends, Mr. Renke. I threw it back on him that we needed a BK file. The future was going to be federated alignments, but we were still in Geopack, by the way. Keep this in mind, guys. So when we were doing the 7071 project, I had to make a scalable solution to be able to collaborate with users. And I said, we have to federate the data. It has to be broken out so people can work together so we can make an infinitely large project file. It's just connected files. And so what this is doing is exactly what you guys do today. Think about the BD, the BK, you know, all of them. I actually am starting to forget some of them now. But I know B's base map and then all the other letters, and K was Geopack, you know, which is why I made a BK file. Said make it BK. You guys do the 000 files? Thank God you do. I was like, yeah, you're okay. Yes, it does depend. That's the right answer, right? So, but at any rate, my point is, I think you guys are already doing this. This is native to Ohio. So this is you right here. So traditional models for iModels, just so you guys are aware, they were like, just shove everything in one file. Well, think about that. What if we did that at ODOT for Cadd? What if we just said, there is no geometry file. There is no, we'll just put it all in one file. It'll be fine. That doesn't float, right? We know that doesn't work. Well, why would that work in iModels? It won't. So this concept here is that we're actually federating out those models too. And I mentioned something a little bit earlier about how we work and review. When you think about your departmental roles and you're working in bridge or drainage or road, each team is starting to work on something and the other teams kind of sort of interact. But like I'm doing geometry, Dan's looking at my geometry and checking it and going, no, I don't like that profile. You know, you got to go back. The green book says we got to do this and you messed it all up. And I'm like, so sorry, I'm not really a good geometry guy. So, you know, I always leave Togo on redefine and I start with point number 1, always, you know, but that's an old Geopack, like bad joke. Eric Thomas is probably laughing, but that's about it. But the point is that we review around our discipline. And so when we were originally at Bentley putting everything in one iModel, it wasn't floating. Because like design review, what do I do? What do I look at? Everything? That makes no sense. So this mechanism is basically to break these out so that we can simplify it. And so we can look at pieces for purpose. So I know this diagram doesn't really do a whole lot of justice here, but trust me, it's just like what you guys are doing here in Ohio. Don't worry about the diagram. And so now let's talk about some validation. So one thing I always find interesting, and this is one reason to look at what Bentley has made available for you. Keep in mind, a lot of this technology sometimes is just sitting there right in your lap and you don't know you have it. But did you guys know clash detection? We do it all the time in our products. We have drainage utilities and MicroStation, others we can do it. Did you know that I can build clash detection within Infrastructure Cloud? I could actually have done it in 365. But I can also schedule it. I don't even have to do it. I just have to set up the rules and say, go do it. And so now it'll tell me where the clashes are as I'm doing my work. I don't have to, I'm doing twice as much work, you know, with the same amount of energy. And so I just want to give you an example here. So we can run clashes. This is creating an actual clash set. So we've got our A and our B, this, first, that, right? And so the mechanism, as we think about what Infrastructure Cloud is doing for us here, is it's establishing, we're setting up some rules and we can run these. And yes, you can, as an individual, come over and hit the button if you want, but you could just say, hey, every midnight, check for clashes. We're doing a lot of work on this project, undergoing a lot of changes. And so I encourage you guys to think about ways to work smarter, right, than harder, and set some of this stuff up. Now, this might be something worth thinking about at the agency. I do know somebody did this with utilities online, and that's about all I remember. I've looked on LinkedIn forever. I might say it was somebody at Jacobs, but I'm not really sure. But somebody online showed the exact rule set of every single possible clash in the order that they should occur when working with utilities specifically. And I was like, that's amazing. We should just make that a template and give that out to everybody, because then we don't have to worry about it. It's just there. But point is, you could build these as templates and you could use these. So this is something worth considering to be able to, as a community, get better. And when I say that, don't always put everything on ODOT. You know, at MS Consultants, when I worked there, Dan as well, when Dan worked at the companies he worked at, we all participated. Scott at H&TB back in the day, we all participated. We all put in, Mike, I mean, we've all done stuff and fed it back to the agency and said, look what I made, and I think you could use this. And then let them decide if it fits, if it passes the smell test. They may refine it a little, but don't always put all the burden of development on them. I do know competitively, we talk about intellectual property, like, oh, well, you're giving away your idea. I'm still the captain of that ship. I know it way better than the person that's going to copy it. So I'm not worried about that. And you wouldn't be either. If you are the expert that created that idea, nobody's going to be able to take that away from you. So when we think about things like clash detection and rules, consider that. Now we get into the validation analysis. This is a QA/QC. Notice how far back in the story this is, right? So I said, oh, I'm going to show you markups, design review, as I called it. But in reality, it's like all of these other things that you could be taking advantage of. Some are just build an iModel. If you check that box, great. If you don't check that box, you really can't do the red lines. So you got to do it as far as prerequisite. Now, do you need the clash detection? No, but do I want to do markups on clash detection when I've got a robot that does it for me? I mean, set that up. Let that thing do it first before you start making issues. And, you know, does that pipe look like it hits that other pipe, Dan? It just doesn't make sense. So we can check the deliverables, and we're making advancements around this. Essentially, the general idea here is to, just overall QC our work. That's it in a nutshell. I hate to use the dang term for the thing, but if we take a look at this, I just want to share a couple of things. So within this environment, and we're kind of in the design review environment, we can use these validation tools to assist us in understanding the data. So in this particular case, we can look at the geometry. We don't have to click on the geometry, can essentially just report against it and say, hey, how does that look using this standard? Oh, it failed. That was easy. I mean, I don't know if Larry Shannon's still in the industry, but I used to just print out a Geopack report and go, Larry, does this look right? And he'd spin down that printout and be like, yeah, no, it's no good here and here. And he'd circle it and give it back to me. It was such a crappy workflow. I hate to say it, even though he was really good at it and he was quick. It's still not as fast as this. So Larry 2.0 right here. And Larry, actually, there were two Larrys in the industry that were that good, right, Scott? So just an example of some of the thoughts of checking and reviewing data. It's not always about putting a little red circle around something and saying that's wrong. We can generate the reports right out of the model. That's where this is becoming much more powerful. And you think about it, is this any different than Geopack? I developed stuff in a GPK, and then I use a report tool to analyze the GPK. I just had to do it very clunky and it was just very long process. Here, it's all coalescing in one space, right? Data centric. And so if it's wrong, it's wrong. And it's not, oops, the wrong alignment. It's the only alignment. It's the alignment that we are actually using for this project. I remember in GeoPack, I used to have multiple alternative alignments sometimes, and I ran the report, it checked out. Oh, we're not using that one anymore. Wait, what? Nobody told me that. That communication failure, that all goes away in this environment because it's centralized. So looking at these things, looking at super elevation, you don't have to have open roads and generate the reports and sit in there. To be quite honest, it's costly to do it in there. Just saying too, from a financial perspective. You can get this in the hands of a reviewer. Now, I know some of y'all are probably thinking, oh, Jeff or Joe or Bob, or I don't know whether they're all guys, but apparently I just named like 3 made up guys, fictional guys, that they're not going to know how this works. Well, that goes with like anything. This is new technology. Just like when Cadd came into the scene, some of the hand drafters didn't know the technology. This is where we go back to where we started about the training, about learn. There are avenues, there are vehicles, and everybody has to learn. You're only as strong as the weakest link. So think about that. I'm not going to play through this whole thing. We just go through countless video iterations here of what we can review. Just understand there's a multitude of ways to check the data and comment against it. All right. I want to talk about another item here at the tail end. And if you guys have gone to our project delivery conference, this one to me is a game changer. So I kind of feel like it's the Oprah's book thing where I'll pick something every once in a while and go, this is gonna be the biggest thing. And I don't know why it doesn't resonate with users still. It does really blow my mind. Has everybody heard of Component Center? You guys heard of it? Any idea what it is? I summarize it as the cell library in the cloud. Like that's how I think of it. But it's more than just that. It does cells, it does blocks, right? Because we're brand inclusive, doesn't matter. It does 2D, it does 3D. It can do insert sheets. So if you did the project delivery conference that we just did a few weeks back, I did a series around it and I showed how, and actually used ODOT as the example. Did you see it? You didn't watch it. I'll give you the video. I literally went to the traffic groups or the insert sheets for traffic. And I went to the SharePoint page and I made the exact same thing in Component Center. Now, here's the difference. When we think about it as an agency, and I'm saying this to everybody at the agency now, when you're building these insert sheets, when you're building these standard details and things that we have to include or reference, the process of changing them, what is that? How do you work on those? You probably got some files somewhere on a file server. Maybe it's ProjectWise, but hopefully it is. But you'll pull it out, you'll start making changes, and that's the new one. And then when you're done, you make a PDF, right? And then you give it to somebody and say, put this on my SharePoint. Is effectively, I think, what it comes down to. So that extra step, you just had to involve somebody else now to have to upload it. I'll get to it later. Or now you're dependent on SharePoint upgrades and all that, changing the site. And it's got to go through approvals. You're absolutely right. Component Center is actually a built-in to have an approval system. It has a download and an upload system. That's where the approval comes in. So when you push it back up, it says, hey, I'm new. Somebody approves it. Then it becomes publishable. The advantage to it is you can not only have a PDF with it, but you can embed the PDF within the DGN. So then when you pull one, you get both. And so there's a lot of capabilities with it. But the most important piece, and the piece that I know you like, is analytics. You can actually look at consumption. So you can know like how many people are using this detail versus that detail. Why does that matter? Maybe when we want to uplift, we got to make a major change to something. We can go to the the squeakiest pieces and work on those first, so that we can get it out to the masses and they're not waiting on that one detail that they heard is changing and it's in the back of the queue. So something to consider there. But this idea is this is a value kind of added feature. And one thing you're going to see is we're moving into this realm into the future. And if you use Concept Station, we actually use Component Center to pull it down. Does anybody here use Lumen RT? Have you guys ever used it? Anybody? Even if you just used it. I know you've used it. Component Center is actually built in the Lumen RT. When you guys place a little tree or a dog or a car, you're using Component Center. That's what the experience should be like. You're unaware. You're just using it. And so this is a big feature, something I encourage you guys to take a look at. And so it is, essentially part of Infrastructure Cloud. it's a block library in the sky or in the cloud, if you will. And so every domain has their own set. So your company can have their own private collection. They can involve other companies on a project and share some of the collection. You can have security roles where maybe it's a very top secret project and only a few people are allowed to have certain components and see them. You can do that as well. So there's a great security model. You can look at the consumption and usage of those items. And so I know we advertise a lot of 3D models when you see this. I want to encourage, here's traffic. I built all these old traffic things. The idea behind that is that, yes, we want to get to a 3D world. I think there's a lot of value there, but I want you to think about your 2D stuff too. I encourage you guys to watch the Project Delivery Conference. It's been recorded. You can go watch it again. And all I want to say to it is that on the Project Delivery Conference, when we showed it through a variety of different capabilities, so that, hopefully it resonates with you as an individual. And one thing I showed was how traffic can actually lay out these very complex signal pole systems using open roads, so it's geometrically tied. And I only mention this because a few of my old-time friends at my former company, MS Consultants, every time geometry would move, and I'm looking at Joel here in the audience for those that are online. Remember, Joel, we'd move the geometry, and then I'd be walking. I didn't move the geometry. I was the IT guy. So I walk down and I'd hear, oh, we moved the geometry. And then 2 seconds later, half of traffic's groaning. Oh, we got to redo everything. And guess what? They did in MicroStation because it wasn't smart. So the idea is now by leveraging Component Center, and we can weave it in with open roads, we can make intelligent traffic. And so as the geometries move and the roads change, even the traffic can move with it as well. So think about the stop sign swiveling and moving and still staying, facing as appropriate, just because roadway moved the geometry around a curve. So all of that would be intelligent and highly detailed. And the final thought on Component Center is that item types can be woven into it outside of being in an environment. So if there's additional metadata you want to add, like, oh, well, we added all of this and, oh, we want to add this other thing, you can go in the Component Center and add it there, and it'll go with that object when it's placed. So I do know, and I'm going to tell you one thing it won't do, because everyone thinks this. If I put a stop sign in here and it's a really bad looking one, and I decide I want to improve it, does every stop sign I ever placed improve? Not today. That would be really cool though, right? Just saying. So let me skip ahead of that video. So essentially one thing, in this that I wanted to share here is that, this overall experience is intended, and that's why I kind of backed off in my thoughts earlier today about this whole design review thing, is that you got to be an infrastructure cloud. You got to make an iModel. Otherwise, you're not even able to mark up anything. And so with that, that's the end of it. But I did promise I was going to do one thing, and I know I'm right over the clock, but I want to share one detail with you. And so that is, if I go to infrastructure cloud, because I said I'm going to do something live, there's not much to it. So you're not going to see the final result, guys. You'll just have to believe me. It's almost like you went to a cooking show and I spent all the time building it and I put it in the oven, but I never take it out. I just want to be clear. It's going to be like that. But what I'm going to do here is jump into a particular project. And so here I have a project, happens to be the one that the video was built on. And if we take a look, there's a section here for iModels. Okay. Oh, they are still up. Oh, it's sharing the wrong screen. Sorry. Hang on one moment. One moment. Thank you, Dan. Let's stop sharing so I can reshare. I felt like I meant to share screen, not window. All right. Thank you. Nope, it's still up. Hang on. I got it. I'm going to end my PowerPoint. There we go. PowerPoint was getting in the way. All right. So anyhow, I'm in a project. Okay. This is the one from the video. But what I want to do is come over here to iModel. And I just want to jump over and keep in mind, I've got a bunch. You can see they failed because I haven't changed these iModels for what is this, July? Oh, almost, it's been 10 months. So I made this 10 months ago. And if the iModel doesn't change, after a while, it just freezes it. I don't know why we say failed. It just concerns me. It should just say you're good. But apparently it terrifies me and everybody that sees it. I should probably just delete them and remake them all. But what I want you to see here is that I've got a collection, right? So this is that federated kind of discussion I talked about earlier. Here's one that's the consensus model. This is everything, right? I don't want to share this with anybody until the very end because I don't want Bridge just jumping in there making comments on it. No, let Bridge just go over to the Bridge one and make comments first. This bridge here is the same as the bridge that's in there because it's all come from DGN. But let's make an iModel nevertheless. So the process is pretty simple. I'm just going to make a traditional iModel here, and we're going to call this ODOT for today, just so that it stands out. I'm not going to add a pretty picture. I don't have one, but I could screen cap one later and put it in there. And so once I go through that, I've given it a name. It's going to bring up this ability to connect or add files, okay? So I'm going to say, let's add some design files. All right, so I said make one, gave it a name. Now I'm saying where to find the file. So in this particular case, why don't I just build the bridge because it tends to go a little bit faster for me. And so I'm going to go in here, and I've already created a collector file that's collecting my bridges, plural. And so those are all my approved bridges. Now, so I've selected the files. That's, basically 3 steps, if you will. I'm going to count the browse and select as 1 step. Now I'm going to choose what I'm creating it with. It's defaulting right now because it knows it's civil. It said it's going to be civil, and that's fine. But I want to point out the difference here. MicroStation's just dumb CAD files. Like you're not doing civil stuff or anything like that. It's just I drew a picture. Pro Structures, you're doing something like rebar detailing. Open Buildings, you're an architect. Okay. Now, do I want it on the planet? Probably. Do I want it in the Atlantic Ocean? Probably not. So I want it geo-coordinated. All right, so I have to hit another button. Then I'm going to hit next. And how often do I want this to occur? Every minute? It's probably overkill, unless we're right there at the end of the moment. But I'm going to give it a name. Let's call this Ohio. And I'm just going to do a manual one for now. That means I'm always going to have to hit the button. And what do I want to include? Well, maybe I cut some sheets. Let's bring those sheets in with it. I'm not going to because that bridge doesn't have any sheets on it. It's just a 3D model right now. And I'm going to simply hit done. So really I did it in about 5 steps if you counted. I think somewhere after 4 I stopped counting, so it was like 5. And so there you go. I've made an iModel. All I have to do is hit sync. So call that 6. And then if I go back to iModels, it's processing an iModel now. I think everybody here can do that. That's it. You guys already in Ohio have collector files, container files, whatever we want to call them, motif files. I don't even remember what we call them here anymore. But you've got a way to curate all those files in one space. So I encourage you guys to just go through that. It's easy. And then just roll on, do the next thing. I do believe, especially with ODOT's directory structure, create one for every discipline purpose. There's nothing wrong with that. Make a geotech one, make a bridge one, make a road one. Make one for, survey. I made one for survey just because I wanted to see if there's any Christmas trees. I thought it looks easier to give it to somebody else. Like, yeah, we dumped the raw data and did all our stuff, did a couple of crossing brake line checks. I think it's good. I'm going back out in the field. You go check it. Here's my iModel. And they can look at it and go, yeah, it's very visually obvious this isn't right. So there's mechanisms there to be able to, share information to somebody who wouldn't have an open roads. And so you can see I've got a bunch of different ones we've been doing here on this particular. This is our super project, if you will, our super site. So the intention of this one design, we're building a master plan in North Carolina. And we're basically building sites and buildings and tunnels and bridges and roads and dams. And then we're going to flood it for fun, just create havoc. And, the idea is we're curating all that at Bentley now in our group. And just so we can show you guys real examples and how we would think it should be used, because these tools are being built by developers, but they're certainly not being consumed by designers. That's where we come in. So we're gonna try and tell stories around this, but that's gonna sync. It's gonna take a little bit to chew. It's like anything, but it will be. If I had it scheduled, I'd say do it at midnight, something like that, 3 a.m, and that way every morning when people come in, they've got brand new stuff from the day before. unless it's critically important, and then you can change it to 4 hours. I wouldn't recommend going less than that. I don't see the value. But at that point, once you're in the environment, let me see if my bridge, one of these, let's see, can I open overhead line? I did break something too here recently, but at that point, we can jump in the environment. So fingers crossed. And I know we don't do over. You get anybody here do any rail? Anyone doing rail? No. Well, I'm opening an overhead line file. So at that point, then we can go through this design review experience. So I would say that number one, if you can click 5 buttons, make an iModel, then you're in a good space. And then you're ready to start doing design review. And design review is not that complex. It's a matter of just leveraging the small tool set that you have in front of you, some of which you can hide or pull back out and begin to interact and understand the objects. So it's pretty much pick and click if you think of it like that. So I do know we're over time. I did call this design review. I did finish just like gently, ever so slightly touching it. But as I thought about this, as I sat in the room, as I saw what we were talking about, I thought it was relevant to kind of just get you guys caught up on some of the technology and where we're going. And I think, again, and I whispered to this guy, I was like, Ohio is my favorite state. I live in Texas. I went there because naming, good levels, good everything. So I think, going to Bentley Infrastructure Cloud for Ohio is a no-brainer. So any questions before we cut off? I know I went over, but I figured that this was kind of an important topic to maybe share with a lot of you. How many people in the room use ProjectWise in any capacity? Awesome. So what I just showed you, you can do. All right, there we go. I always worry about that. Half the audience, one guy raises his hand, I'm the only one. Sorry, everything I showed, no one can use, So, but no, you all are able to use it. If you're not sure how to begin, please just contact us. Contact JD, he'll find us, or just contact us directly. We'll get there. We'll get you there. If are you guys doing anything right now, JD, where you're like piloting anything or looking for consultants to work with on maybe experimenting some of this?
Not specifically to infrastructure cloud. When we create a project, ProjectWise, we were automatically created the 365 project.
365s, yeah.
Which,
well, and just a little background on that. Did you go to the project delivery conference? No. Okay. All right. Just for full disclosure, for those, and is your mic on so can everybody hear you? All right. So JD asked a question for everybody on Teams. When I asked, like, are they doing it now? The mechanism that you guys use in Ohio, they build a ProjectWise project and they automatically create a 365. There's a reason they're running scripts to do that, correct? You're not manually creating them, right?
no, our app that creates.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's the important piece to know. Just a few weeks ago, it's only about 2 weeks ago now, when Bentley Infrastructure Cloud advertised at the conference, we just made the commandlets in PowerShell to build the Bentley Infrastructure Cloud page. So previously you couldn't automate it. Now you can. So again, ODOT's right up at the edge of where the future is. So really that's an easy fix for you now because you've got everything in place. You just need to look at how to get use the new commandlet. And I think then you can.
Majority of what we support is to use ProjectWise Drive.
Yep. And that's good. I use ProjectWise Drive. I put all my workspaces in them. That's how I manage workspaces with my colleagues, as I float them around in the drive. So you guys are snickering. So somebody's clearly tested this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can do that for the live Q&A piece, I guess. But anybody else? Anybody have questions? I mean, I want to be, cognizant of time, but I also see where there's some questions in here. Looks like, Mashuda's on there. All right, hang on one second. So, is it just chucks out recordings? Okay. Can you edit GPS info in the photos?
I love the photo indexing.
Well, in the photo indexing, I mean, well, all right. So I'll have to look into it. I don't know specifically if you're talking about, like, I've got the photos captured in one system and I need to correlate them to another system. I believe we manage that natively in just the exchange of being on two different coordinate systems. It just transforms it on the fly. I certainly hope, and I'll verify, and I guess I'll have to get you that. I'll message somebody. Whether or not there's an alternative mechanism. And yeah, sometimes the photos need to be moved. Understood. Okay. I'll find out for you, Phil. And then there was a hand raised. Yes. It'll grab the 2D sheets as it relates to the file that you're working with, right? So if the file has sheets, it's grabbing those sheets within the DGN. Yep. Now, where we're going, and I showed earlier, is we were showing something that was a little bit different. It's actually, we're taking, your sheet models, right? We're bringing your sheet models through to create those smart sheets so that you've kind of got interaction. I want to be clear, that wasn't a PDF. Did everybody pick up on that, I guess? Let me ask that. Did everybody know when I showed the 2D and 3D? You guys knew the bottom one was not a PDF, right? Okay. I only mention that because I think sometimes I even at first thought that was the case. Any other questions? So I sort of answered yours. I definitely didn't answer Phil's. I'm really not batting well.
I'm gonna go.
All right.
No, I'm going no.
Yeah, I think you might be out of gas. I'm gonna verify. I'm leaning on a no, but I just didn't want to say it out loud initially. All right. I guess that's it.
So let's just take a break until 2:30 and we'll pick back up.
It's like a podcast.
It is a podcast.
Right.
We're gonna do something kind of interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so this is totally unscripted. This is completely freestyle. And thank you, Scott, for checking in there. He says we hear you. If you were here, you would have got a prize right now. Thank you. But yeah, we've got some prizes. So actually, why don't I bring them out first so we can show everybody what's on the table here. Now, if you guys know Bentley, it's very hard to get things. It really is. So I'm going to share with everybody some of these items. So metal Bentley water bottle. Why don't I just start setting these up? We'll decorate. This one is kind of cool. I like this. This is just a blanket, a fleece blanket that says Bentley. I mean, it's the perfect time of the year to use a fleece blanket. Maybe in Ohio it is. I can tell you in Austin, Texas, that whatever it is, no. Just a simple notebook, right? A Bentley notebook. Personally, I was almost half tempted to just saving this for Rachel because she was going to throw this over the wall at some of the guys to get their attention. It is just a simple Bentley barbell squishy. I'm not really sure what its purpose is. Like, we've never been in like the fitness game. Traffic cone, a bridge, a building, anything else would have made sense, but I'm going to set that there. And then I'm still confused, guys, because if you know us historically, did anybody know Bentley used to have the USB keys that were actually like bottle openers? I'll just call them bottle openers. Look at that. She's got, you really need to win this. Because, all right, here, I'm going to tell you right now, and I said bottle opener. I called it a beer bottle opener. But I think it's funny because this backpack is insulated to hold beverages cold, keep beverages cold, we'll say. And so your bottle opener has a mate here. So you might want to really, really dive in on this one. And I'll set that there. Not that, sorry, Scott.
Nobody can see me now.
Yeah, nobody can see you. Now, this one is very, very specific. I don't know who this is going to work out for, but I was able to get a Bentley shirt, but it is a large. So if you were not a large, I suggest not getting the shirt. If you're smaller than a large and you're looking for like a nightie or something, I guess you could use it for something like that. So we'll set here. And then we've got these pretty sweet Blinksy ball caps. So the Blinksy guys spent a good deal of money. They're already pre-curved. So they curved them, which I was kind of like, oh, they ruined it. But I like them flat. But they curved it. It's got a nice little leather thing on it, and it's to snap back. So we've got 10 of those. So that's, I think it's 10. I just kind of eyeball counted. So we'll say there's 10 of it. So we got, actually, let's to keep up with our whole advertising. There you go. All right. So we've never done anything like this before, and I thought it was fitting because, to be fair, I think back when ODOT made the first Cadd meeting and we presented, we had never done anything like that before. I was just really young. I never publicly spoke, but like once. Hard to believe. But we're going to essentially try and do a live Q&A. And what does that really mean? Not really even sure. I think where my head was at with this, and I will tell you, I thought about this last night. I even told Scott this morning. Somebody else gave me some feedback too, and Scott was laughing this morning. I said, wouldn't it be cool if we do the live Q&A, and when somebody wins something, and somebody else wins something, and then everybody's settled with all their somethings, then we do a white elephant final to see who can have a better thing and win out from somebody else that something. Because, you know, what if you really want this and somebody else won that backpack? I want her to crush them with some really cool thing. So as I think about this, I was like, well, I called it Q&A. I'm curious if there's maybe a tip or a trick that people have even as well. So I don't want to limit it to just Q&A, like, can you answer a question? I want to think of this also as a tip or a trick, because we don't have all the answers for sure. You're only as good as the community. So I think if for individuals that have tips and they think it's like something they know no one else knows, I think then we consider that as another win. But what were you thinking when I said Q&A?
I was thinking the Premier Scholars would be kind of our participants first. Ooh. Since they're the highest, they've achieved the highest level of accreditation. So I know there's a couple in the room, so I would pick on them first.
You know, how about we do this? What if somebody can get them stumped?
Right.
They win a prize. Because it's almost not fair. It's like you've got like these samurais in the room, and everybody else has like no training. So I'm just saying, we're tossing this up. So I know time is of the essence. But and actually there's enough. Let's see. Let me count the room. There's 5, 8, 11, 30. I mean, there's almost enough for everybody to win one thing. I just want to be clear. This is unprecedented. I've never had so few people in a room for a presentation. Considering the first one I did, the room was full. So 24 years ago, the room was full, JD.
Yeah.
All right. And yes, I see the virtual 87. What did you say? Post-COVID. Oh, COVID did this. Okay. All right. So, yeah, what do you think, Scott? How do you want to kick it off? Your thoughts were we were going to quiz the Premier Scholars first?
No, just to see if they could offer a question and let someone else
in the room answer. Yeah, that's a great
answer.
idea. Premier Scholars. What's a good question? Something that you know, and it might even just be something so blatantly obvious that you're always asked or something like that. Like, you know, it's not always like how advanced can we be, but, you know, can we neutralize misinformation or a really simple thing that trip people up? And if you're going to say it, you've got a mic, so we've got to use the mics.
So does everybody know who the Premier Scholars are in the
Yeah, who are, like show of hands here.
If you have completed the Premier Scholar program.
So we got Bruin Ramsdale, we've got Matt, and did Kyle bounce? Oh, he's over. Okay. You were back there. Now you're moving over here. All right. We got to like chain him down or something to one chair.
It's like musical chairs today.
All right, so yeah, maybe that's how we start.
Based on my premier scholar sessions, typical.
Ooh, that's a good one. Does any, so, well, and when we say add a typical section, do you want to bound that with any requirements?
Say, add a typical section, detail sheet, without manually drafting that. Already gone through that. It's always the chicken and the egg kind of thing for me, right? In order to do my model, I want some section looks like, but I have that in your head. So, I have a couple ideas. Could happen.
All right, does anybody in the room have an idea or a way to answer adding a typical section? And I might add more to it to bound it a little bit better. The requirement is this. We want a typical section. The typical section, if the pavement design changes, you want to do it in the fewest steps possible. And I want it to, I'm asking it to be dynamic. I want a dynamically updating typical section. Does anybody know? And you don't have to tell us the exact series of steps, but I'd like to kind of understand some of the workflow. If you can answer that, then you'll win a choice up here. That's where it gets tricky. Now you get to choose. Like, I'm going to say that's worth a bottle. I don't care. So you guys come over and you get to choose a prize. So anybody interested, and you got to raise your hand because we're going to give you the microphone. The best part about this, Scott, the answer's online, but you're all in the room.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say if we had a timer, we can make it like Jeopardy. Now I can go on and do a quick Google search and see if they.
I'm looking at how many people are looking at their phones right now. They're like,
it might be hard to see on your phone.
oh, she's going for it. All right. Do you want to screen share?
Yeah.
Well, we can
Yeah.
unplug you, or you can just share from Teams. You're a presenter.
Oh yeah, that's true. Let's do that. All right.
Come and get it.
Oh yeah.
Come and get it. That's acceptable. And we're going to show that one. So a little bit of this is yes, she answered it. I felt that was awesome. If you want something else, you can. I don't want to force you to have to pick the backpack. You do. It has to go with that. I totally feel it. I love that. Fantastic. So, wait, Becky, where do you work?
OHM Advisors.
OHM at Home Advisors. Excellent. All right, stepping it up. So we've got consultants out there. And so, yeah, Scott, tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so in terms of making a dynamic typical section, a smart typical as we call it, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. We were talking about the event points here. So this would be a finished sheet from that process. And basically all this is a regular cross-section sheet with some added intelligence. Of course, this typical here is all coming from the corridor. So you can see as I hover over the components here, you can see it's coming from my corridor for London Road. It's also got some item types attached to it as well. So all this annotation you see here, as far as the bubble callouts, those are all tied to item types. The dimensioning here, that's just your typical dimensions that we have in the product. Any of this other annotation, they're coming from annotation groups, annotation definitions. The key for the typicals, though, to determine the locations, as she mentioned, was we first identified the locations for the typicals, created event points. And then from those event points, we utilized the drawing production tools here, name boundaries. And like I showed in the presentation earlier today, we had that little toggle on the menu bar there to include the event point list so we can create these sections at those specific locations, right? So the process is basically similar to creating a regular cross-section. I'm going to switch over here to the plan view and my 3D views here. So we can take a look at the name boundaries that have been created at those event point locations. So yeah, earlier we were talking about event point locations for drainage structures, but in this context, we're looking at event point locations where we may want to extract typicals from the corridor, right? So that's where all these name boundaries were placed using those event point list. And then we essentially created a typical section drawing models and sheet models. So if you look at the drawing model for the typical, it's actually just a cross-section essentially, but just some added annotation. And we have some item types built onto the corridor to help with the bubble callouts here. And then in addition to that, we have a special sheet seed file that put the border and all that good stuff on there. But we also have this table that we're able to also integrate with the item types as well. So you see the bubble call out over here, the item type number, the thickness. If you wanted to do quantities, we could put the quantities for those item types as well. And then the description. So that typical stuff that you would show, your typical section legends, it's usually shown on almost every typical section sheet, is actually automated and tied to your item type. So if the corridor changes, pavement thickness changes, whatever, materials change, all that stuff can be updatable fairly quickly in the table here in the legend, as well as the bubble callouts would change and dimensioning and whatever else, because this is all tied back to the corridor. It's all an intelligent sheet. It's not just some static graphics, right? So that's kind of the workflow for that. Now, that whole workflow and this whole sheet process that I'm showing here, this is actually detailed out in one of our courses that we created last year. If you go to the Learn server.
Does that typical section look familiar, JD? Might we have possibly used ODOT's kind of typical section as an example with the bubble callouts? I think we did.
Right.
So I think it's even more appropriate to show you guys this, because I think you can get immediate value out of something like that.
And if you're interested in the step-by-step details on how this works, if you go to that learning path, that drawing production learning path on the Learn server, so learning.bentley.com, if you just go in here and just type in drawing production, you should end up going into this learning path. And the course is called Creating General Sheets. And you should be able to download the data set and the PDF workbook. It's all there. And then it'll detail out that process for not only creating the typical section sheets, but also, if you recall, I showed how to create a detail sheet this morning. It shows that process as well. And there's also an example in there how to do an intersection detail sheet, laying out the elevations every 25 feet along the edges of pavement and the center line and whatnot.
Did a title sheet too, right?
Yeah, and the title sheet. Yeah.
Yeah, and for anybody that's online, and interestingly enough, 10 more people came online from what it was down to 67.
Yeah.
So apparently 10 more people popped on. Or
Yeah,
maybe
I had no idea Matt was going to ask that question. I just happened to have this there because I was talking about it earlier and I wanted to show it during the session, but I had no idea anybody was actually going to talk about it. So, but I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad she was able to answer with the event.
That was awesome. That was great.
That worked out perfectly.
Oh, all right. Correct.
So, how do you segregate that?
Well, so the idea is in the event point, do you want to show the list?
Yeah,
do you have access to the
they're
alignment?
Different lists.
So event points is a basket or a briefcase. But I want you to think of the list as just a folder within that briefcase. That's a great point. Well, yeah, I mean, he did ask a question, I guess, that somebody could have answered. Sorry.
I think.
All right, I'll take the barbell. No, I'm just kidding.
Don, I think
Actually,
we've just been fired from our job. JD should be the Alex Trebek of this.
yes, I'm sorry.
The answer was not in the form of a question.
All right, so interesting. He asked a question. I'm making up the rules. You can grab something off the table. That was a great question. So we're going to answer this one. And it's not just ask us tons of questions. I want to be very clear. It's not Stump, Scott, and Don show, but it's grab whatever piques your interest. But thank you for participating. All right. So Scott will show event point lists. And like I said, I think of it as a briefcase. And the actual lists themselves are the individual folders that hold information. So there is a way to kind of have the individual filterable lists here. So
there it is.
There it is. So you've got typical sections, but if we wanted to create drainage, you would just go and add another list.
Yeah, just like we did.
It's all held within the geometry. Yes, you'll have a whole bunch of these. Driveway half sections, drainage, typicals, maybe cardinal points, all of these things that the intention is to complement, the model in some way for sectioning, right? And so when we go back to name boundaries and you guys cut cross sections, every 50 feet plus driveways and drainage and cardinals. If I told you that, you would run all your name boundaries, right? At 50 foot or whatever interval you choose. And then you would come back in the name boundary tool, use append and pick that event point list and accept. Pick the next one and accept. Pick the next one and accept. So if you need all of those in that one set and they're gross, irregularly iterating, that would be the way to do it. I want to point out though, if somebody comes in and drops your alignment, well, you lose your profile. We all know that, right? But you also lose your event point list. So don't drop the geometry, right, guys? It's all about modify your alignments.
So I made a couple.
So yeah, Scott made a few
So we
examples.
got the one for typical. So those are my typical locations. This isn't just for creating cross sections. You can do reports off event points too, in the report browser, just to get some more information just on the points themselves, right? I think there's some other tools. What other tools use the event points?
Oh, you're asking me too fast. I don't
Or maybe we
recall.
should ask them.
That's
Oh, you were you?
Yeah. Yeah.
what other uses?
Yeah.
I'd have to look in the docs.bentley.com or YouTube. No, that was a great question. All right, so I'm gonna pick on Bruin. You gotta have something, man. You got a question for somebody? Yeah, pass the mic.
And so you're in ODOT Workspace, cut your cross section, and now you try to annotate sections, say your drainage. That comes in 15 different levels. So how do you get that to automatically show up in your sheets?
Remember, this is for the room.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not me.
What setting you have to change the ODOT standard?
I feel like you brought this up last.
Adam said he couldn't hear.
It was a dig.
Do you want a prize? If you know the answer, that's how you earn a prize. It's
Oh, in the actual sheet model itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
You select on one of the drawing models attached, the
synchronized view.
new level, because we have the new level display variables turned off, we also have display override set to network. I think the ask there is that we change that new level display for that attachment.
Just in crossing.
Just in cross section.
That would make a lot of sense.
Because the new level display was on random. Entertain changing that. The override thing. JD and I talked about it, I think after the last meeting, it's on the to-do list.
It'll just take you bringing it up for the next 4 more user.
So how many have we got in the bag?
He's got 2 right
All right, 2. So I'm going to add to Bruins. Why would you not want new levels always? What's the concern? It's obviously a concern.
Answer.
Oh, all right. You know what? It's a question. All right, we're playing this game. We're passing the Ducci, I guess. So now Adam's got it. So if you answer this, you get a prize.
Okay, so here's the concern. You know, that hey, start cranking away on stuff. We got all our levels set to what we know. These are the only things that we. Well, now the roadway group comes in and adds a saw cut line.
See, I knew you were going there. I knew he was going there.
And now all of a sudden I've got saw cut lines showing up on photo sheets. So now I've got a reviewer going, well, what are all these lines? I don't know, because those weren't turned on before. I don't even know where they came from. Oh, it's because the other side of the office, the roadway group put in a saw cut.
Yeah. So, all right. So I brought this up the last time as well, because if we're going to repeat things, this came up last time. And then I even referenced Dan. Dan, you weren't here. And I actually referenced MS Consultants and my whole Lost City of Atlantis tool set that got wiped out through ransomware apparently after I left. But you guys, when it comes to files, this always bothers me as a longtime user. Part of the reasons we created a lot of the file naming and what we did at ODOT, or at least I had pushed and tried to lobby for, is this idea of forecasting. We know what our stuff is going to have in it. There's a finite number of things. I mean, it's finite. You could say it's infinite, but it's truly finite to what we do in our roles. And so based on our file naming, based on our levels, based on our best intentions of what we're trying to do for the project, we should automatically know there could always potentially be a saw cut line. We know that for a certain file type. So I'm not telling you like, deal with it. I'm saying come up with knowing that's a problem. This is not the answer, because then you got Bruin asking, every meeting, which now I'm going to do it too. I'm going to show up with you. I'm going to be waving a flag. We're going to be out front protesting with the signs. But my thought is, and I mentioned this last time, and I did this at MS. I learned it from a gentleman in North Dakota at a company called Alteg, and anyone cares, at a conference back in the mid 2000s. Saved views. Saved views can lock and remember level arrangements. And so what I did is created saved views with named purposes, like roadway plan or something like to that effect. I forget the exact names now, but we had traffic, we had roadway, we had for every single discipline and every single file type what the approved level arrangements should always be. And they're infinite, as finite as it, out towards infinity as they could be. And John Stickney at the time, this is an old name, and I built spreadsheets that managed what those all look like initially in our design. Once we got that, and this is achievable, we made saved views and captured for purpose. And saved views are reusable. So once I make it, I can make that part of a standard. So we did this for Dan on something. I forget what we did for, but you needed something where levels had to be fixed a certain way. And I ran a batch process that ran a saved view on the design file. And it forces all the levels the way they need to be. And better yet, you can not only batch process this for like a medic, like a medic type of a kit where you got to fix some files, but you could also use this when your run macros file open close, so that when files are opening and closing, it'll just, I hate to say it, it'll PO the user that keeps putting that level on. He's like, why does it keep going off? I love that sound, by the way, when they would complain and I'd be like, my technology's working, is that they would turn on some made up level and then it kept turning it back off. And so the idea is you can design these elegant systems for purpose, especially with ODOT, because your names are uniform. If they weren't uniform, if they were unstructured, this is not possible. But because of that, at MS Consultants from, I believe, 2006 up until 14, we had a mechanism that not even the staff knew. It just ran. They would show up every day and do their job, and it would turn levels on and off automatically. And Joel, I don't know if you knew that, but I always loved that stuff, doing stuff they didn't know. That's the IT part of me, big brother. So I would suggest investigating that and turning this back on. It helps him, it helps you. So hopefully that. Okay. Well, Adam, come get a prize because you answered a question. Matt, you're you get a we're gonna get you a floppy disk apparently. I'll call Jack. He might have an old MicroStation one still.
Something I can.
Yeah, we got like 10 of these.
Yeah, you do. You got like a case.
Yeah.
You got like a case of hats over here.
All right.
So, near and dear to my heart, so this is going to be a survey, very specific survey question. So this is something that I actually want to change in our CAD standards currently. So this is a very specific type of question. What is a way that you can change the way a survey point or line looks without changing the code?
It's a good one.
This is a very, very, very specific question. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, without changing the code. You can you can do it in a way that'll change it. Yeah.
Without breaking it?
Yeah, without breaking it.
Are you just gonna walk away with like 20 hats?
Well, since it's that survey, like.
Oh yeah. Well, Joel, you're a surveyor too. You got to chalk up and pony up an answer too.
Very configuration based.
I might not even know this. I'm curious
Yeah.
myself.
So you can do an attribute override on a survey point. So like one of the examples that I'm going to set up for our standards is for overhead electric lines. Right now we only have one field code to be able to collect a electric line. So in the
I think he wins his own prize.
Put in whether it was
Did that just
overhead or
happen?
underground.
Yeah.
So it would read the
Yeah.
attribute and actually put it on the overhead or underground level is the idea behind it. So you can do attribute overrides off of survey attributes when you import it.
See, I was actually going to throw out a display rule, but it would do the entire file, so it would change all of them.
This would be for a.
Just an individual singular override. That's all right. I learned something new. That's good. That's a really good one. So apparently
You won your own prize.
guess what, Kyle? We have the first person to ever win their own prize. I just want to be clear because we're making the rules up. So you can come and grab what's left up here. We've got plenty of hats too.
Still have
There,
the
if
shirt.
you're a large, there's a shirt,
We have this cozy blanket.
the blanket, or you
We
can,
have
you know, go with the
really
barbell. That
heavy
sounds like it's got some real staying power with
exercise.
Rachel. So she might be able to get one free pass of like not getting in trouble or something. There you go. All right. Now that's crazy. All right, you know what? Maybe we'll do that. If you guys have something you think that nobody knows and you can then provide the answer, that's a tip. That counts. I don't have a problem with that. So anybody else, don't be afraid. The microphone won't electrocute you, I promise. Anybody? I almost feel like just randomly calling on people.
Here, she's got her
Lost
hand up.
them.
She's got her hand up. She's gonna lay something on us here. Let's take a closer look. Good question.
I think we just got a service.
So more than one person needs to know. This is great. All right. Anybody? Oh, so this is just a genuine question.
Right. Yeah.
You know what? I might say that I don't know how it works is also a prize winning thing. So I think you win a prize as well. Again, this is like a Drew Carey thing. We're making up the rules and just, you know, go Cleveland, right? Isn't it the Drew Carey show? Yeah. So does anybody know how to do it? Maroon, you suggested rename it. I'm going to rename all 30 cross sections to get them in the right order. Scott, do you want to click on the button to the right? So there's the button to the right there.
Oh, this one.
And then do you want to click on the columns? Are you talking like that?
this.
Huh. Well, you've definitely won a prize. Now the question is, this one, I think she's just generally stumped us. Although we would have to add another sheet in here to mix it up, I guess. Create a new model, I guess. Yeah, that's a great idea. Just like a regular microstation model, like just create a new model.
Yeah.
So like just, I don't know, call it something, right?
Let's do test, whatever.
Oh, use one of the names close to one of the other names, right? So like typical section, space dash, I don't know, pick like 55 or something.
Just call it typical sections dot.
Well, if
Or
you
do you
do,
want some numbers?
no, you got to do a number in between like 55 plus 00, right? Because it's got to fit in the middle, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like you're talking about it's something that's going to break up the sort.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's just hit okay. So we're kind of all finding out together, right? So this is, I feel like, what was it, Seinfeld when Kramer and them were driving to see how far on E you can go. All right.
Put it over here. Put it over.
Well, that backfired. I didn't expect that result.
It just makes.
It just fixes itself.
Yeah.
You knew that. No. Now, to be fair, what release we're using a newer release. So
2023.
what release are you in? 1012 is probably, yeah. Okay. Well, you can grab a prize because that's a question that like literally nobody here seemed to know. Although you're about to stand, he's got a question now. So come and grab anything up here that you would like.
You can have a comment to it. Then when you want to, if you want to change that comment, I go to ProjectWise and I go in, there's no way I can find to edit the comments. So I guess, is there a way to edit the comment after it's been written in with that, create design tool?
Oh, there's hand raised. Oh, go to the guy in the go to the back there. That was the first hand I saw.
Right within the VGM then, not from the ProjectWise, but
You can't edit it outside of the agenda.
okay, that answers my question, thank you.
So you learned something and you answered something. So come on down and grab prizes. That's
Yeah,
the large
That's the shirt.
rock and roll.
Gotta take the hat.
There you go.
And that
Right on,
is
man.
Really tied to Windows.
Good answer.
You can't edit properties, those file properties, even within the media. Side of Windows.
Okay.
I think way back in early versions of Windows, you could, but.
Adam just gave it an alt enter.
While you're in any of the MicroStation products, hit alt enter and it'll automatically bring up the properties that you're in.
You won another prize, apparently? Okay. You don't need more hats? Be like the 2-hat guy, wearing both. I don't know. All right. So why don't I'm gonna piggyback off of that because this is a ProjectWise question. So question for the audience. You're in ProjectWise Explorer and you're looking at a particular file and you want to look at the full properties of the file. What is the fastest way to pull up the properties? You got it? You think you got it?
He's probably.
Oh, come on. No. Actually, I mean, technically, if he knows, hey, I work with open roads experts and trust me, sometimes I'm like, did you know it'll do? No, I never knew it did that. Like, how did it do that? Like, it's a little concerning.
I take it back.
Yeah, what is it? You got to say the answer. Wait, you got to use the mic. Spacebar. Help yourself to a prize. Oh, wait, I got more hats too. We got to keep loading hats up here.
Great question. How many times in Windows Administrator you tried to hit spacebar? It doesn't work.
All right. Do you have something, Scott, or let's see. Matt Hayes said not wait. Okay, people are commenting. Not ProjectWise, Bentley Infrastructure Cloud. There you go. Matt Hay, if you were here, you would have won an award. All right, man. So what, anybody else? I think we kind of flipped it into like cool tips and stuff. Like I said, there you go. Oh, Brandon. And then we got somebody in the back as well. Go ahead, Brandon.
What are the numbers of I went out of their ways.
Well, if somebody said it and you were right, I would let you get a prize, but otherwise you're getting nothing.
What version is ODOT on? First 4 digits.
I may have said it earlier.
I may have said it earlier.
Or better, why don't you add a little teaser to it? Where can you verify that it is? I looked yesterday. Anyone? That's an easy low-hanging fruit. What release of Open Roads? And you're specifically asking for the build number. The build number, so the digits. He just said it. You get a prize.
He just said it. He was like,
He's like, oh, I gotta have a prize.
he's like, oh man, I don't.
If you don't want a prize off of here, because he asked the question, you can have any article on him that, like, that Apple Watch looks pretty good. Maybe his glasses. Yeah.
I could get fired for that.
I thought that earlier when you asked, like when you two were interacting, I was like, if Yeah, you could have his shoes. The shoes look nice. Just take his shoes. Feel like I don't need them. So that was good. And actually to fully qualify that too, for those that don't know, and this was something that when I first kind of worked for 6 months at Bentley, I was at ODOT, and I talked with Mark McLeod and everybody, and we were building out the SharePoint page for CAD mapping services. I was pointing out, like, and I understand this as an agency, you know, you don't know what the consultants are doing. The consultants don't know what you're doing. It's just reality. I mean, most consultants don't know what other consultants are doing. You only know what's in your little space. And so we said it was really important to have the kind of a list of some sort to help people understand what products does agency use, what versions are they using. And I only say this because, like, for myself, I used to buy software for our company. And it's really hard for me to get an approval. Like, as a user, you guys could say, oh, they use AutoTurn, they use it. And I'm like, well, do they? I don't know if they do. Guess what, guys? If it's on the list, they use it, I can immediately just go buy it. Wasn't even a thought. I just had to get it because it matches. So ODOT has a page on the CAD mapping services where it says their software, what version it is, and the whole bit. So it's really helpful if you're not sure. There you go. So yes, it's a great link, and it works. It looks good on a phone too, because I pulled it up on my phone and I sent it to Scott because he was asking.
Right.
All right. Anybody else? Questions? We still have some swag. I mean, we've literally got a small handful of hats. Unless you all want to sit here. I mean, I've got
Got like a case of hats.
a pretty good pile.
I think everybody in the room can get a hat, even if they don't answer.
Someone got the blanket. Who got the blanket? Oh, he got the blanket. Oh, did he go take a nap?
Want the prize.
He immediately went and took a nap. Oh, look at that. He's gone.
He's sleeping on the floor now.
All right, so we've got one in the back. Go for it. Oh, that's a tricky one, the way you said that. Who wants to answer that? Yeah, I could tell you're gonna answer it. He knows the answer. Go for it, Mike. Oh, microphone. Somebody want to pass Mike Steffi, everyone. I know he knows this answer.
We don't really have this. Actually, in the last year's group meeting, we're going to prove the economy of this part.
But is it the fastest way to print?
Well, here's the thing that caught me off guard. When you said out of ProjectWise, that was the thing that caught me off guard. That's why I said, oh, you were throwing a sneaky in there. Because, like, see, you know, if you have kids, just so you're aware, and you've heard the story. My daughter once said, can I go out to play? I said, did you clean your room? She said, yes. And she went out to play. And I go upstairs. I'm like, what the heck? She didn't clean her room. And then I realized, well, she asked the next day. Well, it wasn't really the next day, but it was like a few weeks later. Can I go out to play? Did you clean your room today? And she's like, oh, and she goes back in. So you have to think about how a question's bound, right? So you said out of ProjectWise. So what is the fastest way to print out of ProjectWise? Mike, you're correct. So do we only have hat? We got a barbell or hats? So you want a hat? Okay. All right. So it was found. You got to check your security then, because somebody knows how to print it. Interesting. Oh.
When you go to start printing, it's going to cost.
Okay, so this is a fun fact, I would say then. So do you know, if you're printing a P set out of ProjectWise, with a ProjectWise project, it's never been truly meant to operate that way. It's not preferred, but people do it to this day, obviously. One thing you need to be aware of is it prints faster if you have a lot more memory. The more memory, the faster it prints. So people spend money on like 128 to 256 gigs of memory. I'm not even joking. I can't believe they do it to not use renditioning. Makes no sense to me. But yes, if you're going to do it, and here's the thing, people love piece sets, love print organizer. And it's the funniest thing because when we started out back in the day, it was batch print in MicroStation. When print organizer came out, you would have thought it was the devil. Everyone hated it, thought it was the worst thing. And we were all telling you it was cool, guys. Guess what? It's not cool anymore. There's a new cool thing. So get on the new cool thing. Yeah, JD. Show your sleeve. Pull your arm up for the tattoo. Show the print organizer. He's got the icon.
Now
ProjectWise,
It's the same thing. It's just matured through the years. iPlot, organizer, iPlot Pro, the whole bit. But just as a fun fact, it's the RAM correlates to the PSET performance, because what you guys don't realize is that when you run a PSET, it actually goes and prints a file, and it looks at all the references with it, and it queues them all up in memory to print that one. Then it throws all that away out of memory and grabs the next file, and then has to grab all the references again. Even though it knew them a minute ago, it forgets them. So it does a very linear transaction, like extremely just this long kind of, series kind of operation. So it'll eat up a lot of time, and it eats up a lot of memory. Renditioning basically kind of operates the same way, but it stays on server. That's really the difference. So users can go back to doing work instead of watching that thing just spin. Good one. So you want a hat, unless, and I don't know if you don't win anything, Matt. So anybody else? Questions? Anybody have a tip? Anybody want a hat? I mean, what the heck? You're going to throw a question out. Okay, or tip. Yeah, make sure, give him the mic.
Yeah.
Is there guidance documentation out there detailing a renditioning workflow for ODOT Cadd? There you go, JD. Show the, or you can contact Bruin Ramsdale at at bman.com. Go for it.
Okay, so you are cutting sheets, plan sheets around an intersection. So you have all these match lines all over the place, and you gotta tweak your name boundaries so that things match up the way you want to. Well, then you go into your drawing model and annotate your alignment. Problem is now your alignment annotation is not next to your line. It's kind of floating off in space, maybe just a few feet off. You know, the line. And you check all your file settings. Everything's good. And everything is looking the way it's supposed to be. What's wrong and what do you need to fix?
Oh, we got a hand. Oh, there was like a lot of hands on that one.
Yeah.
There was a lot of hands on that one.
You just need to adjust the X and Y of the reference. Just need to adjust the X and the Y. That's so many people. None of my alignment's coming in right.
So you want a hat? Come and get your hat. Here, hand this one here. I was gonna throw, but then if we injure somebody.
Here, this one.
Yeah, grab your hat. All right, next. We answered it, right? Yeah. Anybody else? Questions? We've got 4 hats left. And then we can go home.
So, compress your file. That's why it gets so slow. Compress your file. And delete. Yeah.
The anchor point.
The anchor point. That's what we need to ask. Scott, hover over. Because we talked about it today. So if you guys are, this is going to be a, can you guess it? Yeah, that'll work.
Listen.
What is the little glyph that Scott is hovering over right now called? If we're going to talk terminology, we want to make sure you know your user interface. What is the little glyph?
Notice there's like 3 other ones on them. And
What is the little glyph that Scott is hovering over? What is it called? Yeah.
Ding,
Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding. You win a hat. You win a hat. Give him a hat. Come and get a hat. You got to get a hat. Yeah. All right. Dialogue launcher is that tiny little glyph. Know your interface. So know your interface question number 2. What is the name of the file tab environment? Click on the file tab, Scott. What is the name? Go ahead and click it. What is the name of this screen? All right, you said it, but are you wanting another hat?
I heard somebody say it.
I did. Oh, John. What is it? John Coy
John Coy.
said the backstage. And he's from the Thrasher group, apparently not affiliated with the Really Cool magazine. So I was disappointed. So John gets a hat. Come and get a hat, my friend. Excellent. The backstage. Scott, can you go back? What is this environment called? Know your interface. What is this environment called? I don't know why I'm leaning in so close. I'll just do it like this. What is the name of the environment that Scott shows here? Know your interface. Nobody knows this one. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's called the canvas. It's called the canvas. There you go. Let's
go deeper.
It is documented. It is the canvas. I got a whole bunch.
Got another interface one. How about this?
Oh, here we go. Bring it on, Scott.
How do I hide? How do I hide the tools on the ribbon to only show the tabs in the interface?
Multiple answers allowed.
This one?
You talking there?
That's one. You can also,
You get a hat.
you can also, in addition to
There's
the,
one more.
in addition to the arrow that he pointed out, you could also double click. Right? So there's the double click functionality.
All right, so he gets a hat. So you want a hat? Oh man, you're gonna look like you work for us. He's got a shirt. He's got a hat. I mean, holy
have
crap!
pants to give away.
Gonna wear this at my golf.
There you go. All right. How? All right, I have one. That's fantastic. Yeah, I had a feeling that a couple of the guys out there, yeah, Matt's got it. Double click and Matthew, all the Matts know the answers. Just not the one in the room today, apparently. Oh, ba-dum-bum. That's why I like Ohio, because I know all these guys, so we can fool around. All right, I've got one. This is more of a quiz for the audience. I want to get to the draw line command right from where Scott is at this very moment. What is the fastest way to get there?
Space bar.
Hey.
Hit the space bar, sir. Okay. All right. Is there a second way to do it? Now you did double click this time on your tabs again, it looks like. So okay, so if we think about that in keystrokes, Matt, there's no key in out here. So how would you do it if the key in is not available in front of you here? Well, no, I'm teeing you up. I'm teeing you up for the next trick. Like how would you get your key in? Where do you go for your key in? Dude, Jeff is locking it up with shortcuts. He's talking in like just code. I love it. Jeff, if you were online, you needed to be here, buddy, because you would have been winning prizes. You'd have been razzle dazzling in Bentley gear. So I have people sometimes they'll send me when I was on a flight one day, a guy calls me and I'm like, we're about to take off, but sometimes if you guys do, I'll just try and squeeze it in and answer. And he's like, well, I'm doing like a Q4P into a such and such. And I knew what he meant. That's pretty bad, right? When you're talking in like shorthand. But I love it. So, but no, what's the fastest way to get to the key in right now? Yeah, right now. How does Scott get to the key in? What's the fastest way? Fewest clicks. Scott, do me a favor. Hit the enter key. Key in. If you're going to do the key in, old guy, you need to get hip with the cool tricks. Yeah. So the key in is on the enter key. If you guys dock the key in, it takes up space and just the enter key will bring it up. Like you can't use the enter key if it's docked. So the enter key won't function if it's docked. So get rid of it and just know we're that much better than Autodesk that we can just like call up key in commands and stuff like come to me and Q4P it like Jeff does, right? You know, whatever you want to do. But the other method I was going to say on the draw line, just to add, so it was more of a tip, I guess, since you're like, I would do the key in. So there you go. Enter key, learn something new. But on yours, the other one is Scott, hover over the ribbon and roll the mouse wheel one direction, just once, right? So you would swipe to drawing and then you could do the line. So technically that's no clicks. Just want to be clear. Mouse wheel roll is not it doesn't affect me with any shock of striking the key. It's not so violent. So that's another methodology just to point out. But I like where Jeff was at. He did it in 3, and if he's remembering those, that's pretty sweet. All right. Did you get a hat? You want a hat, right? You got a hat. What's that? That is another way to do it, man. You were on point. Logson, get up here, man. I think, did you just win the final hat? So Matt hat, and so the voice commands. What's wrong with the voice commands?
I just want to sit beside Brian.
I was going to say, what we do, voice commands are great because like, I just imagine when we first came up with that technology to do the voice command stuff, which is possible. Just want to be clear. Like how many people like work from home and they want to go to a Starbucks and there's people walking around, blah, blah, blah. I'm in a long line. The command comes up, starts drawing a line. You're like, I didn't want that, so just seems like it could get violently out of control, like really quick with the voice commands. But that is an available option. So Logston, you win a hat as well, sir. So I think we only have one last. So that one's Matt's hat.
This hat.
That's Matt. That's the Matt hat.
The gigantic barbell.
But we have the coveted barbell award. So if anybody would like to try to get the barbell, it's worth the excitement of Rachel because she really was like, out of all of this is an amazing one. So, I mean, if you're on her staff, I mean, this could be worth like, I don't know, a free Friday off or something for all I know. But, anybody want the barbell? Anybody want to go for the barbell? It's just a squishy barbell. I mean, it's not actually real. Like there's no weight. You could throw it at somebody and it did look heavy though, originally. So the barbell award. Oh, he's going for it. Okay. Sure. Yep.
What is the cutoff? So let me undo that. It only goes so far, and I'm sort of.
Do you want to? Are you in ProjectWise?
Yeah.
Just free the file. It's like pulling like you're a pilot and you're just ripping the cockpit window open and jumping out. Do you want to show Scott where the if you go to the file tab?
Oh yeah.
So this is dark magic now. So only a handful of us, like Steffi, and I'm trying to think of who in the room. Maybe Matt. If Eric was here, he would know it. He would know it right away. He'd probably recite the documentation if you're still online, Eric. But In here, it's going to be,
File settings.
I believe it's just under the preferences, the user preference, because the user gets to control this. Now, back in the day, it mattered a lot because we were limited on memory. So if you can imagine, like in the old like Windows 95 era, which is ways back. Yeah, I know, Adam, you weren't even born yet.
No,
Oh,
he
Eric
was on there
86.
briefly.
Look at that. Okay. So in here, and we got to kind of look because it's been a while. Is it? I guess
Is it the resource cache?
I believe it is the resource cache. I believe you're right. Unless Bruin or Mike, do you guys remember? Because we don't do it anymore. So the general idea was we were limited on memory, so we had to cap it. Otherwise, it would really just kill the entire running CAD session completely. Correct. And so I believe it's the resource cache. We could be wrong. If somebody online knows, please feel free to comment. Well, you're thinking Windows. Now you're thinking like an IT guy. You're talking about our Windows memory allocation underneath the where the environment variables and all are.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah, I think it's the resource cache. We're gonna go on that. Now, you don't want to change that number. Just stop making mistakes.
You look on the quick, access ribbon at the top, see there's a push button pin, look, the green pin.
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
can do a mark. So if you're good up to this point, right? Comfortable with all the work you've done. So this is a mark.
Yes, set mark.
Set a mark.
Set a mark. Then you can go back and then there's undo to mark. So you say, all right, I'll undo everything. Right.
Yeah, and then you can do undo all. That's a great point. But it sounds like he makes just nothing but mistakes. Well, in general, honestly, it gets better. I can say, like, let's all go back to the days when we first started learning the software. My favorite bad mistake, and I know this was in the 90s. I think it was like 97. I worked for a company in Clearwater, and I was still cutting my teeth on roadway. I had it kind of down, but I didn't do like traffic. That wasn't my thing. And I was working to help one of the departments, which we've all done, right? We've all worked across different departments sometimes, perhaps to help out if you're at a consulting firm to make the deadline. And the one painful lesson I learned, I was working and I was zoomed in. It wasn't a big deal. I saw everything in front of me, but I made a mistake and I just started deleting. And I was deleting all these pieces, and we didn't really have like good mass select. I was horrible with fence. The fence command, I always got like void clip and all that backwards. It didn't make sense to me. But I kept deleting, and then I leave the file. Okay. I was like, this is fine. I get out, right? Literally the meme, this is fine, where the room's burning, is probably what happened, because the traffic guy freaked out. And that's when I learned a thing called graphic groups. So there was a graphic group where all the graphics were assigned to a graphic group, and he left it on. So when I got in to delete that one thing, it deleted everything that was associated to it. So even though I was at this one little spot, the entire file basically almost got emptied. And because I exited the file back in the 90s, there's a command called EDG.
Yeah.
And it's they're coding basically to say, please save my stuff. And yeah, and tape backups were not as elegant as they are these days. So we've all been there. We've all made some pretty outlandish mistakes, and we should probably give away prizes in the future to people who admit the dumbest mistake they've made. Maybe that's a future session. Like I said, I got the fences all messed up. I stay away from that. If you quiz me on like, what does this one do? I don't know. I don't use it, so that's my one weak point, is the fences. Well, that was awesome. You win a barbell. So this is an award. This is the one that Rachel coveted the most. So I think this is a great way to finish the day, because it's the way the day started, talking about the small blue barbell. And it's funny because you're really tall, so it looks even tinier.
Right.
Like for me, it looks like I'm gonna like, you know,
Right.
I'm gonna like
It
do
actually looks
benches or
beautiful
something
for you.
with it.
For him, it's just like, yeah, like a paperclip.
Well, hopefully this was exciting. I know that we ran over, guys, by like 45 minutes, but also you guys were slow at asking questions. So, but we hope to do more of these in the future and try to get more people on site, I guess. There used to be literally hundreds of people that would come here. So all I can say is that it's only as interesting and as grand as you guys make it. And as a suggestion, I keep saying, and I'm going to commit myself to this, Bentley would like to maybe do a second day to ODOT doing a first day. And maybe they do all ODOT stuff and we do all Bentley stuff and we bring more Bentley people and more prizes. And then I know some of you might be drive from out of town, but you might just have to stay the night and maybe we do a I don't know, just a get together in the evening.
Dinner with Don.
Scott and Don.
Don buys drinks, but you don't get prizes.
Oh, what's that?
Never mind.
Well, guys, we want to thank you again for everybody online. Thanks for really for hanging out with us. I know we kind of went all over the place. Some of it a little unscripted, some of it a little sloppy. But I think at the same time, hopefully everybody got something out of it. We learned something, and it feels a little bit like doing a set of plans. It doesn't go as you plan it, so it just happens to be a wild ride. So thanks again, and you guys are doing OTEC, right, JD? When's the next soiree for ODOT?
I don't think we actually have a session at
What?
OTEC.
Is there a cat technology track still?
Oh, there is, but there's not going to be like
Okay.
like this.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Then you learned something new. All right.
Well, thanks, Don and Scott, for coming in and presenting. I will try to get the recording posted to YouTube and send it out. If you're on our mailing list, I'll probably send it out there if you can't find it. So, and I'll get the CPDs out as long as you guys signed in. Probably not working for like another 2 weeks, so it might take a little bit longer than you're used to getting all this stuff. So, thanks for coming out.